stop, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle, like somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel, that you deserve better than me.
Go take a day. What is up? What is up? What is up? Welcome back to another live stream. Another. कैसे हो? कैसे हो? और मेंबर्स ओनली कर यार, ये बंदा कितना हेटर है भाई, कितना हेटर है भाई। मैं आज पता है, आज मैं सच्ची 7 बजे आने वाला था ताकि थोड़ा वैलो खेलूं तुम्हारे लिए, लेकिन कुछ काम आ गया करके अभी जस्ट खत्म हो गया 5 मिनट पहले। तो कंटिन्यूस कॉल्स और वो सब थे करके मैं नहीं किया। स्मार्ट वेंटल ले बीकेल है ना, टाइम अभी तो ला 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 ला। ये सीजन भी वो नहीं करोगे? अरे वो अभी नहीं, वॉच पार्टीज के बाद भी तो बहुत मैचेस बचे। देखा टीबोन के स्ट्रीम पर काम, मल्टीटास्किंग था वो। आज मेमोरीज ओनली में बहुत मजा आया। लव यू पक्का, हाँ मोस्टली हाँ। क्या ही मजेदार गेम्स हुए मेमोरीज ओनली में। इसको कैसे पता, इसको कैसे पता? और बताओ यार चैट, और बताओ कैसे कैसे हो यार, कैसे हो? हाउस हाउस लाइफ। प्रॉमिस यार, मैं फॉल्स प्रॉमिसेस नहीं करता। अगर मेरे कैपेसिटी में रहेगा, अगर फ्री रहेंगे तो ज़रूर करूँगा, मन है करेंगे, लेकिन वो मेंबर्स ओनली में करेंगे। मेरे को वाईटी पे वो चीज़ नहीं करना है। मैं बहुत क्लियर हूँ स्टार्ट से लेके कि वो नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम पे तो मैं वो नहीं खेलने वाला हूँ गेम। तो देखते हैं। लव यू यार, वी लव यू टू। सिड का स्ट्रीम देख रहा था भाई। अगली बार से ना मेंबर्स ओनली करूँगा 5 मैन, तो ये लोग को बोलूँगा स्ट्रीम ना करे। वही मैं सोचूं, टोटल मेंबर्स मेरे सिर्फ 9 कैसे करके, वही मैं सोचूं। लोग बाकी लोग का स्ट्रीम देख रहे, मतलब वही मैं सोचूं। कैम क्वालिटी लो कर्मा जी। जो आपका मोबाइल है वो मोबाइल को लो। वॉशिंग मशीन जो है वो चालू करो, उसमें हल्का सा पानी, हल्का सा साबुन की पाउडर, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा शैम्पू, वो डाल के मोबाइल डाल के 5 मिनट के लिए रिंस करो। कैम क्वालिटी ओपी दिखेगी। ला ला। इसके बाद वैल होगा, इसके बाद रात को होएगा मेंबर्स ओनली। रूट स्ट्रीमर मैंने क्या किया यार? भाई एक तो तुम लोग ये बहुत बोलते हो यार रूट स्ट्रीमर, भाई मजाक से हटकर मत करो, ठीक है? माहौल आजकल बहुत टाइट है। कौन सा क्लिप कहाँ डाल के एंड हो जाओगे मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा, मेरी गांड लग सकती है। मत करो यार, समझ रहे हो? घर में बीवी बच्चे नहीं है, लेकिन बीवी तो है। मत करो यार प्लीज। मोबाइल नहीं है, रेडियो पे देख रहा। कभी कभी सोचता हूँ मेरी चैट ऐसी कैसी है, फिर आईने में खुद को देख के गाली देता हूँ। सच्ची सच्ची सच्ची। सुपर चैट नहीं हो रहा यार, क्या बात कर रहे हो? ट्राई करो किसी और के फोन से। तो ये 470 लाइक्स कैसे? लाइक बॉट, मतलब अपन व्यू बॉट नहीं डालते, मेंबर्स ओनली में लाइक बॉट डालते हैं। गिल्टी गिल्टी गिल्टी। हाय गुड इवनिंग बंक्स भाई, कैसे हो विशाल भाई? बंक्स भाई प्लीज जोड़ गैंग वापस लाओ। आशुतोष भाई सो जाओ मेरी जान। अरे गोपी बहू, आप वो मस्त है ना लैपटॉप धोने का सीन? आपने सीडबैक को रोका क्यों ईएमआई बताने से? क्योंकि चालू ही नहीं हुआ ईएमआई। हम गरीब 9 मेंबर्स कहाँ जाएंगे? वाह, मतलब 200 का तू सुपर चैट करने के जगह पे 159 का मेंबरशिप नहीं ले सकता तू? हाँ, ऐसा गरीब मुझे भी होना। ये क्या बात हुई? 3 मैप गया तो मेंबरशिप लूंगा भाई। ये मेरे हिसाब से 2-0 कॉय होने वाला है। कॉय इज अ वेरी 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 स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम मेरे हिसाब से। बंद भाई, you're the best, keep doing what you're doing, love you कैप्टन जैक। ना ना, मेंबर्स ओनली में कौन सा गेम होता है? तो रात को मैं खेलता हूँ तो दूसरा गेम होता है जो मैं चिल मारने के लिए खेलता हूँ, क्योंकि रात तक मैं बहुत टायर्ड हो जाता हूँ, तो मैं दूसरा गेम खेलता हूँ। और आफ्टरनून को अगर मेंबर्स ओनली करता हूँ तो मैं वैलोरेंट पुश करता हूँ। रैंक पुश नहीं कह सकते, वैलो बकचोदी कह सकते। ये कैसे? चलो भाई, गेम बिगिंस। बीबीएल में एमपी भाई बहुत मारेंगे, लियून मारेगा और सुस्लुबल मारेगा। ये 3 बंदे बहुत मारेंगे। मूवी स्टार कॉय में सब लोग मारेंगे।
Are definitely not
कॉय
stacked in
जीता।
their favor with a loss here. Crunch time, Hypox set on the desk, and have
सिंपल
to
बात है।
agree with him. I'm sure Movistar Koi come into today knowing that that is the case. BBL will start on the attack side
कैम
here
ऑर्डर चेंज भूल गया
on Pearl. We'll talk a little
ये
bit
तो
about
मैं
the
रिफंड कर
map
लूंगा
pool
ना।
as we get
अरे
deeper into the game, but for now, barriers are up,
हरामजादा।
and Movistar Koi taking a bit of initiative, using their flash on Vice to get out in mid, but they see nobody there, and so it's back to the drawing board. They don't get their initial fight, and they don't take deep space, knowing that there'll be a Vice wall covering BBL's back.
अब
Already. One player does get sectioned off that wall, maybe not lasting quite as long as
कुछ इज्जत
before,
ही
so
नहीं है वॉल
they
का।
will be quickly back into the action. Aggressive
काउंट करो।
positioning already been held, not so much held, taken.
आरपी थैंक यू फॉर द 13 मंथ्स। ओ मस्त मारा रे फिलू ने।
Catch that bait as it comes on in and follow up
भाई
for
क्रेजी मारा
another.
फिलू ने।
This gets tough now for BBL.
ओ
Everybody
भाई
trapped on the back side.
फिलू ने कुछ ज्यादा ही मारा भाई।
Might not expect them all to be here, but now they've got that info to play with. Levin down on 14, and the last man standing for BBL. He won't be standing for long by the looks of things. The defuse tapped and the shock dart in to finish him off.
W.
1-0. A pistol round for Movistar Koi, and a good start on this map.
कॉय
I think an
बोलते
important start that had a rough
ये
defense
बीबीएल का
when
मैप है।
facing off against Foot in their previous map of Pearl, but I think the change
इंगे
up in
दिखा है,
comfort is
रेस्ट
maybe
कर रहे
one
हैं।
that suits them a little bit better.
उसका
Like,
तबीयत
I think
थोड़ा
it's
सा
mentioned
खराब।
on the desk again about the comfort within the agents. They attempted something that was a bit more aggressive, but I'm always happy to
Crazy
see
मारा बेस
someone
ने।
like Shados back on the initiator.
वो क्या आवाज था? बुड़बुड़?
Feeling that
आवाज
role a
आया
little
क्या
bit
वो?
more, and Solcast on an aggressive agent has me excited. I remember back to like times where he was playing that KO or even a Sky
BBL का
at
full form क्या है?
times,
Binks
and
by
I think he
Lovely।
can pull that off. So I want to see how this one works out for him. Interestingly, BBL, maybe a bit of disrespect being shown to
अपने
Koi at this
लिस्ट
stage.
के
They
पहले
have
हो
already
लैंग्वेज।
invested into this round. They're going for the buy. They've got 11 on a rifle. But their opponents have also invested a lot here.
आजकल बहुत हेटर्स आ गए।
Nice stuff. Solcast
Combo
finishing
बोलते।
off that kill, just 10 HP needed. Next to the outlaw in play, BBL.
लव यू मंच भाई,
As
थैंक यू
you
फॉर द
said,
6
this is a
मंथ्स।
decent amount of investment. There's a
गाली
rifle on
नहीं, chat,
Levin,
गाली
but one
नहीं।
player down, and it being
Sound
Astra
रखो
as
ना।
well, it makes it much more difficult. Yumpy tries to
Close,
sneak
close,
his way through
close।
the water to grab himself a pick, but instead he goes down. Low HP on Shados is one thing, but they need picks, and that rifle still really missing the opportunity to get its teeth into
Flawless,
this play,
nah?
and it looks like they're going to revert back to I guess towards a late A play. Spike is in the hands of Magnum though, so luckily
Yeah, I
he's
was
gone.
जो
going to
कर
say,
सकता है,
like,
लियू नहीं कर
Magnum
सकता
needs
है।
to be a little careful not to overcook this one, give them the spike, but they are now in a problematic territory, a position where they invested, they took a bit of a
लोग
risk.
पांडे
Need to
गुड
try
लक
and
फॉर योर
find
फ्यूचर में
something
जान
from
के
this
बेटे।
now. What I will mention is this A site
30 seconds left.
is
Force को क्या है लोग ना?
under-defended. Only
Feel आता है
Solcast
लोग
here,
को।
but I assume
कुछ
the
कर
only
सकते
attempt
तो।
coming out from him
और
will be
ऐसा
to
दिखता
try
है कोई
and use
साइड
those
को लोग
salvos to
एक्सप्लॉइट
slow
कर
down any
सकते हैं।
sort of plant.
Even still from the position he's in, with that flash connecting as well, they might have crunched in. Luckily they have it in Magnum, although he'll take a couple hits for his trouble.
अच्छा भाई,
Gets the
एक डैमेज
spike
पड़ा,
down.
नॉट बैड। अभी भी निकाल सकते हैं भाई ये
3 versus
लोग।
5. Big
टेक्निकली देखा जाए
investment
तो
from BBL. They've given themselves opportunities, but it was tough to connect anything so far. Magnum's flank up. It hasn't quite... Oh, it has been spotted. In fact, Rubinho got around the corner in time. A decent fight on the site. It's given Levin a chance. Again, though, a sliver of HP. And just that one shot needed. Gotta commend Shados as well as the second man to take contact there on such low HP. I think it was 24 HP from that earlier fight with Yampi. Staying alive and coming out with a 3-piece, that may just to save the round for the squad.
The question is...
उल्टा पोल से ना मेरी गांड जलती है कि पोल में वोट ज्यादा रहते हैं लाइक्स कम.
It will have even more risk around it, but you've got the plant once more. You've done some damage. By the looks of it on the scoreboard at the moment, it's going to be a singular rifle invested into Sociable. Of course, if he can't buy in the next, he can always invest just into those bullets again, the Headhunter. That could potentially do some damage, but at the same time, it will be an opportunity for economy to be built up by the side of Koi. So you're almost giving them an extra boost in the start.
Economy at least decently healthy for the next. Sociable with an opportunity, and let me tell you, he has had his rounds.
Really?
Yeah. It was that ace is still fresh in my mind, and will be probably for the rest of the year. It's bought him a lot of wiggle room.
Covering it.
Smoke down deep is pushed Rubinho back. It's going to let them get really close, and with so many pistols in play, that's exactly what you want. Yes, Magnum goes down. He's trying to watch that A push up, and they walk into him. He's only got a classic. Definitely not the man you'd expect to win the fights, but the push on A, they decide to take this to the B site. And Rubinho, well, he just about sidestepped those shots in time. He's got support, though. Fly a stud here, outlaw in hand, and this is a problem. Everybody is vulnerable to just one shot of that rifle taking them down, but they managed to close the distance. They find out about the rifle, deal with it well as well. Okay. Not bad from BBL to start with. Yampi making it a bit more costly, but in the end, it still falls into Movistar Koi's pocket.
Yeah.
They've made all of these rounds costly, but the problem is you've basically played yourself twice in terms of the bonuses. So I think if you said to Movistar Koi, okay, your economy will be decent and you'll have a 3-0 start, I think they would have taken that all day long. But now is where we almost need to see a response coming out of the side of BBL, again, after they attempted to force in that second round, any damage they could do in round number 3 was going to be a benefit. I'm looking though at Filu already having that dimensional drift, the chance for aggression. You're seeing the consistent use of those salvos to garner him extra control. He's just going to hold on to it for now.
ये राउंड अगर जीत गया कोई, then I think खतरे में. कि वापस वो लोग का अल्ट रोटेशन बहुत क्रेजी है, स्नोबॉल होगा.
That same aggression. The smoke down.
GEELI का अल्ट रोटेशन है नहीं
इतना. It's the drone coming back in the other direction. It's very smart by Shados, and Filu gets a huge reward.
Yeah, didn't know he was there because the drone was shot by his teammate prior, so this has set them up nicely. The Vice wall in position. If they are going to go through it together, they need to get that timing right. And Flyer's already just waiting for it to be tripped, but doesn't win the battle. An important opener for Levin. Now they can get themselves into a post bomb.
Yeah, much needed indeed. BBL have to dodge that Hunter's Fury. It's coming in hot, and it's landing. Sociable down, and Solkus with a massive punish. Now again, they have to pick up the pieces. The spike down at least. Time, not necessarily on their side. There's still quite a bit for Movistar Koi to work with, and they're not in a hurry. Spotting Magnum from the top rope. Shados might have sealed the fate of another round. Great shock dart, and the push around not going to work out for Profect this time. A big round from Shados. He's really coming alive at the start of this map, much to the chagrin of BBL. Let's remember their Icebox might not look like the best chance to pull this back, especially not after the result against KC, where I think they won 3 out of the first 4 rounds. Remember the score that game?
Yes.
13-3.
Hello, Brutal.
Not the best after those first 4.
I think the bigger thing here is just the way that they're playing. Shados currently 7-0. We've always spoken about this guy that peak Shados is impossible to play against. And peak Shados is on an initiator. Like, it's where he has found, you go back to those Gambit days, which, okay, it's a lifetime ago at this stage, but he picks up this role and has always looked incredibly comfortable. We saw it towards the end of the season last year where he was on the Sentinel and even putting up these sort of numbers. So you get him him having a good day.
Technically क्या
it's a
होगा
rough
आज
spot. And I
पता
think at the
नहीं.
moment, at least for BBL, the way they're playing on these starts of rounds is they're getting caught by some of these trap plays. They're losing a lot of map control over on the A side
और
because
first
of
pick भी
how
वो लोग को
aggressive
मिल
you
रहा है.
can be with this Tejo. And I want to see what their
Navi
response is going to be
Dinesh.
now.
You can see there
Best
how
team in
Yuppie
Emea
having a bit of a
according
back
to
and forth about where this one's going to go.
मेरा personal favorite
We
is
said
Fnatic and
Movistar
TH.
Koi, they've clearly learned a lot, Tom, and well, it's being put into work here on the
Language
server. But
Nilay.
Shados having a 7-0 start. Definitely
Ugly,
can't be
thank you
understated.
for
I mean,
the
a lot of
5
the time
wicket
that
मेरे
initiator's
जान
gonna have
के
assists, but
छे
he's been finishing
क्या
his dinner
बात
and
है
then his
नित्या
teammates
जी को भी
after.
मिल गया क्या बात
4-0 from Movistar Koi. Icebox up next. If you're looking for the recovery
Dad,
for this
को भी मिला
organization,
please tag
this
करके
is
thanks बोले
very much at least what you'd expect to see
Ignore
at
कर
the
दे, मैं
start.
नहीं करता
And
ignore.
surprising, you know, without having their
Hello,
watch
Mitchell.
party here, we had Uli, Sergio, and Pedro going crazy over in the booth for them the other day, and I bet they're doing
Hello,
the same
Datta,
at home
what is
right
up?
now.
I think that's just a daily thing for Uli. He
Oh,
comes
those
in.
three especially.
Late आया पर आ
Comes in
गया.
at 100% volume, and then somehow ups to 200%. Levin is going to be
पूरा
taking the
setup
charge
है और वो
though.
लोग ने देखा
Immediate
नहीं है.
space garnered, a passive hold from Koi this time. It seems like they've had the expectation. Instead, they're going to try and sell the idea with that
God,
Hunter's Fury, and it's
be.
an easy double pickup. A great start
God,
after the
be.
pause. And now it's a tough round to break back from. I also want to note as well that the way BBL have been playing in their post plants is super aggressive. They're not sitting back playing the time. They are wanting to get in their face of their opponents consistently, not allowing for any form of setup.
लड़ रहे
Especially, you know, you take a look at the wall that you have here.
Lad Ray.
There's no need to even commit many players to watching your back when you have that. The possibility for Movistar Koi to come in behind is, well, without it being signaled, incredibly low. You know, maybe Filu could be a problem, but when you're facing him right off rip at the start of the round, not so much. I think Movistar Koi as well, though, they lose 2 players. They see that A site fall. They know they don't have flank and even the illusion of a flank because of the Vice on the other team. And so the call's made immediately to save. They avoid going down to Profec. And also get a bit of a read on what he's doing, because it's pretty consistent now that they're going for these late round flanks, trying to come up behind, down through the water, or in this case, realizing that the save was going on, and they go down to the B site. But I think Profec's going to be a little limited in how much he gets away with in that regard, because it's got to be fresh in Movistar Koi's mind. They've seen it a few times.
Filu ult मारेगा
Gets away with it a little bit
बड़ी
later on. For now, 4-1. A punchy start in that previous round from BBL,
इसे
but it
support कर रहा है,
relied
कौन
on
जीतेगा?
a Yoru and a Sova ultimate that they
इधर
now
net
don't
और-
have. So let's see
और
what their
बेटा?
solution is in a more grounded round.
Once again, the same use of that Tejo utility to get them aggressive A control. Instead, though, the challenge has been elsewhere. It feels like control that they're happy to give up, but again, the Vice War is in position to make sure they can't go too aggressively. Grabinho, I think, has done incredibly well at slowing this squad so far, but how they look
Vice
to
अकेला
run
है.
towards that B site once again, where only Flyer is waiting for them. That one, though, comes for free.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a risky play from Magnum.
चलेगा.
Expect maybe someone to be swinging with him, but the timing's slightly off. He ends up going down
अब
for
लग
free.
गए.
Movistar
Land
Koi
कर,
content
लग
then,
गए, लग गए.
certainly to play that
Easy retake
retake,
है.
which they might have been forced into
easy
anyways.
retake है easy retake है
At
easy
this
retake.
point, they'll be keen to
Easy
deploy exactly what
retake.
you're highlighting, Tom. In fact, Filu's away ahead of you. Already going in with the dimensional drift and soul cast.
Backside खाली है,
hoping
दोस्तों.
that he can find himself a
यहाँ
target.
पे
They've
Yoru
seen
है.
one up close. Levin won't be getting away with that.
बस,
And of
W.
course, it's Shados to connect.
The
Again.
blue world मर गया ये.
Now there's nowhere really to go. Almost caught out
Let's
by
give
the
it.
salvos. Having to play that deep post plant. BBL did realize that this double ult combination was there in potential, but playing this deep with only
Easy
2
retake,
players
easy
remaining.
retake, easy
That was a
retake.
superb retake
Valor
coming
कभी
out of the
कल
side
दोपहर
of
को और
Koi.
रात
And
को.
I'll be honest with you, so far they have looked like a much
Back
better
phantom
squad just in
skin-
terms of
skin
being
कौन सा है?
very
मेरे को वो
happy
नहीं
to
पसंद
play
है.
that retake, allowing BBL the
Clean
space
खेला,
that they
clean खेला,
desire.
clean खेला.
All they're really hoping for is a single opener, and they play the numbers. This is not a side of Movistar Koi I've seen so far this tournament, and they are looking super impressive.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the big conversation around this squad, especially, like, keep in your mind, we said if they lose this series, chances of qualification, very low. But the big conversation has been for them
ये
that
क्या
the season
sound
isn't over
है?
yet. They need to make this.
hopping into this corner to use Visol.
Yeah, the big,
वो
big
क्या round है?
conversation for
बुड़मुड़,
Movistar
बुड़मुड़.
Koi, as I've been trying to say, has been popped into this position where they're a team that have fans who expect a lot of results. They expect a good season, or at least a contentious one, and they haven't gotten that so far. But this team's being close. 14-12 on each of their second maps here in stage 1. And now they just need to connect that little bit extra. A phenomenal start with 5-1, and as you said, 11-0 for Shados. This crunch now puts pressure on Flya. The flash was perfect. Magnum doing well, putting Flya in the dust, and they move to the B side.
Yeah, standing ahead. They popped the steel gun? No, I think they held it. Maybe realizing that they can clear that space without needing to utilize that ultimate.
Thank you
Flyer.
for the membership.
One thing I want to note, last time out when we watched
7th standard ki baat
he was fantastic when it came to that
Full
attack
frame.
side operator.
7th standard.
First time we've had that in play.
E division mein
I think for the defense now, okay, you got some extra credits, but the amount of time that's been bought by the Steel Garden, it seems like this one's done, but they are still challenging for this.
Pushing forward, BBL happy to greet this party as they find themselves a 3v1 time well and truly ticking away, and Shados swinging into heavy traffic, giving the 3-piece, and I believe the first death for Shados. Finally, we see that he is mortal, and that's 7 rounds into the map.
Yeah, he didn't with God mode active, but yeah, there's something I always enjoyed with Sociable is the calmness. Like, he plays the operator. We've seen him do crazy aggressive things with it, but on attack, it's almost just on that sort of rotation.
Coming street.
Frustration already though. That didn't sound great from the side of
gifted better
यार super chat gifted किया तो
प्यार मिलता है लोगों का super chat किया तो पैसे
मिलते हैं. I
मुझे
feel the same though if I got hit by a nasty little flash from Magnum like that.
Plus वो लोग stream भी देख सकते हैं,
some
extra
sort of turning
entertainment.
point. Still a couple of ultimates online. Sociable could run the double operator if he wanted to, although if he pops it this round, I'm
Bunks
gonna
का headache थोड़ा संभल के ठीक है.
worried. And Filu has brought out an op of his own, trying to get a little bit more aggressive around mid. That's all he was looking for. That opening pick, the second Movistar Koi have found that. That's normally been enough for the round.
Yeah, their conversion's been great. It's how patient they play after initial contact, right? Having that nice wall on B. Even right now, they're giving up street. They're completely conceding control of this whole area. Let me do a little draw. And this is because they've got these passive positions in play where they don't want to fight you in those spots. They want to fight you coming out of them.
Proper defense खेल रहे ना.
The A site is where they will challenge. We've said this before. Soulcast's goal is just to delay. Slow them down as much as possible, but the re-swing doesn't find much. A Hunter's Fury, they've been investing orbs, and also Shados has been eliminating everybody, but this time it doesn't do the damage they were hoping for. An incredibly open plant as well, allowing for positioning towards Art, which is where the majority of this squad will lie, potentially to try and avoid that Steel Garden.
Pinky,
it is a big area though.
What is this language?
Oh, the shot from Sociable doesn't land, and ult comes into play. Fires off one with great success. Shados down, and they're turning tail. They're running the other way, but Yumpy's got him boxed in. He's gonna make this beyond costly for Movistar Koi. And on your way back into the series, after being decimated to start this out, this is exactly what you want to see if you're a BBL fan. They might just leave Gorbinho to save the weapon, but that's 5-3, and BBL hot on Koi's heels.
See, now the obvious value in this round from throwing out the Tour de Force was because of that Steel Garden. You get that pick, they see the Tour de Force online, they go, well, we can steal the weapons away, except for that one, the one that we have to run past. And that's where you see them just look to exit. There's no value in that ultimate, at least from the side of Sociable. 2 rounds in a row. BBL, it really does feel like the second that operator came online, they were back.
Oh yeah.
11 still can be the one at the top of the board. Obviously a slower start for Magnum, but expectation is still there that when he moves on to the defense is where he'll have his real value.
लड़ तो सकते थे यार.
You're gonna see Movistar Koi.
भाई पूरा लीड खत्म हो गया भाई. अभी तो गुड ऑफ हो सकता है.
Operator in play, as you can see down the bottom left of your screen. The credits are not healthy for the rest of the squad, so really trying to make the most of this is going to be difficult. Whether you leave Filu on a different side of the map to play his own life, use the gate crash to get out if things get nasty, and maybe late round look to save it. the
Instead of
pistol stack, the
dramas,
bounceware is a
please.
bit of a trap. It's something we'll see quite a lot.
A lot of talking coming out of Gorilla as well. I think someone that in these sort of moments incredibly
Uncle shout out please. Nectar shout out to you, मेरी जान के
coming out with a strat or an
थे.
idea to maybe change that tide a little bit, because yeah, it is, you sort of said that they're in a bit of an awkward spot in this round.
ना
What they
माने.
do with it, you need a gimmick, you need an idea, you need a plan around that
Because
operator,
that
and
means
they have the
काम कर रही है
players.
बे.
Like, I think Filu's had a pretty decent start to this game. They've just got to try and put him into position here.
Filu's in the
2 to
right
1
spot.
कभी वर्क नहीं
There's
करता है
contact
याद
coming
रखना
his way.
डिफॉल्ट में.
Drone destroyed and the shot not quite
याद रखना
there.
चैट.
And that's
2
the
to
off
1
given away.
never
They
works.
know where it
मेरा
is,
personal
but
experience.
they also know that his gate crashed out most likely, and with the reveal that
ये
confirms
round
it.
thirsty
So
दिखने
now
वाला चैट.
you have to reset. Worried about where that op could
That's a
be.
big ult, though.
With Levin having the orb, that's going to make it a lot easier to punch through one of these sites and confirm that, well, there's not an op holding it,
कभी
waiting
कभी
to
work
take your
कर
teammates
सकता है,
down.
मतलब देखा
Looks like
जाए
they'll
तो.
reset and just push into the A site.
Also, the rotation though is already there. Like the defensive
He
rotation is
belong
making
to
its
off
way
लगाया
back
ना.
to the A site. So this dimensional drift is going to be sent down middle. It will clear the way for the spike, which will get them quite a bit of extra control. They know there's no players close. I don't think it's going to get close enough, though, to go all the way back down the corner of the smoke given for space. I don't actually think they know that he didn't leave. He's just stuck around. It's not going to be the picks going the way. And Sokas actually
Well, मैं बोला था ना
Well,
चैट.
they didn't know how many
Time
numbers
खाया.
were here, right? They saw one
Mara.
player, maybe suspected a second. Nice shock dart from Yampi.
30
Leveled the
seconds
playing
left.
field, or even put it more in their favor. Tipped the scales back over into BBL's
SFCM
hands as the
Gabi.
plank comes through. Soulcast and Filu, a rifle and an operator still to work with, but they haven't been able to deal with
Possible.
Sociable just yet. And he has been the difference maker with that big gun in hand. Misses the shot though. Doesn't miss the second.
He knew
A
he was going up
clean
there.
connection. Solkas
Abhi bhi
needs
possible.
the ace with 2 more to find.
Offset
He'll go
karega.
for the reload. He'll go for the round, but put to
5-4,
bed by
hello?
Yampi. BBL, 1 away. This was a very
कन्नड़ा
slow
आता है
start
आपको?
to
कन्नड़ा
Pearl,
बरो
but
दिल्ला
they
मेरी जान.
definitely got it figured out now.
Yeah, I will say the rendezvous put down there from Sociable was not good.
Hello, Demand.
Like you could see the
School friend chat
constant
में school
peaks
friend
from
नहीं है
Sokas
भाई.
going.
मेरे को uncle
He's
बोला
gonna
तभी
go up
मेरे
there
को
eventually.
शक नहीं
I
है,
know,
क्यों
I
हुआ?
can see it, and he's already killed us from there once before. But
अरे क्या साउंड है यार ये? Crazy, crazy है, crazy है. भाई मेरे कान में ऐसा पानी लग रहा है जैसा फील हो रहा है यार. मैं
resurgence
ऐसा कनाडा बैंगलोर से, मैं कोंकणी हूँ मेरी जान.
coming out from BBL. Again, we're seeing the same aggression. This is something that Koi have done pretty much all the way through. You know you have that vice wall down on the B side of the map. You're going to get a trigger for when someone goes through. They got 2 players watching in mid, and then they're just trying to hold on to that A control. I think, though, BBL have slowly started to work out this setup. So they're just, as you can see, sending the fake out through the wall to set it off. Then they're not going in that direction. They're just trying to play now with what Koi are running. And when you haven't adapted massively throughout the rounds, it becomes quite a bit easier for them to make a read.
And the push-up this time by Filu. We've seen him in this position before. There was a bait drone, but he is holding that part of the map by himself. Closest player will be over towards the connector, halfway across the map. They crunch into the A site. Watching the push out of Art, sure, can at least be contentious.
क्योंकि वो लोग को
with
मालूम
Shadow's
नहीं
still
है ये हो
holding
रहा
it.
है करके.
But it'll put a lot of pressure on Filu with his back and his front wide open for a push.
भाई वो लोग retake खेल रहे हैं.
Maybe it even benefits him. Still being in this position, Salvo's buying him away back the smoke. He's now on back site, 20 seconds left. They're going to have a lot to contend with. They're forced forward
Filu
into
hai,
Filu's
Filu
hands.
hai, Filu
One
hai.
found as Solkas backs
Filu
him
hai.
up at the trades. They're still going back and
Filu
forth.
hai.
The spike on the ground with 12 seconds left. BBL need to pick up the pace here. Yumpy wants a safe spot to plant from. Sociable needs to hit this shot, but his arsenal, the arsenal of BBL taken away. The shorty good for one. Sociable escaped just
Abba.
about. And the ult comes down, a shot needed here, and it's clean! The conversion to the pistol,
bullet.
the headhunter not finding his mark, but the ult comes back to finish it off. A Red Bull clutch for Sociable, and a 5th round for BBL.
I he just pulls out the spiciest rounds on this map. I feel like he's so comfortable.
As well.
Like, you look at that moment, that is Yumpy within the site, planting, just sticking it, just taking the risk, immediately removes one with the shorty. But it's that split-second decision to teleport out, because in your mind, there's always going to be the moment where you go, okay, well, if my teammate falls here while planting, that's round over. I'm already screwed. So he had to try and almost just stick around, go back, and then play back with the AWP, and wow. That was perfectly played. A huge advantage to level once again. Once more, we're seeing this aggression. Information will be garnered by the flash, so already, Magnum knows they're here.
Oh, we saw Yumpy certainly get excited. The operator play has been huge so far from Sociable. And for Movistar Koi, and we've seen their setup baited out towards the B site. That led them to get aggressive on A main, and what should have been quite a difficult hold, they reset nicely into, but Sociable recovering on all the disadvantages that may have been thrown their way. Again, that wall will be baited out, but when it goes down, look who's sitting here waiting. Last time they backed up, they gave the space away.
Look how deep he is in this position. Like, look at the rest of the team are as well. Like, you're talking about a squad that's on the other side of the map, pushing into the spawn, and he is on the site. Sociable is taking absolute liberties. They're going to sell the idea. He got you with the shorty. This guy's playing ranked. He's playing ranked. He's sort of fake, just trying to do that. But the spike was actually going back in his direction. So now with 25 seconds left, they're walking into an A site that still has 2 players within it.
Perfect. That's a misread. That's a big misread. Yeah, of course, the big rotation hadn't come off the B side. Close, and now 12 seconds. Spike needs to go on the site. There's no time to stop. Just run forward, and they'll win the fights. No way! They've managed to recover this with a plant going down. It's not even needed. They beat the clock. They beat the plant out with just dominant duels. And the lead is now in the hands of BBL. I did not think they were going to recover on that round. They looked lost, but I guess they found their way in the end.
They had 12 seconds to clear 2. I think even a third player rotating in. Like, this was dumb. I don't know how he gets that far with nobody knowing, but then to turn this back around is absurd. Like, what happened to the previous ones?
TCM. मेरे को भी डाउट हो रहा है हम लोग एक ही घर में रहते कि नहीं करते.
Movistar Koi.
क्या बोले नहीं दिख रहा है.
What they can, and a Guardian seems to be enough. Sociable. He's had so many high impact rounds, but they got sick of him on B. Pushed up, took him out. And now we see what the rest of the squad can do without that huge operator play. 11, good for 1, but Filu's matching. 11's only got 2. The plant, that might give them a chance with 11 creeping up inside the smokes. He wants to take the fight to them. And he has matched the performance on the other side. Gotten his ult as a result, but Movistar Koi also have the info. Can they deal with Levin? No flashes to work with, but just baits for his teammate. Wonderful stuff, leaving Rubinho alone.
This is not the gun you want in this moment. And there you go, a rifle found at least. At least smoke things off and try and just stick this under their noses. He's going for it. Halfway done, tries to bait the remaining players in, but has already left the smoke. First shot lands. A little bit of extra damage. All he needs, but it will be the shorty of Levin to close things out from a huge starting point. Movistar Koi have crumbled, and BBO have bounced back.
7-5, a gap of 2 rounds. Well, if you pause this at round 6, I wouldn't be guessing BBL would leave with the lead, but they have done that. Let's see if they can make the comeback all the way to a 1-0 start after the break.
Guys, जो लोग stream देख रहे हैं, like करो मेरी जान कर दो. देखो, ये मतलब in-game audio वो लोग का unmute. Super मारता फिलो, yap. फिलो लिन सेक्सी चले. चिकन बर्गर मंगाया मुझे मास. मेरे को जर्रा भूख नहीं. मैं लौटेगा कैसे बंग भाई सब बढ़िया. देवराज भाई मैंने कभी खेला नहीं है कैंपेन. ये बेटर है ना एनी म्यूजिक से? मैंगलो कंट्री बोले तो तेरू सब पता है। तेरू मतलब तेरे को मेरे को सब पता है। अपना कोई फेवरेट गाने बताओ। मैं तो कुछ भी सुनता हूँ, स्लो म्यूजिक कुछ भी। वी आर गेटिंग शेडोज प्राइम टुनाइट। सोल चेंज अपना है क्या? सोल चेंज। लव फ्रॉम माय हो जर्मन।
Seven rounds on the board for BBL. A shaky
That was
start,
my
but
bad.
now it looks like it'll be a shaky finish for Koi. They were, what, 5-1 in the lead? But it's been a streak of rounds for BBL to bring them back into it. And back into the lead, as we said now. The pistol, well, Movistar Koi may need two. The back-to-back pistols just to level it up.
Yeah, I think as well, like
अगला Watchparty किसका? Navi.
really hot start that came
Navi
out of
जीतेगी.
Shados.
11-0.
I think he was 12-0. I think he got his first death when he was on 12.
Yeah.
And since then he's cooled down.
5-0 से 5-7 हुआ ना chat?
Go like 20-0
No.
and a half, but it seemed like once he cooled off and once their setup was figured out by BBL, well, let's say after a pause or two, it seemed like they were in the driver's seat. Still,
5-0 से
some huge
5-7 हुआ ना? Loverding,
touches needed, some magic being thrown out. Well, Levin, see, I want to say in danger, he could lead, and he will.
Eventually.
He's like, I can still take him.
5-0 था शायद.
I wanted to wait just in case someone got a little ambitious and went walking forward. Now they're looking to try to get rid of that wall on B, but the wall isn't on B, is it? It's being positioned over towards the double doors, giving them a nice bit of info if their flank is being pushed on, and limiting the amount of angles that can realistically be beneficial for Movistar Koi to push on mid. Now they are going towards the other one, but again, there'll be information there. They're being seen that they've pushed up on Art, rotation comes around. Now we're gonna see the late play around from Magnum. The A side a little bit more reinforced if needed. He's staying in
the wall
spawn
will now give it away. That's the great thing about it, is you have the trap if they go one way and the wall if they go the other, but they're all going to step over it at once. Good timing from the side of Movistar Koi, but it will allow for the rotation to come back in. An aggressive potential spot from Levin, but he will be overwhelmed. Perfect now in horrible position.
They know he's here too. Just looking to push together, jumping through the smoke as three. They will easily deal with Prophet. Movistar Koi, they had a great start, 5-1 in the previous map, and looking to repeat that here with another pistol. Shock darts go through, time quite low, and the plant needed right now. No time. If that plant is stopped, then Yumpy at least has it boxed in! With a phenomenal play! A three-piece from Yumpy! And no doubt taking his time to celebrate down on the stage before the defuse. That is
reckon we're going to have a replay of him screaming? I'm sensing it. I'm sensing that there might be a replay after the red clutch.
Yeah,
he's just sitting there
so
like,
surprised.
That was a delectable clutch, lads.
Splendid play, gentlemen.
He's been listening too much to Pal.
Understandable.
भाई क्या क्लोज निकाला है एमपी ने?
Yes! Whoa, 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 whoa.
ओ जे!
What was that? All right, well, he's fired up. Go on, Pal, do the same. Oh, no barks out of Pal. It's disappointment from the fans.
पंगो फ्रेम में आओ यार.
We'll get it.
It's weird because like, off cam, he's always barking. That's where Yumpy actually gets it from. If it's called the Pal bark. Well, see you later.
Well, they might not have.
That's not the start that they were looking for.
No, they may not have had the bark in the last round, but Movistar Koi certainly come into this one with a bite. Already picking off one. And you know, for a second I thought it was an outlaw they got. It being a Marshal, it's not so great.
No, I've realized.
What's that?
So we are joking about Pal. So on Friday he's going to be stood here.
And I will request that he barks or imitates Yumpy as best he can.
Yeah, but he's also, well, he's got more muscle than both of us combined. I'm starting to question if this is a good idea.
Yes, I am curious if he can lift both of us at the same time, one arm each. We'll see. We'll see what we can get done.
Hey, the BBL fans will
ए
enjoy
नहीं जा
that.
सकते
I'd
कौन
enjoy
देखते हो
that.
आप क्या
Anyways,
करोगे कौन
at
देखते
round
रहोगे तुम
14, and a lot of pistols in play for Koi. Not a lot anymore, as Levin is just shredding through them. The recovered Marshall on the floor. Well placed and well timed. Oh no, Feeler's had a bit of a whiff with a weaker weapon. With a weaker weapon. It's a
आज
classic.
मैटर वाला हो रहा है
Like,
पिंकी
it's
दिखा
the fate of the classic is chosen
कौन
by the
निकालेगा
gods.
बराबर
Maybe you'll two-tap someone, maybe
खुद
you'll
निकालो
right-click
था।
and get two people in one burst.
Oh yeah.
Or you'll do that.
नहीं, तो खुद
Well, that's the
निकाल।
thing. You got to pray to Leo before you
नहीं,
go
जब
for that
काम
swing,
कर ही रहे
and
तो
he
अच्छे
didn't
से
do it
करने
here.
का ना।
Didn't get the ritual right. Maybe they will next
second
time.
ज़्यादा
An
ले।
opening pick from the side of Movistar Koi, but an immediate response from BBL. Damage control.
चैट किस किस को
Off
भी
to a
किस
fantastic
किस को
start
पसंद
in
है
this
चैट
half at 2-0. And indeed, this puts them up to what, 8 rounds in a row? Movistar
Watchparty.
Koi 5-1. And they've been left in the dust. It's time to pick up the pieces, try to reassemble what
ये मेरा
was that
दादा लेके आता था
Well,
पता है
good start.
They
Argola.
have to win this round as
English
well. Like,
mindset.
it is
Argola
almost
तेरे में
as much of a
उतरेगा,
bonus
मेरे
as you're
को
going to see
Watchparty
nowadays.
बोलते हैं।
You've got two
Level.
ऐसा
bulldogs,
तेरे में
some
उतरेगा भाई
specters, and then obviously the
Water
headhunter.
nut.
It's not a particularly pretty buy, so I look
Hey,
at this
Papa,
one from the
तुमका नहीं
attack
कर
side and go,
सकता?
okay, if you're getting back on the horse, if you're
मेरा
going to
दादा लेके
challenge
आता
in
था।
this
Argola
map at
को क्या
least,
बोलते हैं guys?
I want to see this clean.
The same old wall, you would think, but this time it's a little bit more passive, I suppose.
Yeah, that's-
allowing them to
Usually
push
the
up
ice up
through this archway, and they're going to take advantage of that potentially. No, they're not. But the walls split them in two.
शेंगाड़ा ये
Levin is a
शेंगा
real
नहीं
chance. He was
रे
full HP.
आज घर
Confident he
चला
connected,
पिंकी
instead
ने
ends
आलू
up
में
taking out
बेचती
some of those
लैंड
razor
बैग
vines, taking the TP back towards
Why
spawn.
you?
A passive hold
क्या
from
करना
BBL,
पड़ता है?
and it might just be that they're forced to play the retake. I see them step forward. Reveal
Who's that?
one player on the back of the site, and they both swing into Shados. But Levin from up top, even with low HP, he's given them a chance.
Yeah, it makes me nervous when I see that Sociable is still alive, because I think this guy's BS meter is off the charts.
Gun here.
Chance for a weapon to be retrieved.
Don't need Icebox at night, you'll get
Mike as well
cold.
coming in, but
Film it.
मेरे लिए अभी दिन है क्यों मैं रात को 1-2 बजे नहीं सोता
gun
सुबह
pick
के 8
up.
बजे सोता हूँ
Sociable already getting maybe a little bit further, but eventually Solcast in position. And now the question is, just Profit just hold onto the gun? I think, yeah, walking back into 3 players doesn't really have the same amount of value as just holding on to that
Trigger
additional
in front
rifle,
by-
and that'll be at least something from their bonus round for BBL.
तुम
But
WhatsApp देखा मेरा?
for Movistar
Nice.
Koi, they managed to get past the majority of the trap plays, and I think they're going to learn from this round that, okay, that wall is going to be
One baj raha hai.
particularly placed to basically just
Irolu bolte
because
apne
that was
mein,
placed
Irolu.
deeper to give a gap for Levin to play around, but also you could see it in the moment. They were like,
ले रहा है
why was that there? The immediate Vine usage was just flag going, that was here.
Still
Well,
hai.
let's move forward. I'm going to Vine this because he's probably there.
I think you have to look at how Profect plays on BBL's own attack
Mogli
side
bhai,
to sort
thank
of
you for
realize
the
what they're trying to
5
bait them
more
into there. Often it's going to be
gifted
that one
मेरी
player
जान के
coming through double
chill.
doors, at least from BBL's
मेरी जान के
playbook.
टोटे
And if that's the case,
this is
well,
को
you have a
मिला
choice.
tag
Trip
करके
the wall
tag
and give
करके
away where
गाफ
you are,
मारे.
or maybe they've given you a gap. Maybe you can catch the timing, and that's where
Another-
When the
in
round
their
before
case.
they didn't give you the
Aram
gap, you know
Exactly.
that
You're
that's
like,
an
why is
intentional.
there a gap now?
Look at this aggressive push though, coming up from the defense. 3 players making their way through arc, looking to try and challenge. Already a little bit of
मम्मी मुझे
extra
stream snap कर रही है
information. A
मतलब.
passive start from this attack.
मम्मी
My
ने लिखा
main
WhatsApp पे,
worry
इधर लो.
is where the spike is. It's currently left completely on its lonesome. Shados seemingly aware of the potential, but he's got to be careful because if he
Oh.
goes down, that's not worth
ए
it.
मेरे को शॉट आउट मिला मैं
That
देखा
spike
नहीं
in
लव
the
यू
spawn, the entire play with the majority of players heading towards that A site now has to stop and go back and clear every single angle.
And the rotations that they can play here. Having one covering off Art and then 3 on A site, this is because of the wall and how it's changed up. Now it's not even on B conventionally, where usually you would see it as a little bit more of like a line here. Instead, it's put even deeper to get
Perfectly
you that early info, and then you can immediately activate those vines to stop them getting to site. So huge delay there. That's why they're stacked up on A, and Movistar Koi about to learn a lesson about the setup that's in play, about the numbers they'll run into. They take out Levin, that will spur them forward, but Tom, still 3 players here.
W
Milu already gone, the stuns are nice, but even still Sociable could play ahead of them and escape without too many issues. The gap wasn't seen though, and actually they managed to trade this back. Make it look doable for Firmino. Someone who's always been solid in these sort of scenarios, has found the space, but still doesn't know where Yumpy's coming from. Had a decent idea, but the timing couldn't be any worse. then you put
बेचारा
this man
बे
in the clutch situations.
अच्छा खेला था गुरु
He'll
भी तो
take them home for you, it seems.
He's hyped up about that as well. The timing,
Huh?
though. Grabinho had an idea. He was looking the right way, and if he just waited, of course, how could he know? If he waited, maybe he came behind him. You know, he had to make a move. He made the wrong one, unbeknownst to him. And as we said, this is
I
just
like the combo for the backside though. I think they're using the pulse out from Astra in combination with, I believe it was the thorns thrown in as well, or the vines, and
और नहीं हो रहा
having those
गिफ्टेड
salvos. So
कल
it's
से
like if you're
बोला
stood on
बेटी
that
अभी
backside,
कल
you are
ठीक
dead. So
है
they had to
हेलो
push forward.
कैसा
That's a
हूँ
really nice little bit
Huh?
that was thrown in by Movistar Koi.
नहीं, नहीं,
Unfortunately,
कोई भी दे।
it doesn't get them the round.
हेलो कैसपुर
again. The change-up coming into
ऐसे
play.
बहुत टाइम से
The
ब्रेकअप
wall, we've
टूट्स नहीं
seen
है
it
क्या हो गया
absolutely everywhere at this point. It's
कुछ
right
भी
on
देख
your
सकते
screen.
हो लाइफ में
They'll use the decoy again to bait that out, so no information to be held early by BBL.
Buddy.
Bar what they've claimed themselves. Boots on the ground, pushed up B long, and an early fight that leaves Grabinho clinging on for dear life.
But this is the tough
भाई यहाँ पे के बाद
because
अंड भी है
most rounds,
मेरे को
as
भी
you
मन
said,
हो
B
गया
has been given up,
हाँ?
be it a stack
इधर
or
किधर
a wall
मिलता है
क्या
मीरा
or anything of the sort.
बाहर हाईवे पे जाना
And on the other side of things, they've now gone aggressive on that side of the map. Sociable still in position. Drone coming his way, but you know that he's going to be
Hey,
tempted
Jolo!
to stick around, and they
Hello,
don't even wait for the
thank you
drone
for the
to
$2
actually clear
कहाँ
off
से
this
हो आप?
angle.
आपने बताया
He's been
नहीं।
able to
हर
hold
टाइम
on.
बोलता है वो
Two
बेचारा
for his money.
अरे एक और आता है 100%
And well,
5
the drone attempted to clear him.
गाली
Shados
देने
has done
वाला।
well though, at least bringing things again back into contention. And because he killed off Sociable, you down don't have the trap.
Loop, thank you for the membership मेरी जान के
All
टोटे
was triggered on A as well. Movistar Koi know there's a flank likely underway, but they're caught up in the push towards the site. Solkas better be watching their back, but now losing Flya, they have to spur forward. The door's wide open for Magnum. And he's going to walk right into play with 12 seconds left. There's no time. They need to get on that site, and there's too many players
भाई
in
है
their way.
मैं पे
Movistar Koi, 5-1 start. Now sit 11-6
Same मेरे जैसे
behind
खेलते
with a
BBL
massive comeback needed. We were worried about the Pearl from BBL after those first 6 rounds, but
Yeah.
this is more of what we expected to see today.
Well, yeah, I went back to the
कैस्पर मत देखा
UK over the weekend, but this is definitely the most crumble I've seen in the last few days.
Yes, come.
I see.
Join Kutu fam.
I see.
Try not to die.
काम पे boys ऐसा
Proud of
करेगा
yourself for that one, Tom?
Very. They almost have 5
आज
ults
गद्दारी
on
कोर
my
पे
pitch. So even though this buy is a little bit stinky,
देखा एक्स्ट्रा आया ना $2
you can have the dimensional drift for space. I
It
assume the
works.
orb is going to be taken
It always
eventually from Flyer.
Love you
Get
यार
the
काम
Steel
पे boys
Garden online. We know how impactful Armageddon can be, and hey, if Profek wants to spam a smoke with Vandal bullets, it's not going to get much easier for them.
क्या इसका हाथ से गन गया
Ult goes in, but no real ground take.
They only
In
just
response from BBL, they just sit back, waiting for that ult to come into completion so they can take down
Uh-oh.
Filu. And that's the rifle for Movistar Koi. There's one to be retrieved, and it will be picked up by Solkas. Post-planned ultimates, Shados and Solkas can do a lot, but Magnum's coming in, and he's managed to find Solkas, somehow
एक
leaving
second.
Grabinho alive, but not for long.
ऐसे बचा वो
He's got it all to do, on range, Stinger to Spectre, he's
भाई वो
playing
कैसे
the
बचा
game.
था
But his opponents got there first.
They needed a few more kills before he
कैसे
gets to
बचा
a
था वो
rifle.
तेरे भाई
The
चैट
judge
में
next,
क्या
I
बोले तेरे
suppose.
भाई
Oh, 12-6, 6 in a row needed, and
Hello?
it's been a struggle to even find
उसको
one.
लगा
for
उसका
Koi.
टीममेट है
Yeah, it's not looked particularly good. I think the
And
idea
I
in
play,
this round
thank
actually
you for
didn't
the
go too bad.
$1
Obviously,
and the
Profek helped them out
pounds.
quite a bit, but the retake still looks solid. The gun being lost didn't help, and
ऐश मेरी कमर टूट गई इधर
he's now intimidating. Or
पिंकी
no,
कैसे
sorry,
अभी
he is copying our little alarm. There you go.
Yeah.
Imitating.
This little beep, beep, beep.
He heard it earlier somehow.
Well, we need to get league officials to investigate if that's the case.
Don't worry, this is a tactical pause. I would say the earlier tactical pauses we saw, they seemed a little bit
यूरो है
more
भाई मेरे को क्या
in
पता
tune
यूरो
with
यार
a
आज तक
chance of
देखा नहीं
winning.
है
Like I always find
घर
these
के
sort
बाहर
of
निकला नहीं
pauses,
हूँ आज तक
unless of course you're mini back at lock-in, as rough ones to make work, because you're
Maybe they're
basically
good
looking
to
at your
back.
squad
Aram,
after
Shadi?
they've now won what, one round in
आओ
the
मोगली
last
आओ
11.
मेरे को वैसे
Not
भी
great,
बचपन से मोगली बहुत
and you've got to
पसंद
try and come up with an
Their
idea
favorite.
to win them 6 rounds in a row. Doesn't look good.
नजर काफी
I mean,
बंदे
obviously,
जैसा पति मिला
it depends.
True
You could be
that.
seeing things
I
along the way,
manifested
small adjustments. that you can make here now, but
need a big adjustment.
the reality is, yeah, exactly. A little tweak
I
ain't gonna
feel
get you
that
back on
Bang
the
Bang
road anytime soon.
Oh.
6 in a row, it's a big task. It's double what they've managed so far, even with a lights out start and a pistol under their belt that will
One of
get
their
them
5-1
Jack
से
being
6-12.
12-0 start from Shados indeed. And
Huh?
Which does mean since then he's
One
been
more, you
No,
can
cannot,
make
cannot.
one
form,
more.
but yeah, I
One
don't
more
think
you-
we're gonna harp on Shadows
Impossible.
too much.
Nah.
Washed, man.
No.
He's washed.
Getting
From
that.
the first half.
Huh?
Well,
चलेगा
it is Pearl after all.
बैट खा लेंगे
12 to 6.
जबरदस्ती वाला नहीं खाना
1 round to go for BBL, and they go into Icebox, somewhere that, like we said, they struggled up against KC. 3 out of 4 of the first rounds, a 13-3 loss in the end, so there's a chance for Movistar Koi.
I'll be honest
currently
from
sat
now on
within
मत कर
This is
यार
a hard read coming out from BBL. They
Hater
stacked up the rest of the
कहते।
utility. The wall currently sat towards Art. The Thorns
कामटे
as
भाई
well there to
लेकिन ये सब
delay.
चीज में आपने बताया नहीं आप कहाँ
But this
से
is basically just like, right, we're going to hold B, Magnum hold A.
You know, I read from a coach before, if they
Nah,
stack B,
Mandre.
we should go A. I think that's what they're going for here. Whether the result is going to be found or not, well, that is still to be
is
seen.
still
As
the spike.
Magnum finds a double,
जिंदा
and he's left
कैसे और
down to a
क्यों
shorty.
है?
But if they try to pounce on him from here, Levin will be more than capable of providing that bit of support. They're sent out by the salvos. The gate crash used to keep him alive. But Movistar
वो जिंदा
Koi, they
कैसे
get
और
the
क्यों
sight
है?
for that ult, but they lose so much in this 3v5. Their flank is open and being
Flank भी
pushed
है।
on. They need space, and they try to fight for it. But
भाई
Magnum
ऐसे
stands in their way. A
I'm still
bastion of
processing
defense,
हमारा वाली
scored an
टपली
ace
क्योंकि
under his
मतलब
belt to lock in the
क्या
13
सीन
to 6.
पब्लिक भाई क्या हो रहा है
5-1 down.
ये डॉलर्स ये सारे डॉलर्स क्या हो रहा है भाई सुपर चैट रेड क्या हो रहा है एस की खुशी में आई एम स्टिल प्रोसेसिंग संकल्प भाई वो मेरे को समझा दें क्या सीन पब्लिक कपीश भाई क्या सीन है थैंक यू फॉर द 7th कैनेडियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन डॉलर्स मेरी जान के कांग्रेचुलेशन थैंक यू जेरी भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $2 वाशी हराम ज्यादा कामटे बॉयज आप वाशी से हो लेकिन आपने ये अभी तक नहीं बताया कि घर में कौन कौन है और लेट्स टॉक रुक जा थोड़ा हल्का सा गांड मस्ती हो जाए संकल्प भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $5 कपिश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $7 जेरी भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $20 कामटे भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $200 मेरी जान
क्यों कर
अरे सॉरी ऊपर का मैसेज डिलीट कर दे गलती से पुश टॉक नहीं था मम्मी कैसी बहुत सही क्या ना कर ये सब कॉमेडी अभी चलती नहीं है यार उधर है तो भी इधर वाले प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकते हैं उधर
कामटे भाई आपको पता नहीं इधर
आपको
क्या
पता
चल
नहीं
रहा
है
है
कॉमेडी नहीं चलता पिंकी दी को पता होगा उनके लिए था वो क्या है
क्या?
अमांडा टपली
अमांडा वाली
कैमरा में आना है तेरे को
ऊपर कर
कैमरा में आना है क्या तेरे को हाँ
कर सकता है
तो सेटअप अपने सेटअप पे जा वहाँ पे जो कैमरा है वो चालू कर और बैठ
देख रहे हो ना इसको
सॉरी
इसको
Sorry.
प्रमोट कर रहे हो आप इतने सारे डॉलर्स देके
सॉरी सॉरी आई लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज सिड को भेजा कैसे पता चला हाँ कैसे पता चला ये गया मत करो यार भाई जब आपको मालूम है ना आप सोफे में सोने वाले हो तब नो फक्स गिवन एटीट्यूड रखने का फिर मालूम है सोफे पे सोने वाले he would like to apologize yeah lack of sleep है yeah ये जाने वाले रहे
काव है ये अंधे काव काव प्रिंट है ये हेटर कहीं का कौन सी स्कूल में था
भाई कितने लोगों को कितने प्रतिशत भारतीय मानते हैं कि 2 साल पहले पिंकी और अभी में जमीन आसमान का फर्क है? कितने प्रतिशत? हाँ भाई, ये तुम्हारी पिंकी दी नहीं है, ये बिंकी दी है, समझ रहे हो? शी इज बिकमिंग मोर ऑफ मी देन मी माई सेल्फ एंड आई।
हेटर्स के साथ ही ऐसे हो यार मैं।
समझ रहे हो? जस्ट आस्किंग एज वेल विशर यार। पिंक्स इज ग्रेटर देन बिंक्स। बात तो है, बात। दैट्स व्हाई शी इज द बेटर हाफ, नो, बिकॉज शी इज बेटर। समझ रहे हो? क्यूटू है ये, क्यूटू है, क्यूटू है। ऐसा बोलना पड़ता है वरना ऑप्शन बहुत मार खाता हूँ। हाँ, पिंकी दी लुकिंग, पिंकी दी's face looking a bit different today। कल ज्यादा सो के
कहाँ ज्यादा सोई हूँ मैं?
4 से 12:30।
हाँ तो ज्यादा हो गया। 12, 12:30 नहीं,
8।
8 घंटे की नींद नॉर्मल है मेरे लिए, ज्यादा नहीं है। आई नीड माई 8 hours ऑफ स्लीप। अभी किसी को नींद नहीं आती तो मैं क्या करूँ?
कामटे बाइस कर दिया ना बात। मेरे को
एक
सच्ची लगा
एक्सट्रीम
आप
कुकी
काश
कब से
दोस्त
विंटर नॉक
मेंबरशिप लोगे, सच्ची। मैं ऐसा अंदर देखा ना, मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लोगे यार।
एक्सट्रीम कुकी देती हूँ मैं।
लैंग्वेज
तेरे को पता है क्या है वो?
नहीं।
बिंक्स ने बोला वैसे मेरे को वो खेलेगा मेरे साथ कल रात को मेंबर्स ओनली में। बिंक्स।
क्या? कौन सा रात को? वॉच पार्टी के बाद खेलेंगे।
हाँ तो वही ना।
तो कौन सा कल रात को?
अरे रात को खेल सकते हैं अपन।
का मारूंगा कुछ रात को नहीं, फ्री होने दो ना मेरे को, सब करूंगा।
कुछ नहीं करना है, फ्री होने दे मेरे की सिर्फ के रहने में। ये क्या शक्ल है?
पपी डॉग फेस।
पप्पी डॉग नहीं लग रहा वो मंकी फेस लग रहा है मेरे को ज्यादा।
by BBL, you would see Movistar Koi being up in numbers even before that
Binks
post-ban
ko
even
khilana
happened.
hi
Then we
love.
have
He's not playing
individual
only.
moments like this.
Tell
Social
you
Gold
guys
getting
tell
this
him
2
to
kills,
play.
almost having a yumpy moment right
मस्त
there.
किया।
ए एक बार कैमरा में देख के वेव कर।
श्राउड ने भी।
कैमरा में देख के वेव कर।
तूने म्यूट कर रखा है क्या मेरे को?
नहीं
तो
कैमरा में देख के वेव करना एक बार।
वो देखो कैमरा उधर। आप वो वैसा वाला जोक मारना।
जो भी वेव किया वो बंदर। तो अभी पॉजिटिव को एडिट कर देगा पहला वाला पार्ट, फिर बाद में इसका रिएक्शन, ठीक है?
Waiting and standing still and trusting the plan. Movistar Koi was just making all the mistakes.
मैं उसके कॉल
I think as well that's also
अगर होने
my
लग
point
गया
of
ना
this whole thing. This was ridiculous, by the way.
Phone
Again,
कर
Yampy
उसको,
absolutely finding the time in the
समझ
second,
रहे
but
हैं?
that second
Phone
half
कर
pistol round
उसको,
started off so well.
ये
Movistar
अगर कुछ
Koi
होता
looked-
है,
they
हो
looked
गया।
so well
मेरा
composed. It was like
उसको
3 or 4
हाँ?
people swinging out of a smoke to clear somebody from
उसका
It's
बैंक
something
बैलेंस
something
पे
like
मेरे
that,
पे
right?
कंट्रोल है ना,
Brilliant.
लेकिन
Back on the same page
हाँ
in the
तो
second
तेरे
half,
पे ही कंट्रोल है ना।
and then it starts with what?
ये ऑन स्टे मुक्का होगा गाइस।
I mean, also, it's not just
They
mistakes
already
obviously on
bought
Koi side,
the
there's also
Joran,
individual
but-
highlight
मत कर,
performances
मत कर।
on BBL side. Leven had a fantastic day.
Yeah, well, so far he's looking way better than.
बस दो, तुम भी जाओ
to-
काम पे।
I mean,
बेंगे
it's
तुम्हारा वॉच
fair to
पार्टी
say
करेगी,
he got
समझेगा
spanked
नहीं ना,
for it.
लेकिन
Just
क्या हो रहा है
absolutely
करके।
manhandled
कि तू
throughout
मरा
that
रहेगा
series.
आधा टाइम।
And because it was
इधर
such a
जाओ
polarizing
उधर जाओ,
result from week one, right?
कैसे होल्ड नहीं
Levin's
कर पा रहे
not
तुम लोग।
necessarily
यही
somebody,
बोलता रहेगा
which
टीम
is
को।
weird to say with you know
क्या देखूं
being
मैं
on
तेरी
the Euro
टीम?
one up, but he's not necessarily one that we're talking about so much. It's Yampy and Magnum kind of getting the limelight in terms of discussion point for
भाई
BBL.
सच्ची मालूम है, दिल से खराब लगता है भाई जब प्लैट वाले इमोर्टल पे बचते हैं ना।
मैं तो प्लाट वाली भी नहीं हूँ, मैं रोब्लॉक्स वाली हूँ। बोल
समझ रहे हो?
अभी।
दिल से खराब लगता है।
बोल रोब्लॉक्स वाली हूँ मैं।
इतना
रोब्लॉक्स
साल से गेमिंग करके, इतना साल से, ये फ्यूचर टिबोन यही है। समझ
टीबोन
रहे
को
हो?
बोला तू कुछ, कोट को
Same
बोल
है।
रहा है तू कुछ। कहाँ है पीआर टीम? टीबोन की पीआर टीम, एक्सक्यूज मी।
उसकी और मेरी कॉमन पीआर टीम है, इसलिए मैं बच जाता हूँ।
नहीं।
हाँ, we have some common पीआर टीम।
The BBL started getting those rounds. it was set off at the
डर तो लगता है
after a
उसके PI टीम
timeout, him using his ultimate
पता
and
नहीं
then also
टिबोन
comboed with
क्या
the
दिखाता है उसके
so
PI
with the
टीम
Sova
को
ultimate
पूरा
and,
एकदम
and
दीवाने हो
just
रखे
having that kind of round that puts you
कुछ
back
मिलता
into
है
the
क्या
game, that
perks?
brings you back.
Momentum swingers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Huh?
So it's good to see that they were able to do
गरफ
something.
का
Yeah,
तमिल देख शर्म
absolutely. I
भेज
mean, yeah,
दिया है
Ottoman
क्या
stance,
पता
obviously,
नहीं
if you're losing your
पहले तो ये
match,
गेम
your
देखते हैं
stance look,
तो
well,
मेंबरशिप
had
वाले
a
का
quick
मैसेज
map
नहीं
here,
पढ़ता हूँ
you're
सुपर
right.
चैट अब समझा ऐसा नहीं है यार मेरी जान के
Oh
टोटे
man, okay, I'm
पढ़ता
looking
हूँ
forward
मैं
for this next one
जब
though.
तुम आओगे
Icebox
खास तौर
is
से वाओ
रुको,
going
फैक हटो।
to
सुनो,
now and
एक आध राउंड का तेरे को एनालिसिस करना है मैं चाली के पास
smelling it.
Yeah.
It's up in the air.
Savage Pink the
Yeah,
dudes
can't
Kabby
smell it.
dudes
I mean, this is the
dudes
question
thank
you
you
come
for the
back to about
Canadian Australian
BBL,
$7
whether or
with
not
जान के
the
dude
faith, yeah, the
hey
faith is in that
देखो चाय
week
क्या?
one composition. Yeah, like I said, I
Is there faith to
but wow, internally, I think they do have a lot of faith in that composition. So, yeah, a bit of a question mark here because I don't think we saw a fair showing. Obviously, the 13-3 versus Carmine Core, it's a glaring issue, but I don't think it was a comp issue. Honestly, I honestly don't. I think they were slow to start in that. They were playing other aspects of the map
दुकान नहीं खोला
pretty
इधर
poorly. I don't think we actually saw them employ the composition that
because I'm
the way
married
they
to him
wanted
मैं भी
to play
line
it.
नहीं
yeah, but that's the thing.
Huh?
The other team is
Huh?
not going to
Yeah, no,
let
that's it.
you.
No,
There's-
take nothing away from that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, I wonder what the
Yehí का-
preparation
हाँ,
for
तो मेरे
Koi
को
were
थोड़ी
speaking
पता
about
था।
that small window that they had to prep for this. The Icebox, again, last week, that second map, they go
मेरा
to it,
thumbs
but
up
they're
मंगाया
not
उसने वो भी
able to close that one out either. Let's see if today they can have a different show, and let's see if I don't expect changes
पूरा
in the
दिन
composition
चाय
from them,
thumbs
but
up,
I would
चाय
expect it
thumbs
from the side of
आज
BBL,
कुछ
maybe
को
going
order
back
किया
into,
किया।
maybe moving into more comfortable roles
आजा
and
young
see
pinky
something
लग
like
रहे
we
हैं
just saw in Pearl.
I mean, we know, of
आज
course,
मैंने
that
कुछ
Koi is
काम नहीं किया, सिर्फ
comfortable
सोफे
on
पे लेट
that
के
map,
सीरीज
and we do
देख
see
रही हूँ।
BBL
कोई
actually
नहीं।
picking up the KO,
और stream
and
से।
it's not to be seen on Koi's side.
Well, actually, yeah, a total overhaul actually
Yeah.
for BBL because
ये तो Binks की
actually,
gifted
we've
मिल गई वरना
got the
आप
Jet coming
thank
back
me
in.
यार।
Obviously now with the 11 previously on the chamber as well. So this actually is maybe they have thrown a week one completely out the window in terms of the composition.
Yeah, and there's not. I mean, the differences will be in the information. We were speaking about Movistar Koi. They were also using the Sova and the Tejo, that double drone, to go with it and follow up on this attack. Let's see if they can have the same performance. Love to see the sociable is moving on to the Tejo Magnum in a very, very, very
The
quick
iconic,
future.
yeah, the iconic from Magnum again, not as much of a surprise previously on the Viper, but this is almost cooked around putting Levin back at the tip of the spear for BBL, which
ये
after map
शादियों
one,
से पहले थोड़ी
maybe
फट
quite
क्यों रही
promising.
है मेरी
Right, we're seeing some new looks from both of these teams. What are our casters making of this? Let's hear it from Mitch and Tom.
लाइफ चेंज होने वाली है ना एकदम।
Thank you, Zoe. Yes, a
One
big
night.
challenge from Movistar Koi, but a better map for them to try to best BBL on at least. You want to know
अब
that
क्यों नहीं
last
regular
map?
हो? Excuse me।
Movistar Koi went 12 versus 7 in opening duels. They had the vast majority of early fights, and yet they walked out with 6 rounds. That's got to weigh heavy on you. Let's hope it's not the same on more comfortable ground like Icebox.
Like this. Making our way there. Nice and slow. Into
एक
water.
तो-
Beautiful. That's what we like to see.
मैं
No, I like this composition a lot more from BBL. Like, I think that, again, I agree with what Icebox said. I think
Who will win
conceptually the other
this?
comp can work.
BBL, I
I
think.
do just think that on the day it went horrifically and they've decided to scrap it and go back to a much more
मजा तो
aggressive,
कल आएगा Fnatic में।
fast-paced sort of comp. Already, though, the initial fight will go the way of BBL and will continue in that direction. Levin up top. The Turkish jet in the server is enough for me to be convinced. We'll see how this one goes. It's a firefight into middle. And Shadows, well, I don't think he's starting this one off 12-0.
No,
Maybe
most
0 and
certainly
12.
not. Oh, oh.
No, it won't
There
happen.
was no need for that,
Won't
was there?
happen.
Well,
It's
if
more
it
likely
does
that-
now, there's going to be some very angry people coming after you. BBL 1-0 starting this one off, and obviously the desk touched on those or expanded on those compositional changes, Tom. But something we were talking about before the game is coming into a map like this. I mean, obviously for Movistar Koi, they've got that entry to be able to punch through with the ISO. But a lot of the time, we look at more recently the waylay being picked in on
As a
Icebox.
marriage ka first year is
It
the
often
hardest.
relies on you taking these
Ke
movement
baad
abilities, these
aadat ho
dive
jati hai.
early fights to seize space, and that's something that I think Koi will struggle with here, especially now that BBL are back in more reasonable territory in
कोई भी
terms of the
PR
agents
team
they're
हो
playing.
अब एक लो hater काफी
Yumpy getting aggressive. But I agree. I think having elevation on this map has always been a factor. You talk about when Chamber was in fashion, it still gave you that avenue. Waylay does, and of course, the old classic is the Jet. Something that we'll be missing here. I've enjoyed seeing the Tejo more though. The ability to clear those angles, but wow, Yumpy just farming things up on the KO. He can get you the information, but with those new look flashes, can even set himself up a little bit more. I think that's something we're excited to see going forward, of course. Cracks will be the one to watch tomorrow. You buff the KO, yes, of course.
एनालिसिस किया तुमने अभी तक चैट इसने क्या समझाया तुम लोग को क्या वो राउंड दो
I
राउंड
think real potential for people to have more star performances on that agent, but I don't think Yumpy ever needed
फुल फॉर्म क्या बीबीएल
the
का
agent to be good for him to be good.
No, that's not exactly his limitation. A 2-0 start
Like
for
husband,
BBL,
like
but
wife.
here is the real meat of the pie.
Huh?
Movistar Koi in with rifles. BBL look to try to upset them, an outlaw that's going to throw a lot of damage into the mix. And still, 2 rifles to work with. Profek and Sociable, the ones bringing those through. Sociable had a phenomenal map, but we'll often look to him as the operator player to land those duels. Spectre!
That was a Spectre caught off guard. Maybe I was right.
Oh, at this stage, Tom, are you giving good odds? I might put something down. This is that's tough.
भाई वो होने वाला है
2-0 is the scoreline, and it may get even better for BBL. Flya, well, he's going to make sure that's not too likely.
That's
Second find coming up, though. It's Levin on his way. Outlaw in hand.
हो
Profek
गया ना
picks
जीत गया
another.
ना
The upgrade for
जीत गया
Levin
ना
wasn't heard. They ran to plant the spike, so no idea that there's a man sneaking up. They go to clear it, but they're not clearing this avenue where he's already up close and ready to fight. 17 HP, but he's done enough. Well, he's done more now. Taking Sulcus down, and Magnum Spectre is doing work. That's a devastating loss for Movistar Koi, not just in the context of the round, Tom, but 4 players alive for BBL, and they get to recover so many of these rifles.
I think you also have to look at this as you probably picked this map knowing that you both played KC. They managed to get 3 rounds, you managed to get 12. So you go, okay. Well, they've already got 3 rounds. And they've been pretty clean so far. They're very aggressive in their stance. And there was 2 players flanking behind them in the early stages of the round, of course. With Shadows being picked off, you know that that flank is going to be wide open, but this is an incredibly rough start for one side. And you can see the terrifying thing is that from what we've seen from BBL, they are a team that is almost molded by confidence. When this squad is rolling, they are just going to keep going. We saw it in the last match. They're already rolling.
I mean, the caveat to that is against KC, like we said, 3 out of 4 rounds. BBL ended up on 3 rounds total. But they had the Clove, they had a weird comp. Now it's looking a bit better. And Movistar Koi are, yeah, they're not KC. Profek shredding them around yellow, just dancing about. He'll eventually fall. And that puts us into a 3 versus 3. A good chance for Movistar Koi to make up in round 3. And it looks like, yeah, but look, that's the rifle on Filu. The rest of them still have pistols. This fight, a little closer, a little more even than it might look like.
Still plenty of time to play with.
Great nano.
Solid nano to clear position, stun to try and bait Flyer into letting go of the plant, but he will stick it through. One away from having the Hunter's Fury, one away from having that kill contract. Ultimate's incredibly close, and the turret looking to try and take contact from them here. Diving into space will be Levin. And now Sociable is all that's to have. But he didn't. He got involved in the pace reward. It was close. But in a round like that, where you've got those weaknesses to work with, a victory by any means is one that you're going to be happy to go home with. To build from here, to look to repeat the success that KC had against BBL. The right direction for Movistar Koi. Rifles up for their opponent, though. This is where ultimates start to come into play as well. The economy that was built early from BBL helped them fight back into this one. And you can see this consistent double combo being thrown out by Movistar Koi of the dart alongside the drone. Obviously the Teo drone in this scenario. But it means that a lot of those aggressive early positions that want to be held by BBL are consistently being denied. And looking at the current spacing of this defense, not really a lot of control over on that A side, but an immediate rotation coming out from Sociable. And bear in mind, with that Armageddon online, they have a lot of potential delay.
It's you and me.
जब Bunks पे watch party नहीं करेगा language.
Not a successful ultimate from Filu. That was sidestepped by Profek. Still going to be alive, ready to slow that push. The wall in play causes problems, but they've already got a man ahead of him. Late play towards the B site. The flank on its way from Grabinho as we speak.
They're going back.
And so they're content to play it slow and back off, but Magnum's filled in that space. He grabs one, slows their retreat, 35 seconds left. But as he goes back to this B site, they have to be so aware of this potential flank play. I think, Magnum's got another. They are very much slowed down, but now here's the opportunity for Grabinho to maybe even guarantee this round. It's a 3v4. He needs to find value here.
They have to find a safe place to actually plant this, otherwise there goes the ultimate. He's going to drag him from behind, needs to stick it over the line, and has managed to get it. It was the perfect position. You even saw the pings on the map just before it. They knew where it needed to be placed. I don't know if that was Yumpy pinging, I don't know if that was Magnum pinging, but whoever did it said do it the other way so that then it will get the immediate kill. Because if they did it backwards, it's not going to kill the player planting that spike. Clever stuff from BBL, but you have to think from Movistar Koi, you knew that ult was online. I think that's why they rotated, and you walked into it anyway.
Whole time, I think the chance is there for Grabinho. They even started to rotate Sociable through spawn. He was the one coming down the ramp at the back of A. And they decided to root it through middle. Thank God they did, because if Grabinho gets that kill, a huge chance for Movistar Koi. Instead, 4-1, the lead for BBL extended on. And Movistar Koi, they're not the team that had this big boost to their economy early on. BBL lost one, able to buy. Movistar Koi, they're in that same boat. But if they lose here, their economy is in the bin, and BBL can run away with this half.
Still decided to commit towards B. Drone being sent through will clear out yellow. It's only this passive spot from Profek, but not a man whose Crosshair I'd want to walk into, just looking for some taps through. He got caught with this in the last round, but well, Bilu's the one to bite the product. That's two just on spams.
Oh, no, he's got one, but they're in the open. Profek putting up the numbers, leaving Flyer and Shados all alone. The spike at least planted.
गेम स्टार्ट कम कर रहा आवाज नहीं आ रहा कैसा आवाज नहीं आ रहा मेरा
spotted by Levin. He'll try to creep his way past it. He's gotten through, but they heard him. And Fly is in there for his third kill of the round. The spike still ticking. What looked to be a lost cause has been pulled back into Movistar Koi's favor. Flya with a huge round, and what a time to step up right when they needed him.
I was going to say at the beginning of the map, putting him on the Sova was one of his better performances. Like individually, I think he's definitely been struggling. I think you can tell there's a lot of micromanagement within this team, a lot of moments where he almost needs to not focus on his own individual ability. But in that game versus KC, went 21 and 16. It was a top fragger on his side.
भाई imagine करो अगर उसके टीम ने बोला 3 मारने के बाद वाइपर क्यों पीक लिया करेगा?
Maybe they got some hope in this matchup, because I'll be honest, I think that this looked dead to rights, but maybe some slight overextensions from the BBL squad.
सोचो उनके एजेंट ने बोला 3 मारने के बाद क्यों पिक लिया?
Yeah, you can't blame Profek for it. He already picked up 3. Why not keep on going? But well, the ball stopped rolling pretty quickly. Look at this aggressive position taken by Levin. Catching Shados off guard, getting out of here will be tough, but he's got the cover. In fact, no, he doesn't back off. He sticks around despite losing players in any vision over belt. Solkas takes it for free.
And
a 3 versus 3 ults online for Movistar Koi as well. If they can get the plant down, they've got Flya and Solkas to deny. This will be a very difficult round for BBL to recover if they're in a post plant.
This is
Streams
one of the
never
most
got
powerful post-plant combos you can have. Yumpy being alive would have been nice. As he has the ideal denial, but I like this from Movistar Koi. Just pausing for the moment. Profek in a very aggressive position. I don't know if he'll be expected. And he's just so clean with it. The tabs coming off the back of this Vandal.
इसने क्लच किया और फिर आइजल ने बोला 2 मारने के बाद फिर से
has been utter filth. He's been learning from the best, it seems. And now the rest of the squad are just sitting passively, looking to try and fight this together. Well, it's not quite as clean as Solkas would have liked. BBL immediately respond. again.
I like the idea from Solkis though to get aggressive there, try to catch them off. Just a few missed shots that
बस
don't
कर लेना
land.
प्रोपेक
Could have been something. Levin's early aggression. Let's see. Oh, he dashed into the wall.
Yeah.
And that makes a lot of sense because I saw him activate the dash, and I was very confused to see him still up close. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate for him. In the end, though, BBL able to convert 5-2.
Profec's aim training score must be like top 0.001%. Like it genuinely is absurd how clean he has looked
जब
when
मिल रहा है
anybody
अपने
walks
को
into his
अच्छा फाइट
crosshair.
रेट
This
ले
map-
पा रहे पोस्ट प्लांट के
Last
लिए
map
ऊपर
was a little
जाके
shakier,
ऐसा कुछ
but
बोला
finished 7-11.
Yeah, when you're winning
Icebox better with
36 and
no delays
the rounds that you want,
खेल
but-
सकते हैं
Oh,
with no
yeah.
delays
Like when,
I
when,
didn't-
I think
you have to bear
Icebox
in mind,
is the
who's
only
top
map
of the
जहाँ
board,
पे
Mitch, in
without
that
delays
game?
हम लोग खेल सकते हैं
It's a guy called Levin.
So how many people do you think that were seen for the
That's
rounds
true
that they
also.
were winning?
That's true also. Yeah, I mean, obviously as well, he's playing Astra on the previous map, not now.
लोटस भी शायद बिना duelist के खेल सकते हैं
And in the last map, so he's going to be a little bit more involved in the back lines of the team. This time, while he's on Viper, his utility allows him, enables him to take some of those fights.
मेरी
In
chat
fact,
देख
it's essential
SWAT
for
के
him to be
ऊपर
holding the
guess
opposite
किया
side of
क्या
his
चीज
wall, his orb, whatever it may be, and apparently for him to shoot players through it
Have
as
you
well.
also seen what
नो
Gabi
duelist
scored?
को बताओ
Maybe
अच्छा
with
सा
the
दो
Prophet,
इनिशिएटर
B-side.
चाहिए
Oh,
रहता
no,
है
is he not
दो
playing B?
कंट्रोलर
No,
और
he's not
एक्सेंट
playing B.
Oh,
He's on mid.
I thought he was going to do the mid strat.
Yeah, I thought maybe I'd gotten through to PAL after all these years.
No.
पिलर
But,
स्टांस चाहिए बा
I
मैंने अभी
think
तक
his
कंप्लीट नहीं किया है
senses-
वो
better senses are
he
still with
listens
him.
to you as
2.5
much as he
bar
listens to
किया
Cairo.
That's understandable.
That's the biggest insight I can give.
What has changed after marriage in your life
Tough. I don't think
टाइम
I'll
मिलता है
recover
फ्री
from
का
that.
घर में
Filu, well, he's not going to
Mummy
recover his
Chinese.
HP
Huh?
down to 6
Mummy
health.
Chinese.
And that's the only
Yeah?
rifle they have to
Mummy
work with
Chinese.
from Movistar Koi. Maybe that's
गाली
going to
नहीं
end up in
मिलता
someone
था।
else's hands.
गया
Indeed, it's on the
Mummy,
Shadows.
देख लो।
He's playing this
क्या के साथ
entry
गाली
where
नहीं
he
मिलता
gets
था
a shield, but every time
ये
his
कोई
opponent's
time है चाय
getting a
पीने
couple
का
of bullets off before he can even react. He's 1-7 right now. I said at the beginning, I'm not a fan of the ISO on this map,
ये कोई time है।
especially
रात
not
को
as
तो
a
मिलता ही नहीं
solo
था रात को
duelist. I think you
अगर मैंने
need more
चाय मांगा
alongside it as that distraction. We've seen a 1-2 punch all
मैं
the
लेकिन
time, throwing a
पुराने
Yoru, throwing
घर
a
में
Jet. But on
सिंगल
its
था तभी
own,
चाय नहीं
I
पीता
feel
था
like
मैं
it's limited as hell, and
पीता था
I think we're
सुबह
witnessing
पापा के
that
साथ
right now. Still, a long way to go in this map. 5 rounds up to 2.
स्पॉट हुआ क्या
It's never been a death
What was
sentence.
that?
We saw it in
नहीं
the
हुआ
last,
बे,
but
नहीं हुआ।
Shados's lurk forward has eventually been caught, and
Cookie
the
Vandal.
space on A completely given up. There's only one man standing in their way right now, but you also have to bear in mind the weaponry.
यहाँ पे
There is
सोफा भी
next
है।
to nothing in the hands
सोफा बोल, 30
of this
seconds
Movistar
left.
Koi
सोफे पे
squad.
सोने लगा।
अपना गेम पे ध्यान देने देना
Being smart about it as well.
बोलना।
Knows that a gap could have been found
यार ये
and
फ्लैट लोग
is now just waiting for that support, or at least it looked like it is. He's now going forward.
Yep, that he is. Dash was online. He
भाई
didn't
जीत
want
गया
them to
भाई
get the plant in. Use those weaker
ये भी
weapons up
BBL
close.
जीत
Oh, he's
गया
going
भाई
for them.
अटैकिंग
He
मैच में
wants the
6
kill, and he'll get it as
दो है
well.
मैंने
11
चार
with a
कप
3-piece,
चाय बनाया था।
and BBL with an in-zone flawless
मैं वही
6-2 in the
photo
lead.
बनाई थी।
क्योंकि
कल
मैं
It looks
पता
like
मैं
not
एक
a lot
कप
has
चाय पीता
changed
क्योंकि
since
मैं
we finished out that last map. The
ऐसे
momentum
roommate
still
को।
very much
तो वही
with
सेम
BBL.
पॉट पे उतना ही
लेकिन
पानी
एक
लेके
कप
again,
मेरे को
it-
चाय
this
फेंकना
round you
पड़ा
can't
क्योंकि
really
मैं दो
have
बार पीना
too
भूल
much
गया और मेरे को फिर फेंकना
blame
पड़ा
to be
बार-बार
placed
गरम
over on
नहीं कर
Movistar
सकता।
Core. They had nothing to
अगर-
play with, but this
अभी
guy
तुमने बताया
seems
तेरा
to be
गलती
having a
थी।
field
मेरा
day. And
नहीं
when you
है
look
का,
at
ऐसा
Sociable
क्यों किया?
10-2,
मेरा नहीं है,
Profec
तेरा
9-4, like it was mentioned on the desk as well that, oh yeah, we
Let's-
talked a lot about Yumpy and Magnum, but I feel like these
Learn
three
about
individually,
it.
if they're online, it's
Leon
GG.
got a Leon
Like, I
अच्छा
don't know if anyone on Movistar Koi can stand up to that, at least right now. But Mitch, they got a hell of a lot of ults.
So do their opponents, though.
True.
BBL have everything to work with in that regard. An outlaw in the hands of Yumpy this time to the B site, which leaves Profec, understandably, playing with a Phantom. But a
it out of the
silencer
site.
inside this ult, and the ult is safe. He's nice
अगर
and
प्लांट हो गया तो
high
लग
up.
गया
They'll run back in.
At this point, it's going to
Lug
cause
gaya.
problems if
Lug
they don't
gaya.
get back in the pit on time, and it looks like just about
Lug gaya.
getting there.
Okay.
Filu grabs one, but they know where he is. Diving down, Levin falls, but
लग गया
Profec
अबे
converts.
दो पोस्ट प्लांट
And
अल्टी
the
है
problem
भाई
is, they've got to stick inside that pit.
वो लोग यूज
Have
भी
one
नहीं
of their
करेंगे
own
शायद
down
पहले
at
मारने
least,
का
so
ट्राई
those
करेंगे
players will start to decay.
Look how deep the positioning as well from Grubinho. Like clearing him out is almost going to be
बोला
impossible.
यूज
He's
तक
just
नहीं
not
करेंगे वो लोग
facing any of these angles. This post plant is nasty. The knife has been utilized, and I believe
bandit
connected
हो
onto
गया
him, but I think that's irrelevant at this stage. Profek just trying to bait someone in, but well, with how
blue
close
round,
Shados is sitting, it's all too easy. Soulcast with that final elimination.
Big this month very lucky first super chat ले लिया setup के लिए
I mean, that's the
एक
downside,
अच्छा
right? When you play on the defense, that heaven ultimate from Viper, you're going to cut off a lot of the site, but
first
there's that
membership
small
ले
gap
लिया
with them
and
having their own
setup
pit
के
to
लिए
play
एक
around.
अच्छा premium
Shados is able
keyboard
to
ले
look at the
लिया
spike.
ला
He waits.
to
Oh,
both
they're
of you
just
love
tapping
you
it, no
bye
problem. If they're sticking it, he counts to
Love
2
you.
and then shoots. The guy's on 1 HP. One shot, gonna finish him off. So there was no moment there where they're really feeling
भाई
like
पहले
they're
पता है पहले
in
सिर्फ
danger.
एक वाइपर
And just a
अल्ट था
great
जो लोग
counter pick
झूल के
coming in.
करते थे अभी वैरायटी ऑफ
All right.
वाइपर अल्ट
Great counter pick coming in from Grubinho.
Cook
That
तो
gets them
करते
that
भी
round.
लोग
Now BBL immediately
हाँ?
call a timeout, seeing ultimates committed, but not the round
James Bond
conversion.
करो आपका
And with
sound नहीं आ रहा
Movistar
कैसे
Koi
मेरा
selling
sound
like
नहीं आ
having
रहा
a deep
फुल है मेरा
arsenal of
sound
ultimates to fall back onto.
थोड़ा
It's
कम कर
definitely the
दिया
right time to take stock of where we're at. 6-3, plenty of time for
2-1.
Movistar Koi to climb back into this, and that's
नहीं
exactly what
attacking
BBL are calling this
BBL का
timeout
strong
to
है
avoid.
Yeah, we've already seen it before that versus their opponents of KC, they had some struggles on the attack. Now, it's a completely different composition and a completely different style of play, so I don't think we can take too much stock in how that went, but you still want to make sure you capitalize on your advantages, and that's where BBR are at right now, of course, for the opposing side.
करके मजा आता है
I say one of the most classic combinations of ultimates ever. If you get the lockdown to get you into sight, you get the Viper's Pit to keep you in the sight. So I think that obviously that
ये भी round technically
Filu as well, waking up a little bit. Those 2 kills at the back of sight.
है लेकिन मैटर भी नहीं करता.
Can they now build off the back of that? And by the looks of things,
where are you going?
There may still be further pressure put forward. Now this is a spot Levin's already played, Mitch.
Yes. Grubinho only getting his weapon out now. I was worried he was coming around that corner with a knife.
He's in the drone.
Up goes the drone, and an opportunity Levin will not let slip. Taking down Flya, but he loses his life in the process from Movistar Koi.
Hunter's Fury gone.
This could be ideal. Yes, Hunter's Fury gone, but with Filu having the ult online,
they
can pick one player out. The advantage is theirs to play around. Yumpy, the man with the operator, and he's pulled into the ult. The classic needed to break shield, and he's not going to find the kill. Filu, wonderful ultimate used, and Movistar Koi with the advantage as a result.
Mouse हिला हिला के मार रहा है.
We've seen Profek popping off.
ना?
Sociable down, and eventually on the edge of that Viper screen. Shados should have put this one to bed. We've already had a huge round or 2 from Magnum in the last map.
But miss कर दिया आज तो फॉल.
With their economy low, yeah, I was going to say, is it worth just holding on to the gun? Another solid round from the side of Movistar Koi, and a lot of it coming off the back of Filu.
We've seen the Sova Yoru combo where the Yoru says, just shoot me. Bait me was the call from Sova this time. He pops out the drone and they end up at the early trade.
We're gonna cut to that voice call
Bait
me. See, I'm not sure who said that, but it definitely happened.
Damn, the one time we didn't have any video. That's crazy.
But no, I think as well though, Filu popping the ultimate, taking down the player with the op first of all, and then Sociable, what does he do? Well, after a great map with the op, he goes, oh, an op on the floor. I'll have that. Who peeks him? Filu with the shield up. So he hits his shot, but Filu hits his. And unfortunately for Sociable, he didn't have a shield.
Still gimmick वाला है ना? बहुत पहले से खेलता है. कौन सी टीम वाला है?
Movistar Koi have done well, attempted denial with the salvos, and more importantly, the Blade Storm available for Levin. They might have a few vulnerabilities in terms of the weapons, but this deadly Turkish duo is not just looking to hold down the B site. They're looking to take further ground.
Sexy timing है. तो वो ड्रोन करेगा लग जाए.
All the way up, and with weaker weapons, you expect this kind of a risk. Sociable picking off Flya, and I don't think he's going to take that drone out for the rest of the half. Only one round left. Lockdown comes into play. BBL send, Movistar Koi scrambling backwards, and the Blade Storm eagerly awaiting them. A double pickup, and then Sociable swings in to finish the job. Pay safe card thrifty for BBL, and way to make the best of a bad situation.
This is sort of where we talk about different types of economy. The economy in terms of money was low. Economy in terms of ultimates was very high. And that's what this round was. You had the aggressive push down. Again, I think...
भाई मस्त reclear किया लेकिन वो drone dodge करके reclear किया ना भारी पड़ गया.
But it's just such an easy pick-off. And
Against
then,
an eco, too.
because of that, Sociable ends up getting his ult. That's the Armageddon that traps them in at the back of the end. The lockdown which forced them forward. Perfectly telegraphed round from BBL, but I think Movistar Koi will be frustrated they fell for everything there.
I think a lot of the time you'll see those weaker buys centered around the A site with an anchor on B, the utility, and that's what he's hoping, right? You're going to see the drone as the solo player call, like, oh, they're on their way, I need help. And then those rotations come out, your team takes A easily. But what a disaster for Flya. 2 rounds in a row. This time he uses it, his drone from way, way back. Doesn't clear fully around the corner, but they've got plenty to do that, looking for the close player that isn't actually there. For Movistar Koi, a lot of this round is going to be down to the freeze play. They take space, they wait, and hope to find either a rotation on mid or late walk up with their orb underneath and split the B site. So a lot of pressure either way put onto Magnum.
Okay, yeah, they're going to try and force him out with the Armageddon. I think a bit of an unorthodox position, though. You're not normally going to try and clear that ground a little bit early. Will get caught out and take quite a bit of damage. And now saving that Hunter's Fury for the post. They're in a very good spot here, Movistar Koi.
Retake possible है नहीं.
It's a double flank on mid. Even if Shados goes down, expecting Grabinho to be there is unlikely, and he's covering his back the whole time, so they've got extra security. But BBL have retaken this all through spawn. They're here as 5. Sending one out, Magnum, to look for that lurk through middle. They know that it's a possibility, if not a probability. And Magnum's got his timing, but he's not landed the shots to fight towards the alleyway. Good to start with. Profek doubling up on his duels. And a little more needed, but Solk is the only one standing in their way. He's got the first, the second even! And Grabinho, with the from the grave snakebite, has landed a kill. What a play by Solkus, by Movistar Koi. And they'll be within punching distance of BBL in the second half.
This is not choosing Viper over other controller on this map क्योंकि उसका wall और smoke
resurgence that was impressive.
Crazy है.
The fact is though,
बार-बार wall up down कर
सकते
हैं, कभी भी execute
they
कर
can
सकते
get it in the second half.
गुड ऑफ लेकिन उसके लिए ज्यादा अच्छा है. बिबिल के लिए ज्यादा अच्छा है. भाई आपका फेवरेट डिविलियर्स डर के क्या? मेरा फॉर्सिकन बेबे. बॉल बेटर आइसबॉक्स दोनों एंगल एक साथ करते हैं, उसका बात नहीं है. स्मोक अगर दोनों खत्म हो गया 18 सेकंड 15 सेकंड रुकना पड़ता ना. बॉल के लिए 4-5 सेकंड रुक दिया, वापस एग्जीक्यूट कर दो. तो टाइमिंग बहुत मैटर करता है. वाइट वेंटल याद रखना होले डन सिटी. इसकी चैट को क्यों हाइड दिया? किसकी? क्या है ऊपर? आधी गिर रहा है क्या? लड़के वाली चैट को हाइड दिया किसने? पता नहीं.
Welcome back, folks.
मेरा तो पत्रिक भाई है. Love you यार.
Deja vu up here, Tom. A slightly
Talent coaching
for
का
the Turkish squad, and now
करेंगे.
moving into the second half. This is the real test. This is where they struggled up against KC.
बस भाई एक हैकर VCS से क्वालिफायर में पकड़ा गया, जिसको बैन पड़ा ना.
They've changed their comp, and no doubt they've looked back on the mistakes made there. For Movistar Koi,
मैंने सुना.
well, it's been tragic when it comes to map 2 so far in stage 1. 14-12 in both of their second maps of denied at map 3 in the series. They want to change that here today. This is the map they chose to fight on top.
नोटिफिकेशन का इशू था इस
For their
स्ट्रीम.
defense.
मैं तो हर दिन हर वक्त
a
पार्टिसिपेट
decent
करता हूँ. कभी भी आके
resurgence
सिर्फ
in the
YouTube
last
खोलेगा.
half, like building a little bit of confidence because it was looking a bit rough at one point, like a 6-2 scoreline. But I
आप
think they've
कैसा वाला
shown
गेम खेलोगे?
stellar
खेलूंगा
usage of their ults, managing
पंकु के
to
साथ.
sort of cycle them quite
दिनों बाद.
nicely. And again, like going back into
अभी भी हैकर आ रहे हैं VCS में. बैन पड़ेगा बे
defensive
सबको.
half, I think there's some
कितना आगे तक की
opportunities there,
जाओगे?
but mostly,
क्या ही
I
कर
want
लोगे?
to see what Shados and Filu can do.
समझ रहे
Because
हो?
I think
नहीं
Shados
matter
a
करता।
bit of a quieter map
इतना
than what we saw
importance
on the
देने का ही
last.
नहीं।
And I think Filu, it took some time for him to get into the map, with him going to have to be relatively aggressive to make this ISO work. I think he needs to pop off a little
Oh, mid clear
Well,
मस्त
stats
किया
I'm
बे।
seeing, Tom, we've got 10 opening
मिल जाए
duels for
बैठ के दो
BBL
पुश
in
करके
that
रिकॉन
first
डाल
half.
के फाइट ले
Only 2 going the other way.
बस रिक्लियर किया।
It's a big difference to what we saw previously, but still a small lead. Movistar Koi being able to recover. Some big clutch plays at times. Even Grabinho from the grave in that last round with the snake bite. A lineup worth giving his life for now.
आवाज आया क्या?
a little bit too far back. So Grabinho is still completely unaware of how far forward his opponent has managed to get. And unfortunately, the person who could end up taking the brunt of this would be Flyer. But it seems like there's at least a little bit of awareness. The fake being sold on the other side of the map. And Flyer, if he walks back even a step or two, he could be in real sharky water. In fact, with the rest of the team going back in the other direction, there's no way anybody expect anyone to be here. So many gaps to be found, but Flyer at least managed to find that trade.
Wasn't in his drone this time.
Is
Ready
that?
to take the fight. The creep up, coming through from Sociable. Could find huge value. He's jumped up into perfect angle. Nobody's spotting him. Sociable
almost.
with a free play, at least onto one, and damage done to Solkus. Making it a little easier for the rest of the squad to follow up. In fact, the turret almost found one, but 11, he got in there in time. Cleaning it up on that server. It's BBL 8-5, and then pistol round. No doubt Movistar Koi were desperately wanted.
Look at Villas, he played the end of that round. Like, you know the bots that like sort of move around a little bit in spawn? Like, he's just walking around like, bing, 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 bing. Like, that was so easy for 11 at the end. And, well, I think already spotting.
एक और बार मेरे कान में अगर पानी डाला ये लोग ने।
Incredible. I can't speak English even anyone.
But I think as well that this is a dangerous start because
Emea
there were
वालों
so
का aim
many
पे भाई
gaps
एने देखना
in
डर
that
जाएगा।
defense. Like the fact that we saw a player walk all the way up into basically their spawn without anybody knowing, another player in mid boosted up without anybody knowing, like those are gaps that just shouldn't happen. Even if it is an early pistol round, you don't have all of your utility. That is truly scary to see.
Well, all classics from Movistar Koi, but a good read. 4 players on the A side. Magnum with the challenge.
Clean कर दिया।
But he's got his trusty Spectre out.
Yeah.
भाई यही दर्द है कॉन्टेक्ट प्ले का मालूम है। और तुम लोग के इसमें फाइट नहीं लिया ना।
When he's got his 11 out as well, it's a different
क्लियर कर
story
देते हैं।
altogether.
थोड़ा वॉक
Quick little
करके ना।
double pick up for them both. A plant for
Because
11, which will get
advantage
him
वाला
just
scene
one
होगा।
away from the Blade Storm. And information on where Grabinho is. The question is, who wants that orb? It's time to go and earn it, and it's Magnums for the taking. It's Spectre with a 3-piece and an in-zone flawless to put 9-5 on the score line for BBL.
To say early doors, we already have the Blade Storm available for 11. They gave him the Spectre in case he could get that final kill, but then realized, actually, we can just give him the Spike instead and plant it after the round. And having a Blade Storm, 3 rifles going into a bonus round. Again, there's a real possibility that they start this half off 3-0. And I am really starting to worry for the side of Movistar Koi.
ना फॉर्म में बे यार लीव।
I think, yeah, we're definitely at that point. It's time to show up for Movistar Koi, or this one could quickly slip away. Grabinho falling, like you said, Tom. That is the site open for the taking, but Shadow steps in to try to put up a fight, to stop them and slow them on the push, but instead he has fallen and left Movistar Koi maybe in a save already with upgrades for BBL. Posey plant have barely any utility used, at least from the perspective of Movistar Koi. They'd be running into a ton of delay.
12 से है 12 से कैसे 11 से ना ओ 11 रात
and the
मतलब
Blade
12
Storm still for 11 with a massive man disadvantage. They've got to fight
11 को
for the
एमी
next
है
double
फिर
digits
बाद में
for
रात को
BBL,
एने है
and
और
they
फिर
pretty much locked
पैसिफिक
that in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah,
मेरे को
the
मजा आने
thing
वाला
is, there's a few spots on this map that if I see a Blade Storm coming into a round, I'm thinking there's a good chance that guy dives there. One of them is the mid-tube, but I guess it just never crossed the mind of Grabinio. And for him to be the solo B-site defender is a real terrifying prospect. And already, you can understand for the side of BBL, if they try and just hump for these, the last man having a Spectre, and you know what? Yeah, you maybe could have got that guy if you weren't spray, but I genuinely don't think Magnum cares at this point.
Well, mate, he is doing a lot with the Spectre. Just keep it. Don't even upgrade Magnum. I love
किसको
watching.
सपोर्ट कर रहा मैं तो बोला था भाई बीबीएल ही जीतेगा 2-0
kills with the Spectre in
तुम
this
लोग ही
map.
कोई कर
Spectre
रहे थे
player EU.
गेम नॉलेज नहीं है ना चैट तुम लोग को
No one else is fighting for it, but he's got it. He sat there with the
please
belt.
take one for the
No one can
streamer
take it
love
off
you
him. 10-5.
It's like best Ares player. It's like, oh, cool. Well done, bud.
No, I would go out of my way not to have that. I'll
So
spray
if
the
anything, that means we should give you the title.
floor. No, thank
वो
you.
भी तोड़ा
I see one lower third. I'm flying to Ireland. 10-5. BBL. They face off against a full buy. Movistar Koi took the save, but with players losing their lives right at the end, it's Bulldogs, a Guardian in play. Lots of weaknesses. Levin tagged up, but a lot of that comes back online with the wall. Shados provides cover from up top, but the plant, it's undeniable.
डिले के लिए क्या क्या है नेड आ जाएगा स्पिट है नेड है ये लोग को जल्दी जाके क्लियर करना पड़ेगा रिकॉल शॉट डॉट नेड से ये लोग क्लियर हो सकता है
damage down, shields are minimal. Only Grabinio has the option here, but the cleanup is fantastic. Yumpy's done well though. He needs to try and eliminate all three remaining players. An ace necessary. Shadows peaks ahead of things.
Almost.
There was a moment where I believed in the Yumpy clutch, but thankfully that was stopped before it got too dangerous.
Yeah, thankfully Koi made the call in that moment to peek it together. Had they have went for the stick on the defuse, which is what Yumpy assumed was happening, it's why he swings so quickly and aggressively in. There was a real chance that he isolates each one of those fights and pulls it across the line. That would have been a death sentence for Movistar Koi, but they cling on for dear life at 10-6. Rifle still out, but thanks to the great early start from BBL with 3 rounds in a row. They're easily able to buy right back up into this one. So for Koi, there's still a bit more work to be done. Feeler and Flyer, though, having ultimates online, that should be the edge that they need and already put into play. It's done more damage to their teammates than to the opponents.
I like the idea. They use the vulnerable immediately so that if there's anybody outside the B site, they're just going to get wrecked by the Hunter's Fury. But there's nobody there. And now the A site, severely vulnerable. There might be an attempt to try and catch the player before they can actually plant. That's risky. Just the jump up, but they're going to try and isolate Sociable, but that's easier said than done. Flyer literally flying through the air to try and get rid of him, and they're all looking to just fight Sociable right now. Almost the entirety of the squad are battling one guy. The rest of the team have taken the site, but that's a big kill to find. Being able to remove one, now gets into a 1v1 battle versus Magnum. This time has a rifle to hand, but won't be able to hold on to things. Clearing this back angle onto Profek and leaving just Yumpy remaining.
Fuse has already started. The wall is going to give perfect cover. It's almost fully defused. And indeed, before Yumpy can swing, it's already in Movistar Koi's hands. Luckily, as Yumpy cleans up those last fights, 10-7. It came close. And with Sociable buying so much time in middle and even opening the avenue for that deep site push,
I think it's time.
It's a miracle that they end up walking out with that. Movistar Koi did phenomenally well, and indeed, yeah, rooting Levin out of that position. The perfectly timed salvos from Solkas as well, trading out that kill and leaving it into the 1v2 that with the wall was easy to win.
Puts them in an awkward position again on BBL side, but as we've seen, a lot more impact, I would say, than usual from ultimates. Even with low purchases, seems like the ults are made. Oh, the difference! Magnum is looking the other way, and nobody else currently holding the angle. Bit of an early slip up, and V-Loop under pressure, going to take a lot of damage. Giving Levin that extra space, stun thrown through the spam on either side, not quite finishing the job, but in fact it's Profek on the pistol. Flyer that goes running in, just looks to try a brawl with the pistols.
भाई वो एक जेट
Seemed
का
like a
ट्रेड
mistake,
लेने के लिए
well, it was.
घुस गया बे वो बंदा.
You do that against rifles, it's a risk. You do it against pistols, and it is definitively. And Profek even worse. A big mistake. BBL now, they've got the sight, but they're looking for the duels. They want the fights. Armageddon put into play, but a gap for Shados, and he's fighting within it. Okay. A three-piece pickup, and the round as a result. Massive play from Shados. And just a mistake from BBL, despite putting the ult down, they don't clear that corner.
This is a very messy round through and through. Like, it was one that you start off where the result is what you expected, but the manner in which we got there was just absurd. Like, these very aggressive plays forward, but this from Shados, we talked about the vintage level of this man, but again, like, you look at the squad from BBL and it is all individual. You give this man 1v1 fights and it seemed like they desperately needed that one. BBL are going to call themselves a pause. And the button is pressed.
Hal calls for the timeout there, and rightfully so. They made some mistakes there. They were a little sloppy that last fight. I mean, we saw the replay from Shados' perspective, and he gets given 3 1v1s. Now Shados, he was on fire in the previous map, certainly starting it out, what, 12-0 before he eventually went down. So you give him a lot of 1v1s, so he's keen to recapture that fire from Pearl. But here on Icebox, still trailing by 2. Movistar Koi have a little ways to go. BBL not down in the dumps just yet, able to buy up.
मेरे हिसाब से अब tilting वाला phase होने वाला है.
Still be the case.
1-1 होएगा and we are going map 3. फील आ रहा है देखो क्योंकि कोई का मैप है और लोग अच्छा डिफेंस कर रहे हैं, समझ रहे हो? और मैंने भी बोला था कि कोई जीतेगा.
Looks like an early
Very much
challenge
possible.
towards that A site is on the cards.
What you can do with this fragment. Alongside salvos, we've already witnessed the front side aside, but the goal here was just to deny the orbs. He actually gets sociable behind, but then Levin, he's been so good on this jet entry. The headshot onto Zoka is only the easiest kill Yuppie's ever going to find. When you put that jet in the hands of a Turkish duelist, you know roughly what you're going to get. Almost a gap given, a lot of damage connected. Evan's still in an aggressive spot though, just not missing a beat on the jet. 22-10 right now. This has been his series.
He dashes, gets his dash on with 2 quick kills and goes again.
Almost.
That was beautiful to witness that entry. Grabinho 1v3 after picking off Levin. In that same aggressive position we've seen before.
Technically 4
HP on Magnum, like you say. Snake already sent in, but Magnum up top, he's flying under the radar, or maybe over it. Doesn't look like the punish will be there. Oh no, he's actually got it. Timing's perfect. Sneaking up behind Grabinho to close out the round and put 11 on the board for BBL. Whatever they said in that timeout, it worked. I don't know how you get Levin to do that. So call that is, but Levin, keep on going.
You're playing either you get 3 or next game.
Technically 4 mare base.
Runs in, beats them all up. But this is the level that you could see from just such a high skill youngster. As I said, he was fantastic on the Aura in the last map. Running the show on the jet on this map, and well, same again, attempted denial. Flash. I think they're definitely a little bit more wary of what Filu has been trying to do.
Jet खतरनाक मार रहा है,
बस early aggressive pushes. And when we've spoken about opportunities when you have that ultimate, even when the purchase is low, 4 ults available right now.
कभी-कभी ऐसा रहता है ना, कुछ players ना feel करते.
Not a lot to deny it.
They're going for a push down mid.
फिर वो कुछ नहीं
Filu leading the charge. He's got the rifle, of course the drone sent out by Flya clears out a lot of the space. Lockdown comes into play and they want to cut off rotations. Flya does well to find his ones and they will just back off immediately. They know now the rotate's coming into A. Ready for this fight. The Viper wall is going to come up a little late as they've already crossed in. Levin in position. Ready and waiting. Deep Viper's pit in play. Levin has to hold that angle, and he'll only get the one. The pit won't stop them if they push around the backside, and that's a big problem. With only 1 player making his way through, it's Grabinho that could definitely be in trouble, but the ult used. Oh, it actually catches the player closer. The Profex still good to sit inside the pit. Stabbed in the back by Grabinho.
Is
Nano
in
goes
there?
to play and they're both low. The
Oh
Viper's
my
pit
God,
draining their
वो लोग को
HP
बता भी नहीं
and Sociable
सकते
putting it to
किधर
0.
अंत में बचा
12 and
है।
8. 4 chances to close it out now for BBL.
It's a damn right miracle that he manages to survive there. Like, that was him being taken out by the kill contract.
Membership renew का बोल रहे हैं YouTube,
They
love
know
you,
where
Abhishek
he is.
bhai.
Comes back and gets both.
करो, आप
Like,
मेरे 10th member बनोगे।
it's absurd, and it was the time
But
that was
no, thanks
wasted
for your regular
by
streams.
Profek.
Can't have a
And in the
better
meantime, the
birthday
goal of
night
Magnum
chilling
was
with
just
the
to
stream.
play
Bye
the
bye bye,
Profek.
many
It
happy
really does
returns
feel
of
like
the
a
day,
miracle
मेरी
that
जान के
he manages to
बेटे।
go back and go, right, where are they? All right, both there.
And you see those players as well running around in
Chat
the
मैंने
pit 'cause
बोला
they're
था कि नहीं
like,
कौन
oh, well, the
जीतेगा।
body must be in there, so even if he loses the fight, we'll get him when he comes out. Pit goes
बोला
down,
था
they're
कि नहीं।
looking around like, where'd he go? Well, he showed his hand right at the end. 4 rounds, 4 chances for BBL, and for Movistar Koi,
Oh.
another 2-0
Too
defeat.
much.
This puts them to the position where they almost definitely can't take it across the line. And Levin's dash in, decimates Grabinho.
Bro,
Shados
वापस 10
goes
सेकंड
down
में
in the
खत्म
dirt
कर दिया
as
इसने
well.
राउंड।
And Levin ain't done yet. He's in the spawn. Flya finally puts him to bed. But
भाई
Levin's gotten
वापस 10 सेकंड
BBL
में
a
खत्म कर दिया इसने
4v3.
राउंड।
It's like watching like an old school, like, I don't know, a Durka or a Kellogg's or something like that, where it's just like, I'm not going to stop fighting you until you put me down. A man advantage again. Ultimates all gone, dissipated. Nice work from
उसने
Filu.
दूसरा headshot crazy मारा लेकिन।
He finds a double. The Yumpy's lurking through the backlines. Magnum looking to play up close, needs to deny this defusal. Filu with another, and actually it's too far away from Yumpy.
Defuse हो
He
गया।
needs to defuse in front of his nose. Nothing that can be done. Filu with a life-saving round, but again they survive with 0
ये लोग ने
players.
कर लिया retake।
Yeah, it's again BBL either knocking on the door of that victory or
Cannot,
claiming
cannot.
it
Too
cleanly.
much in my stomach, I'll
Movistar
vomit. I
Koi.
cannot.
This was genuinely
No,
insane.
Considering how we
please.
started it out for
I
Filu to be
smell
given
I'll
these
vomit.
opportunities
No, it was
late
fine.
Vada,
on.
I had samosa, I had
Oh,
tea,
yeah.
I had
I think his
butternut,
position
I
there
had
is just
chestnut, apple nut.
comes down to the fact that, as he said,
Too
he
much.
didn't know it was halved. He thinks he has that little
Nah.
bit more time to play with.
Nah.
25 and 13, though. Levin has truly hit another level. His opening last round with the Blade
Binks
Storm
bro, मत
was
बोलो कुछ, मैंने
sensational.
क्या किया
He
भाई?
won't go down through the wall here. There were 2 at least, giving him that bit of extra cover. But my eyes are
Filu
firmly
भी
glued
अच्छा
to him. I
खेल
want
रहा
to
है।
see
Leon
that
खेल रहा है
opening
लेकिन
again
Filu
for
भी अच्छा खेल
BBL
रहा है।
because it's just been such a problem for Movistar Koi. As soon as they see his eyes,
I like that.
Filu
So
मेरे
I'm
को
on
उसका
camera.
याद दिलाता पता है?
Yeah,
Zaref
you can
जैसा।
see me. Come
बहुत
on,
mouse
come
हिला
on.
रहा
I'm waiting.
Levin's here.
I think he genuinely didn't shoot that because he was fully expecting Filu to swing.
He was waiting for the swing.
He
Exactly.
just didn't
exactly.
even care. It's like, okay, you can know I'm here, but I'm not going to aim up just in case.
Team
Now again,
catch वाला
mentioned
round।
it before. All
Vada
those
nut.
ults have been expended. Filu and Sociable on the other side are closest to having something in this round. The A-Site simulator, the Icebox of old. As they look to fight this again, and while Flyer stuck in no man's land, but Filu has dealt with Levin and gets his ult
ult भी
online.
है।
Yeah, the ult though, whether it's going to be used or not, they're already close. He's got to
Ult
clear
मारेगा।
them out first.
Ult
Not
मारेगा।
a good try of it so far. Down goes the shield. 3 versus 3. For Movistar Koi, all players on site. They don't know if they've gone back at this point. Soon they'll find out that Sociable is up top, looking for a battle and finding it. Filu with another though. He is dragging this team across the line, kicking and screaming, but he'll finally fall. Loosening his grip on the map as 12 to 9 could turn into 13 with a 3-piece from Sociable. It's BBL series 2-0, a recovery on the
ये ना
last
मान
week
रहा है,
and
हम
what
भी नहीं
could
मान
be
रहा।
the final dagger in Movistar
हम
Koi's
भी नहीं
back.
मान
Their
रहा भाई।
chances of playoffs
मूड में MP हाँ।
fitting out game on game, and they need
क्या मैंने बोला
perfection
था
from this
2-0
point
जीतेगा।
forward to even have a chance.
BBL।
It doesn't look like their time is going to get any easier, but a solid
I'll-
bounce back from last week. Obviously,
Technically
the
वो नहीं कर
last map
सकता
before
था,
this that
उसके
was
पास
played
team
by
था नहीं।
BBL was a 12-0
सिटी से करके 1v1 कर
loss
सकता
in a
लेकिन
half.
अगर हारा तो
But
वापस
it seems
2-1
like
लग
they
गए
have
थे ना।
recovered comfortably. A really solid
कुछ
first map
ऐसा नहीं
after
था
a
जो
bit of a slow
एडवांटेज दे
start, and
सकता
here
था। वो
having a similar thing, like
रिस्क
having a
रिवॉर्ड
decent
सिचुएशन
start to
था।
the
अगर
map,
उसने
their
अल्ट
opponents
किया और मार
climbing
दिया
back
बिना
into
स्विच
it.
के
But I think the real star of the
तो
show is
रिवॉर्ड
Levin.
लेकिन अगर
We
मर गया
spoke
तो
about this
राउंड
guy,
गया
about what he
उससे
can
अच्छा
do, what we
क्रॉसफायर
saw at kickoff, that
वो
individual
दोनों का
ability,
खेल
and
के
if he
2-2
can
ज्यादा बेटर
continue
था
to hit that level,
जो उसने किया लेकिन
26 and
Kratos
14
का
is
जो
where he
अल्ट
left
है
out that last map.
वो
Also
अल्ट ने
top in the
2-2
map
को
prior. today was his day.
1v2 करवा
It's
दिया
great
मतलब
to see
उसको
Yumpy and
push
Sulcus
करना पड़ा
embracing each other down on that
समझ रहे हो?
stage. For Movistar Koi, they put up one hell of a fight, but
यहाँ पे देखो भाई
26 and 14. The man
भाई
was
vibe
dominant
बंदा
on
है भाई
that
यहाँ पे
server. And BBL's game plan working
इतना
out
कुछ बक्सों भी
for a
करता
2
रहता है
and oh, Yumpy, the showman that we know that he is. They'll take their bow
Huh?
on the stage, and a well-earned one indeed.
Yeah, an
Hey,
important
be
victory for
Yumpy.
them as well. Of course, we were looking at this from the side of
Still
Movistar
admin
Koi
में तो
going
नहीं
0-3, but I think a loss here would have also put BBL into problematic waters. Instead, they sit 2-1,
कभी-कभी मैं
second on the
सोचता हूँ
ball
मैं भी
currently,
esports
and
player बन जाऊँ
definitely looking like a dangerous squad, no matter who you come up against. Unfortunately for Movistar Koi, again, it seemed like the fundamentals, the
इतनी
ideas,
अब
what
तक
they
तो
had
फैम वालों को भूल
available
गए
to them looked
Normal
decent.
thing.
The problem was at times
ये
the
लोग कब तक hide
execution and
किससे
also
वाले
just
थे?
mistakes. Like there were a lot of clear errors, people being caught in
Considering-
zones and gaps, hefty gaps, especially
Yeah,
on this map being
dinosaur.
left, which you give gaps to a squad
देखा
like
कि
BBL,
सस्ती
and
UPI
they are
सारे
gonna
membership
exploit
ले लो,
them.
ये
So
दला
I'm
Coffee
sure
Fate
they'll be back to work over the
दिन
next
में
week or so,
10-20
but as we
stream
sort of
करता
mentioned,
है
it now really is
Love
not
you
only do
यार
they have to win all of their remaining games, but they're also looking at opponents and going, okay, I need
Love
that
you.
guy to slip up, I need that guy to slip up, otherwise they're in serious trouble.
I have
And for
stopped
BBL,
chatting
locking in
नहीं
those
chat करो
playoffs games, it's going to be
अच्छी chat.
Gentlemates and Foot that they come up against
G
next.
Binks, मैंने क्या किया?
Gentlemates being their next matchup, and you know, well, the two of those teams
भाई,
actually
G
played each other
actually
very
qualify हो
recently,
सकते
and it was a
playoff के लिए।
tight game. So no easy matchups ahead of them.
बोल
If
रहा
they
हूँ
can bring what they brought today, if
वो
they
लोग को
can bring
पहला गेम
11
अच्छा खेलना
in
पड़ेगा
that form,
पहला
I think
मैप
any team will be
but
scared to face them.
possible
Yumpy, well, he had some great comms during that as well. I look forward to hearing Pal's imitation of the Barks on Friday in the TriCast, but for now, we're going
मेरा
to throw
keyboard
it
लेके आ
down
जाओ
to the stage. Zoe is on standby with the superstar, Levin.
I am indeed. Thank you so much, 11. Congratulations.
भाई,
What a
11
performance,
कैसे?
not just from the
Liu
team,
ने ना वो,
but from
Liu.
you personally. You
भाई,
popped
इसने
off.
गलत
How are you
मारा
feeling
था।
after this big win?
It's, to be honest, very good after like some, how can I say, bad games to be for me. So it's feeling very good.
Yeah, you
I'm
needed
so
that.
happy.
ये
Yeah.
You needed
बंदे
that for
से
the
मारा
confidence
कितना?
boost. We also saw a
ये
slight
cute
change up
बंदे
in
थे?
composition
ये
for
कितने साल का है जरा
Icebox.
देखो तो।
Walk me through this. What inspired you?
I don't know how can I say, but I'm feeling more comfortable with Jet, so my team decided to this. So
Did you practice a lot with Chad as well? In
साल का है?
scrims?
not too much. I think
तुम्हारा
they were
बढ़ता है?
no. So I'm good at Jet, and they said, okay, we can go Jet. Yeah, this is it.
You gotta trust. You gotta trust your teammates, and Jet is one of your most played agents as well. So why
Yeah.
not work out? How do you feel generally about BBL's standings
अठारह
right
साल का
now?
ही है?
Do you feel confident making it to the playoffs?
Yeah, of course, we are playing so good, I think, especially on scrims. Happened something
23,
bad,
18 लिखा है
can I
उसमें?
say, but
कौन है
everything
इधर
good
18 years
for me
का?
right now, and my teammates, I think we are going very good.
भाई
I'm so
18 का
happy.
ही है
Yeah, I'm happy too, man. That was
thank
a
you.
heck of a performance on that stage. So thank you so much for joining me for a quick
Huh?
chat. Gonna let you rest up and wish you best of luck in your next match. Now we're of course not done here. We have one more match to go. It's gonna be Navi
Yeah.
going up against Giant X. You don't want to miss it.
वो गेम नो आफ्टर वॉच पार्टी
तू नेक्स्ट
हाँ ना एक हफ्ता बचा है
का ये कर
हाँ एक
बहुत
हफ्ता
time,
नहीं उसके बाद मास्टर्स है
बहुत time।
मैं बोला मैं खेलूंगा तब खेलूंगा टिकट्स कब आएंगे पता नहीं
कहाँ यार 3 महीना हो गया।
मैं तो 20 का होके भी ऐसा नहीं मार पाता
मैं 30 की होके भी नहीं मारा।
जैसा बूस्टर ने ऐसा किया मेरे को भी करने का है कैमरा का हमने माहौल आओ जरा तेज का वन मैच चैट एनीवन नोस देखना पड़ेगा व्हीलर पे होएगा लेकिन
Friday night
Dada?
putting them plays in, but it feel like a special
Dada?
occasion.
Chasing
let's
दवाई
go
है गाना
out,
जाना
go
मेरे को
crazy,
वाइप करने
hit
का है
the
जाना
flow, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden
Chasing
agenda, but
Dubai.
my intentions pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers.
ये यही हमारे लिए क्लबिंग है स्ट्रीमर्स के लिए भी
But it's clear now.
स्ट्रीमर्स का मत बोल सब जाते हैं दूसरे कोई नहीं जाता
आओ साथ में डांस
Want a little dance and a reason to change my
यही
plan.
हमारे
All I
क्लब में
want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air.
Dance with me. अरे लवड़े गाना सुन के dance with me. Dance with me. हाँ यही है क्लब है.
किसको वो गाली दिया अभी? Dance with me जब मैं तेरे पर.
ये मेरा गाना था, मेरा लिरिक्स ऐसा था, अभी उसने डाप लिया मेरा लिरिक्स.
But I am dancing with you. तो गाली किसको दिया?
मेरा म्यूजिक का लिरिक्स था.
Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever.
Fast English बोलता है साला.
Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you.
Hey, dance with me. अरे लवड़े जो भी सुन रहा है, dance with me.
I don't know if
हाँ? Dance with me.
so I hope that you'll just come.
Dance with me. एक ही लाइन समझाए मेरे को.
हम सब एक साथ डांस फ्लोर पे हैं क्या?
चैट जिसको भी ग्रीन चैट देके फोमो हो रहा है, इट्स टाइम टू बाय द मेंबरशिप क्योंकि दिन में 2 स्ट्रीम्स हो रहे हैं मेंबर्स ओनली में. लेट्स गो, दैट्स समय इतना स्ट्रीम्स मिल रहा है. ये हो गया पैक. गरम किया है मैं. आओ
Navi, let's go.
Yeah, again forgot.
Hello, welcome
brain is
back to
skipping.
VCT EMEA. So we're here joined by Kukuka and Mac. One series
you are
done,
skipping
one
brain food.
more to go. How are we feeling today, Mac?
I'm feeling great. I don't know if BBL are feeling too good after all that screaming. Yeah, in particular. Well,
I think they're feeling
he
great.
was going crazy. He was going off after map 1. That was some of the best highlights I'd seen, and then after they won as well. But that's a big win for BBL.
Absolutely, they needed it.
Yeah. We needed it too.
Yeah, don't we all need it? You know who else needs it? Our upcoming 2 teams. They also need the dubs on the board because, you know what, the stage is actually quite short. So those matches all very much count and are very, very crucial. Navi got a very crucial win against Apex, which I'm sure is a confidence booster, but quite frankly, watching it, Apex played it close. Like, I don't know if I would be super confident as Navi now because that went all the way to map 3.
Every year we come and speak about Navi, we speak about the players that have been here for a very long time. We highlight also the new incorporations, and we're excited to see where Navi is going to take us in this year. Is it going to be the crazy compositions? Yes, it's still Navi, but I think that they really, really needed last week's win, and not only for the sake of getting the points, it's because of how tricky it was for them. The ending of 2024, the beginning of this year, they still had to find themselves in the stage, and I hope that after that win, we see a different face of Navi.
Yeah, it just brings out the confidence, right? And the fact that when Flo was going so crazy last week as well, winning against that has to instill some kind of confidence.
Absolutely. Now, if we're looking at what kind of, how do you say that, personality Navi has currently, we see role swaps again, obviously, like they're going off with their comms here and there. How do we feel about the role swaps, though, from last week?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like some of it. I do like some of it. You know, I did like when we had like Hero jumping onto the Rays, getting on that again. But when I think of Xiao, I think of Xiao on the Fade. And we see an Angel take that away from him multiple times. It irks me a little bit. But look, it worked last week. So if they just keep the role swaps up and it keeps the opponents guessing, element of surprise goes a long way.
You know what? I think you're the only person in this entire studio, maybe City, that wasn't excited to see Xiao on Sova.
Yes.
People were popping off about it.
It's such a stable. I agree with you. Like, if I would put him in initiator in every single map if I can. Also the Astra, I think it's good, but I feel like this is where he excels the most. We see him the most comfortable. We know that he doesn't need any other rep, even if he hasn't played it in X amount of time. Doesn't matter. It is Xiao. It's the Xiao show that you're going to get on the Sova. Something that, of course, I think for him, when we're speaking about a team finding themselves on the stage, it also comes down to having a good performance and feeling comfortable on it.
Yeah, comfortability on agents is absolutely crucial, and that's why I'm worried about some of the players on the team. But yeah, if I'm highlighting Xiao, like that performance on Haven was huge. If we can get that again, if we can get Haven again in the Veto, that'd be lovely. But are we going to get it? Who knows?
Well, we find out very soon, Mac. I'm here for the Shova. Maybe a bit of a stretch. All right. We also got to see Hero back on duelist. Obviously, we know that Hero is a very competent duelist player. Haven't seen that yet in VCT. Now we finally see it. How do we feel about it?
I like it. I think that it gives Navi that dimension, especially when you combo it up with Koala Noob also playing an aggressive role. Despite that it's a chamber, we know that we take that as a duelist because we have seen a lot of double duelists being played not only in the region but all across the globe. If again we're speaking about a team finding themselves, working with these tools, implementing them, not being scared. Well, they're never going to be scared to try something new, but trying to surprise their opponent. This is a Navi that could get scary and a hero that in an individual level is always going to surprise us.
Yeah, and look, if there's a team that just brings surprises week after week, and Navi are able to do that again today, like GX have been struggling. They've also shown some great things, but if you've got Navi just throwing out like random comp after random comp like GX, they don't really have the greatest adaptability from what we've seen from them so far, and that's where things could go south for.
You know what though? They showed grit and tenacity in their match just last week. I mean, they came back from a 10-0 deficit in the first half on Split, their second map. That was after they had a brutal loss on Haven. So, like, to have the mental fortitude to come back and stern parents who talk to you like this, I mean, that says a lot about the team and what they can do.
Well, look, it worked. It kicked them back into gear, right?
He's so
Hey, are you okay?
And it just doesn't get old. I've been seeing Vixen in the coach camp for freaking years, but it just doesn't get old because he's extremely expressive with his eyes and the way that he just barely even moves. But after saying yes, it was a 10-0, and very quickly we saw a Giant X that even with that scoreline was not defeated, was able to bring things back onto the board and move on to that third map. Yes, at the end, Team Heretics was able to bounce back and close that out, but it just proves to you that you can never count a team like Giant X out.
Yeah, look, and for me as well, there's just so much going on with Giant X. We see glimpses of hope, like great comebacks like we did on Split, but then there's other moments as well where things just go so wrong and people are just, putting them bottom of the power rankings. All very good Valorant players, that's why they're here in the top league, right? But sometimes it's just if the cogs work together, if they don't work together, and if they're not working together, you might end up 0-2, you might end up 0-3. If that happens today, but there's different ways that you can.
Yeah, and you know what? I see some ways that the game has been played, and you have some illustration to show us, educate us.
I do. So for a bit of education.
Is it educational? Because I don't know what you have in store for us.
It's mostly educational. I think the best way to put it is on the cast last week said that Giant X are finally finding their identity. And it's kind of working, but then sometimes it's not working. So we're going to have a look at their identity. Mainly
working or not working?
बात बताओ. Dessert हो गया. आइसक्रीम हो गया, ये सब चीजों में 0 शुगर भाई पूरा मतलब मजाक किरकिरा कर देता है यार एक इंसान.
मेरे लिए मंगाई, तेरे लिए नहीं. तेरे लिए मंगा तो खुद. मेरे को खाना है तो मैं खाऊंगी. 0 शुगर. चाय में भी कोई शुगर नहीं डालता. डालू कल से. नहीं, sorry.
The lobby where the gate currently is. So if we roll this forward, you'll see off screen that this is going to happen.
भाई ये चाहिए क्या उसका हाथ में?
Forward, they're going to get full map control. भाई मजा आएगा. They're happy just to keep on going forward. But because that trap gets broken, and over on the C side, they're just calling, oh look, it's going to be C.
तो उसका क्या back cover
हो? Going back to this situation, and Boo knows exactly what's happening. He's thinking, There was paranoia. There's a dark cover. There's a lot going on here. I'm just gonna tuck my way into the corner and hopefully get a free couple of kills, which he does. They have a perfect anti-eco. Old mate Benji Fishy's there as well. Manages to get a free one through the dark cover, and yeah, it ends up going well in their favor. So if we'll look at that in a little bit. That's one way that it gets counted. But they have different variables of this strategy. Later, like 4 rounds later, on round 10, you can see as well. They're just going to be running it down. Long again, this time dark cover comes from C just to go for that change up, and they're also going to use the undercut for Purpo manages to love getting the short control, and Long's right up here as well. But the thing is, what I want to talk about is after something goes right, they do get picked, they overstay, they overcommit to the bit, right? And that's when things go wrong. So if we keep rolling forward, you'll see Team Heretics, they already saw this the other round, but this time, if you look here, they brought the whole team to the party. So they're going to be able to just smoke off that pipes area, so 2 area rather, and then retake Long, and then it goes completely wrong very quickly for Giant X. So their identity of, showing that they want to be that early aggressive round goes well sometimes. Look, as soon as Cloud hits the ground, you got to get runner, go up on the short side of Long, just try to be in a similar position. But Team
कैसे join कर
Heretics,
सकते हो
the
उसको
way that
मेरा
they've countered
community
this
post
is
है
with
आपको
pure
मेरे channel
patience.
पे click
They're
करना है
just, you know,
community post
staying
पे click
together,
करना है और वो
slowly
पढ़ना है और
re-clearing
वैसा
the
काम
map
करना
in specific positions. And what we're going to do as well, see, look, runner goes down and Purpo's like, you know what, I'm out of here. That was a bad idea. But then it also gets countered by aggression, not just patience. So this is against BBL over in kickoff. And this is the other time we saw them on Haven. You'll notice that they're going to run a similar thing. This time, Comp's a little bit different. Still meta for Haven, but they're going to be rocking a fault line, a paranoia, and then have Jet dashing up there as well. If you put your eyes on Yampi, which is what we're going to see, he gets hit with not only the fault line, I'm pretty sure he gets hit with a rolling thunder on the back of it, ends up getting 3 kills while he's full stunned. But they just run at it. And even though Giant X keep pushing the point, it's not winning the round. So if we get Haven today, that's what you got to look for, is them looking for this early A aggression, which they do very regularly. It just hasn't been successful. So I'm hoping that we get to see some more adaptation, some more variability in what they are showing to us here. And yeah, it's look, you got Yampi in the corner. He's tucked away. Everyone's dead at this point, and it's only, what, 10 seconds into the round. So you are not having a good time. Maybe it's time to stop being so predictable and to change that strat book up. If I'm seeing these things, if teams are coming in full counter stratting you, I think you need to change up a little bit.
You know what? That was educational. I feel educated, and I'm hoping that
गोल लगा तो
will
कोई तो
take
फंसेगा
a page out of your strap book there.
That ठीक भी है.
Some good advice.
They've had a whole week.
I am the witness since day one of Piggy playing Valorant to propose vlog to Shadi stream and
to get to this point. So hopefully they'll be able to change it up because it is a big game. It is a must-win. We went over that earlier.
Absolutely, but yeah, like we saw some changes in their roles last week. And things were starting to look good. It just didn't quite come together in that match. I actually had an opportunity to talk to Tomasi a little earlier today, so let's hear what he had to say.
Tomasi.
And I now have Tomasi joining me for a quick chat ahead of your match today. But before I want to talk about today's match, I actually want to talk about the one from last week. You guys had an insane comeback.
Crazy comeback.
After dropping the first map already. Like the first map was a brutal loss. The second one, you went down 10-0 in the first half. How do you come back? How do you have so much mental fortitude as a team?
I mean, I think we need to give big props to Cloud, our IGL, because I think he, since the first map, I think we were playing to kind of like not showing our game and just letting Heretics do whatever they want from us, to be honest. And I think Cloud just bring kind of like more energy and more like reactive like gameplay in our game. And I think we just kind of like, we just started being in the same kind of like page, you know, so we just started fighting every position they were taking it, and we just keep snowballing. Everyone was having like rounds, like Westside has insane clutch, I had like a few good rounds, and everyone was having insane rounds and helped a lot. So I think I'll give big props to Cloud and our mentor. I mean, I think as a pro players, you never give up, even when the score, it's hard, of course it's hard, but until it's like 13 for one team, we never give up. And yeah, we just gave everything, to be honest.
So who's the hype man in the comms? Who's the cheerleader?
I think I would say Cloud, our agile, to be honest. I think, I mean, I was more like that, like last year, but now I think I'm more focused like in what can I do to help the team in terms of like calls and like individual gameplay. But I think I would say like Cloud, he's putting a lot of energy, being the IGL and putting a lot of, I think it's a really good
player.
Yes, as I said, you lost Haven, and then for a split and the last map, you guys actually switched roles as well. So you on the duelist was super high from very exciting. Purpose went over to smokes. Was that just reactionary? Was that pre-planned?
To be honest, it wasn't pre-planned. We just thought that after our game against Vitality, and actually Peepson like a few weeks ago, even before the stage run started, he thought about like kind of trying me on duelist and purpoing like other like role, like smoker or like even like sentinel and stuff, because I think the way Purpo plays, like, his mechanics and the way he likes to play the game, like second contact, trading people, I think fits all the roles than duelist. And for me, like my personality, the way I play the game, I think duelist fits really good. So I think it's a good change. Maybe it will be better if we did like kind of like earlier, so we'll be like more prepared as individuals. But I think we are doing everything we can to prepare, and I think we're gonna see some like good results from this.
So we're gonna continue seeing that change?
Yeah.
Okay, sick. I'm happy to hear that. Now looking at your opponent today, Navi, any thoughts?
I mean, I really respect Navi. I like some players there. Cool guys, but I think we're getting the win 2-0 today. So yeah.
All right, coming in with confidence. I'd love to hear it. Tomasi, thank you so much.
Problem, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Bye-bye.
हम आपको ऐसे इंटरव्यू में कभी देखोगे पता नहीं यार
Sick interview.
It was. was. I mean, it was very insightful.
It actually was. I did not expect him to actually just give away that they're rolling with the role swaps here. I'll be feel more confident knowing that.
I mean, I like the fact that he is not. He's like, we have explored many different options. We have explored me on the duelist, Purple not only on the controller. I love the fact that he also mentioned the Sentinel, because maybe we keep seeing these changes. He does have some experience already playing the Sentinel, but we still haven't seen it this year, and I would be very down to see it.
Yeah, I'd be down to see it as well. Look, you got Navi rock and roll swaps, you got Giant X, one of the rock roll swaps, and look, there's specific maps where it works really well, right? And in particular, look, Tomasi's been doing incredibly well when he does rock on things like the Brimmy, like the Omen, but then when he gets on Duelist as well, still pumping up numbers.
I mean, it was his whole identity. I think that his performance still has taken a toll because of the years. I think it's so important to keep up with the meta, with everybody else, scaling and getting better at what they do.
मैं होता तो आधी आइसक्रीम खा जाता शादी हुई
onto
आपकी
the Sentinel, now the smokes, now going back into the duelist. Yes, it is good
शादी होने के
having
बाद
the flexibility and having those tools to work with,
ज़्यादा
but you can
बकचोदी नहीं
only
कर
think about all the time that he's
कभी भी
investing
गांड
in many different things and might be too many things on his plate.
The other thing though is the
P69
experience.
Binks,
When
what do
you
you
play so
think
many
the actual
specific roles
reason of
over
winning?
time
Is
at
it
a high
jinx or real
competitive level like he has, that allows you to be more variable in what you're doing. The amount of variety, you understand what Sentis do, how Sentis think, you understand how controllers and Omen players think the whole time. And then when you're on the duelist, you kind of know what they're thinking about doing and their tendencies, and that can make you a better overall player. That's why Tomasi's been fragging up really well for GX, and that's why he's one of the better teams. So look, maybe the role swaps are a good thing.
No, yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Like being able to walk in someone else's shoes, knowing how they need to be set up, and also like how your opponents are potentially playing the agents they play. Like that goes a long way. Now here are purple stuff from his different agents that he played. Did we like him on the Omen, yeah or no?
Yeah, I actually like him more on the Omen than what I've seen in some of the duelists. Because of some tendencies that I've seen happen with him. I think that in one of the rounds that you were showing, Purple, that you were showing, Mac, we saw.
I'm also from Gujarat. Le Baria, kya baat hai?
He when they were fighting A long, sometimes he would like give up,
and
just leave instead of fight. Like I see some of this broken dance, and on the Omen, I saw him being so much more comfortable, you know, because I think that you're more limited in the ways that you can use the tools that you have, and sometimes you really just need to focus on shooting, and I think that actually did him a favor.
Yeah, for me as well, look, when he's on things like Duelist, you have to go deep, right? And there is no backing out a lot of the time. Yes, he did get him positions in those clips where he was able to exit and escape. But if he's getting set up properly, that's when he should be succeeding, right? Their abilities, setting the Duelist up for success. So if he gets to play a bit further back and maybe bait the team, then that works out. Not bait, trade.
दिन में जो बकचोदी है, full entertainment. Love you, bye.
Now the teams are, of course, taking to the stage. Giant X, they're desperate for a victory on the board. They're currently down 0-3.
Okay.
0-2, sorry, I'm not speaking that one into existence. Let's not make it 0-3, please.
It's not that grim, guys. They still have a chance.
That's right, that's right. I mean, even if they were to go 0-3, there is still a small world of possibilities, but it will be perhaps out of their own hands, their faith, that is. So, of course, they're coming into this confidence. He expects to 2-0 Navi, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, I love the confidence. We have seen it from Giant X time and time again. It doesn't matter if they were winning, if they were losing. But on the other side, when we're speaking about being unpredictable, changing things, Navi is the perfect opponent to be going up against. I think that there is going to be absolute chaos, potentially.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of individuals that love to do some creative plays to put it in a particular way, and both these teams have those individuals, so it's
life
not going to be too one-sided. I think we're up for a very long best of three. I think we're going to be going
लव सच्ची ईशान भाई इतना ज़्यादा काम कर रहे हो, तो how about an upgrade to the membership मेरी जान की रोटी डब्लू हो जाएगा।
ज़्यादा काम करने वाले खास दोस्त में ना,
हाँ ज़्यादा काम करने वाले खास दोस्त, बात प्लस हमारा जो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है वहाँ पे काम की ही बात करते हैं, बिजनेस। समझ रहे, आज ही मैंने खास दोस्त पे बिजनेस की बात की। या
क्या कौन सा बिजनेस है?
मेरा यूट्यूब रेवेन्यू, दिस इज बिजनेस, समझ रहे।
Giant X has done the same. Navi has been picking what they picked previous week, not the previous one against Fnatic, that fracture, so we've seen it in the past being picked. The surprise is for Giant X picking the Pearl, because they only played it like once and they got battered, so I anticipate that there's going to be changes, there's going to be adaptation, and when we think about the time that you have to prepare for your opponent and how you might and want to surprise them week to week, I do not see a world where Navi saw this Pearl be picked.
For me, one, initially I was upset because I was not there. I did that whole bit, so I was like, everyone watch this A-Long control and have it gone now. But the fact that we are going to be jumping into Fracture, there's a lot of reps for Navi on that. Even though Navi played well against Fnatic, there's a lot of rounds to study if Giant X were expecting this pick from them. And then going over to Pearl as well, you're talking about reps. It's been a little while since we saw Pearl getting picked by these guys, and them getting to start on the defense might be a bit rough. Like, yeah, we haven't seen a huge amount of Navi's Pearl as well, but starting on the attack always gets you off on the right foot. And if they're able to take Fracture, lead into Pearl with a win, theoretically, then starting on the attack, you've got confidence going over the brim. And with that win last week, all of this combined, it could be a very dangerous place for Giant X.
Let's take a look at the agent select for this one. Any surprises?
Yes, we see surprises. Lots of surprises. Doubling down on that controller role and now going from the race onto the Brimstone, completely different cloud. Again, playing on that Tejo. Yes, it is a swap for this map, but he's finding himself and being more and more comfortable. Tomasi on the Neo just brings me back to a couple of years ago, and I absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, for me as well, you know, going back to the Neon comp instead of the meta comp at the moment, which we're going to see from Navi. Last time Giant X played, they were running the same comp as Navi's running now, so they've obviously been cooking in the kitchen here on Fracture, and we're going to see a different style of gameplay. As you mentioned, Tomasi getting on the duelist is going to be interesting to watch, and the double initiator is going to be so huge. But with that Brim, you're looking at this comp, you're thinking, damn, as soon as they get that spike down, they're just going to be sitting back, they're going to be playing ratty gameplay, they're just going to be dropping utility and playing for those posts.
Absolutely love it. Giant X also starting on the attack.
बजले
शादी के पहले इसके फोन से व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे मैं मैसेज करती थी बहुत पहले.
हाँ, एक्चुअल में ट्रू स्टोरी.
I used to have fun chatting with people there.
ट्रू स्टोरी.
तुम लोग को पता भी नहीं होगा, तुम लोग को लगेगा इसने मैसेज किया, बट एक्चुअली ये नहीं था, मैं थी.
शादी के पहले.
हाँ, शादी के पहले.
अभी मैं फोन देता था ना पटाने के लिए, समझ रहे हो? मेरे पास कुछ छुपाने के लिए नहीं है, ऐसा करके फोन देता था. ऐसे फंसा है बे. टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स, समझ रहे हो? तभी मेरे फोन में लॉक भी नहीं था. अभी क्या क्या लॉक है? एक फेस लॉक है, एक अंगूठा लॉक है, 3 कोड डालने के बाद फोन खुलता है. उसके ऊपर ऐप खोला तो उसका पासवर्ड अलग. इसकी तो समझ रहे हो? ये
as they have done now the last 3 maps where they've had the choice to do so.
टैग होते ही स्टिकर स्पैम आएगा.
When given the option, it was the defense that they began. Let's see if it is truly a new version of which we get from them today. Drone early from Cloud, just spotting out
गया. बोला ना गया Tomasi.
Debut on the Neon, not looking like the best to start so far. It does go traded and Navi fall back to the site. Taking our time, waiting for rotations to come in. GX still waiting for players to peek in towards them, but with playing so slow, Navi are unsure about where GX really want to end. Just looking at the mid round here as well in terms of what Navi are doing on the map, it's very relaxed towards B, as you can see right now. Koala on a much deeper line towards tower.
Yeah, British है क्या?
हाँ.
That's the thing, though. Navi starting to get a read. Moving back towards that B site.
Scooties.
7 players in the server towards this side of the map, Hazza. Just waiting to burst out of the B smoke. And you look at the utility on GX, some of that signature has come back up. The stun and the salvos dropping at the feet of Ruxic. Quick double kill and still supported by that Sky smoke. He's going to follow it up with Shao's double. Navi getting the pistol round on the board. It's the perfect start to the defender side. We saw the toast and as we went into the map, we saw that GX only have a 29% win on their attack. And I think in that pistol round we can see it, right? It looked a little bit directionless at times. They go out and, or they try and attack in towards A main, and then from there go out in towards Sand, and then go back towards B main, and nothing really comes of it. Walking around like headless chickens. Into this round, there is no investment from GX either, so just trying to min-max things a little bit, see if they can pick up an orb. It's damage onto Angel, but not enough to so objective secured already from GX. Now they'll head back to Arcade, where Roxic is playing solo on a committed angle. Needs to be careful. All alone. Drone will catch him. Has to try and swing and get something, but all he gets is given away a stinger towards the opposing team. At the same time, though, you've got to be looking at West Side and his position still underneath this B side. In terms of Navi's macro game as well, you see them on a lot of rounds post Koala Noob up solo and let him contain an area of the map. He was towards A and does rotate himself to check from Sand instead, and on that deeper line towards Dish. But while all of this is happening, the rest of Navi getting proactive, re-clearing Arcade with the Haunt now back up from Angel. That'll confirm at least one player. Rest gone all towards main as the players of GX try to make their way on towards the site, hitting kill traps and well, hitting a complete stop that Navi have prepared. An easy conversion on the Antico. That's what you want to see. There is still some good damage in there from GX. And in terms of due diligence, you look at the orbs they were able to pick up as well. If you take that kill onto Roxic, it's pretty much the same, but I'm curious to see how Tomasi is going to be played now into the rifle round here, because the last couple of rounds, we've seen him on the Neon. Here he is just getting ankled by the tripwire that time. It's an easy pick, and a great counter, of which Hero, that's what we expect from him on the Cypher.
5-0.
Well, and towards this round, you look at what GX are doing, staying towards that top side of the map as the barriers drop. 3 heavy and towards Arcade. Same information, Hawk comes out this time and it is greeted with silence. Pressure put on in A main. Hero looking for the walk down underpass, a wrap around onto GX. This is where it starts to get tricky. What's the timing on the smoke? Do they clear it? No. What's the awareness? You can see GX being brought back. They've got an idea, and yet well thought about. GX get rid of any sort of problem that could come. Although there's a late one, or a late flank coming through from Navi on that top side. GX should know about it because of the traps. It's getting cleared out by Crowder as well, so Navi making sure they've not missed a step here whatsoever, but it's another situation where the round opens up from Hero's aggressive positioning, the site falls from the Cypher setup. Now in terms of what they've got to come back in, I'm looking at 4 utility belts on 2 players. West side getting rid of Koala Noob as well. 2v4, that's going to be massive. GX in prime position to convert, but oh no, there was just a slight chance if Tomasi was to miss out on that jump, it could have went awry.
Question
but
for both of
no,
you.
GX don't get the conversion. And Navi in another round looking quite offensive in terms of how they want to try and play this. Think all the way back to the pistol, I already mentioned it. Hero, that solo player in main, does get traded out. But then here, I mean, it's just, as soon as you find those 2 players boxed in underpass, there's no second player. Recla's coming in from Dish.
Good job.
Marrying the ideas up completely at this point in time, so I think these mid-rounds is where we've really got to be focusing in on them. That's the thing, we'd already spoken about coming into this, about finding your identity as a team. And I think that goes for both of these teams as well. Both of them have made role changes, both of them changing their setup.
Still leading
that line. Can't quite find what he's looking for. Drop of the smoke, drop off. They've created a question mark towards the B side. Obviously, we've seen a few times now GX like to go through the underpass. And this is a very explosive comp as well, so if Tomasi can't find these clean openings in terms of the follow-up, well, you don't have the same kind of gap close. Cloud 1 away from the annihilation as they're now starting to head into main. Problem, the Koala Noob, who's been so good. Unfortunately, won't be pushed off of the angle.
Rush at miss kidhar hai re?
So GX have looked to another avenue.
Yo bro, did you try the nose thing that Purple is using?
Still held on to, but you've got less than a minute left to play around with. The only out right now feels like West Side towards Arcade. This is all just a fake towards B.
Kya hai wo meme?
Operator still standing, still getting the entry pick. Koala Noob has been so good before. has to go up against Tomazi. West side on the other side of the map opens things up. And it's huge because now he has so much more freedom to lurk. But GX need to make this push work. And Koala's managed to get one on the way back out. Time is getting low. You look at towards the map and where everybody's looking, it's different avenues. A 1v1 towards the B site. Well, the spike goes down on A. Armageddon used to try and push players out.
Eras, wish you all the best for the Ascension. You are winning it all.
Coming back into the retake, and GX are playing.
Love you, buddy.
Yeah, both players stuck. No means of escape. You look at Ruxic holding on towards
Full
CT
support.
as Cloud tries to go exploring. Tomazi left all alone and needs to stand tall.
Hey, when is the party, dude?
The idea, and instead gets caught. Now a 1 versus 3 for Cloud to try and clutch. Has salvos if he can try and waste the time, but it isn't a clean fight, not whatsoever.
Easy win for Navi.
They'll find the third.
Easy win for Navi.
Such a big round to win as well when GX looked like they were starting to build up some momentum. I think it's so important to focus on how the early games have looked for them in a lot of these maps, because it feels like at times when they take their foot off the gas, you know, when they're not playing with momentum at their backs, then they're really, really struggling.
Nice! Get the op heaven. Top, second floor.
By Shao, by mood mein.
Oh, you can see
Party over, man. I'm back in Hyderabad.
We've seen that map to map.
Hyderabad mein there is crazy party.
And I think it's important that you raise it
go
here
there,
as well,
no?
because Koala Noob, when you look at the off fights that he's taking, he's one
Hello,
of the best that
hello.
we have in Emea, in his words, the best.
Yeah.
But that has
We'll
been
go
quickly
to hello.
disproven whenever he goes head-to-head with another op player. He is yet to win that duel, whether it be Floor, Kayak, or any other of the host of names that he's currently gone up against.
Hello.
And it doesn't feel like GX have like an opper to counter that in a sense, so you are really looking at a lot of that utility. Ruxic, push forward once again. We've seen him try and play a position like this before. This time gets the value from his position, but that's no more smokes in the round for Navi. With a spike drop, there's 2 players behind this as well, so as soon as Purple falls, then it's a problem, because look where everyone else is. You're clamoring back through main, and so Navi should have this round wrapped up. Seeing Cloud move back across the zip line to try and retrieve this, but it's all so isolated.
Rossi bhai bhi aise op marte the jet
players. Maybe you play in West Side, but I mean, you're talking about if-buts and maybes here, right? We need definites. Okay, that's not bad, and Cloud's managed to pick up his favorite gun. It's the Guardian back in his hands, but Angel is just so hot off the mark.
Bhai, Angel ko dekh ke motivate hota hai
in this round. Yeah, I can understand
this
like
cutie.
this round,
Just
maybe
19
like,
years.
the weaponry isn't necessarily there for GX, but again, we need to come back to these problems that they keep running into on attack. And how Navi are countering them as well, because you're talking about a team here which is liking to get aggressive. It's not just Koala bookmarking the space with his op, but we have to be keeping our eyes on what it is that Ruxic is doing, because he's been criticized pretty heavily at times for how aggressive he can be. This is a situation where he finds himself supported.
Chad is harami, dude.
Players are ready to go up against one another. Instead of a bridge crunch, we're getting the other side this time from Navi. Ultimate invested, Koala's deep on it. The smoke dropping, it's worked out. West side getting rid of Koala now, and even an orbital strike invested. Navi come out the better of it, but they've used a lot of ultimates to try and get that advantage. No matter if they can seal this one here as GX are down to their last 3 players, and with little money left over, Navi are beating them at every single gunfight, and so it falls on the captain. Cloud, fulfilling this role since stage 2 last year, but he doesn't have enough in the tank to take the rest up to the level. It's Navi with a team performance. Yeah, and the big thing for me on that round is the fact that you see where Navi want to invest their ultimates. It's on a GX rifle buy, right? They want to try and be aggressive, make sure that GX can go in default, and they're breaking that buy right now, straight away. We're going to see GX come for a timeout.
अरे यार मेरे कान में पानी मत डाल रे. अरे वो इंडियन कॉम्स डालता तो पानी डाल रहा है मेरे कान में.
Big point of conversation, I think it's fair to say, in the community as well, in terms of bringing this roster.
भाई देखो अभी टाइम आउट में सिंपल बात होने वाला है कि Navi is pushing us, so we have to push back. समझ रहे हो?
बराबर.
तो ये लोग क्या करने वाले? फर्स्ट दे टेक रोप, फाइट आर्केड, देन दे कम बैक टेक रोप अगेन, फाइट एमएन, देन दे कम बैक टेक रोप अगेन, गो टू डिश, देन गो अगेन आर्केड टू बी.
तो बोलना क्या चाहते, वो लोग चूते रहे.
So basically जो होने वाला है is कुकिंग करने वाले ये राउंड
रोपिंग होने वाली
और
के हिसाब से
नावी हारने वाला 1 घंटा 8 घंटा एक ही गेम खेल के यही हालत है मैं
बड़ा दे स्पाइडरमैन एग्जैक्टली
बिल्कुल गधे जैसे हंसी ना फिर से एक बार हंस That's some donkey laugh right there. Ouch. Ouch.
Can't start finding some wins here, especially against the Navi side, which you expect to find in those positions. As the stage
pro prediction,
does
5-2, pro
on.
prediction.
Themselves a first win under their belt against Apex last time out.
And
this an opportunity to build, which they've already done pretty well. Outspotted, attacker side spawn. This is a much slower look from GX on their next rifle buy. Navi being proactive and clearing out A-main.
क्या analysis है ना वालों का?
Operate up towards the B side. Both players for Navi being regressive in their positioning, right? You can see that Navi probably thinking about playing towards a retake. Side can have huge value coming in here late as well, but Navi have already grouped up 4 players strong to try and fight this position. Blind is Angel, yet he walks away with the first of those kills. Runner trading in kind, but still Navi holding on to the space.
Navi के लग गए bro.
What's GX plan here? I mean, they've traded out evenly, getting rid of Qualanud. But, I mean, the fact that this is going to end up being a crunch on the site, Navi need to be careful. Lot onto Ruxic here, he wins this duel and so much pressure alleviated. West side first bullet connects instantaneously, and the follow-up is there too. And so now Hero is the last one left made to stew in this.
Bro, इसने क्या jinx
Signature. The signing of the off-season. I mean, he has neural theft here, but I don't think he'll want to use it. Yet to have his hero play so far in this Navi side, and back on the Sentinel role. He is bested by his opposite number. Brilliant from West side, getting into position, and then being the thorn in Navi's side.
So we have to timeout. GX get their own big stuff. I mean, being a lot more direct in the positioning. And on top of that, like combining what was multiple prongs to that attack. You can see West side's locked towards that dish side, combined with the players who are stuck outside in main, and they activate at the same time. Good communication.
All the pieces coming together, and that's exactly what you want to see from them as well. As it looks like we're going to be going straight back into another one of these B main duels.
Watchparty.
No op here, just rifles behind a smoke. Similar play, we've seen Navi go for it before.
I mean, for GX right now, they know that Navi like to try and go underneath, right? And try and lock ground before, and that's something that they'll need to be careful of.
And you tie this into the previous round, it's that lack of forfeiture of positioning from GX. The way they scaled into A main previously looked a lot better, and they're seemingly doing the same here as they start to clear away some ground. Who doesn't have contact, the smoke is everything, and already GX want to bypass it.
Oh, Tomasi managing to get Angel, who was playing around the smoke. Ruxic on site. Unfortunately, will not get what he's looking for. Navi need to take a moment, let the spike go down, and wait for these smokes to go as well.
Technically,
there's a
retake
showstopper
is
to come back
possible.
into the retake with, and Cloud is just trying to spot this out, see if he can land the suppress. But as soon as that goes, it should be the green light for Navi to make this retake happen.
Runner still holding on to 2 flashes. They can engage when GX need to. At the same time, look at Navi, where they're going, they're pathing towards Arcade, trying to create another avenue in which GX need to be careful of. And the positioning of Tower, you can see them just worried about the players coming out.
सेव कर रहे हैं उनको मालूम है सब लोग यहाँ पे ये करके कोई पोस्टर नहीं खेल रहा है
the towel in. GX doubling up for rounds here with another site execution.
क्या मैं बोला था ना GX जीतेगा
from them in terms of how they're setting up, what the game plan is coming into the round. I think we saw the bad end
GX का टाइमिंग
of
सेक्सी था रे वो लोग स्मोक मोली के पहले घुस गए बे
how they were so prepared for a lot of the setups that they were trying to make.
I think for me as well, like in the early start of the, part of this half, you can see like
timing on top.
Well, we'll go to A, we'll go to B, we'll create question marks and force Navi to re-clear them, but they weren't doing it effectively. And now we're just getting to a point where it's like we're going B and we're going B. You know what I mean? Like
it's very messy as well, I think. And when you then translate that back to Navi as well, as we come into yet another gun round, it's the high stress situations that they've been constantly mentioning, even in the most recent podcast episode they posted, that they were just struggling to convert from. So after building up an early lead, it's slowly stripped back by GX. And they've hit gear change here as well. They're not trying to immediately assault again. West side is the cornerstone of this play. You've got 4 players south side, and west side is north side. But that's been a good look for him so far.
It has. I mean, he's been probably one of the best on this roster consistently. Well, I mean, he's going to get hunted down. Whether he can try and stick around and get something, it doesn't look to be the case. Although the players of GX are looking to explode and they're straight onto the A side.
In terms of what you have to set up for post here, Purpo still holding on to the incendiary. Do have a util combo to come in and try and deny the plant from Runner, but he hangs on for long enough, and with 30 seconds left to spare, the spike goes in, but Navi are up close, and here's the showstopper.
And it goes, Tomazi gone, players out from top west side. He gets one but can't quite get the second, and now Runner looking to be burned on site. Neural theft to tee him up. Quite frankly, doesn't look to capitalize on it. The stun just delaying Navi more and more. GX, I mean West side, he's known about holding on, and this is just delay upon delay. You're looking at the utility that GX still have in pocket. And that value will be massive coming into these last couple seconds as the molly's dropped and Runner has already done so well from his position. It's looking like it could all be done here, and it is.
यार ये तेहो और ब्रिमस्टोन पोस्ट प्लांट रे back
well executed round from GX as well. A little more patience on the play before they make their mind up. The execution, and when you give them the site like that, if you're Navi to set up, then coming back into the retake with all the tools that they have, it's so difficult.
Navi mein hero hai
the microscope here as well. Brilliant play from Runner. Someone who's been to champs last year with Vitality. Another name like Westside that coming out of East was hot off the press. A player which we have high expectations.
अब basically क्या होने वाला है? Hey dude, they're doing B-A-A-B-B-A. They're straight up executing. There's no fake. There's no fake. If you listen to one song like a problem, then we're gonna stack 4 people there at 5 house. ये होने वाला, समझ रहे हो? सिंपल बात है. ये कॉल है.
कॉल है इसमें.
देखो.
कॉल है.
देना पड़ेगा. उनको देना पड़ेगा. Basically, this is the call from the coach. प्लस रात को खाने में क्या है? After winning, ये डिस्कस हो रहा है. पार्टी सीट्स मेरे हिसाब से.
To Champions 2023. So there's a bit of history there in terms of how they're constantly chasing to try and get back to that holy grail. Navi, of course, with a complete rebuild of their own.
Yeah, it feels like ages and years away since we've been near that FPX iteration, you know, like eventually Navi picked up towards this round and what's going on. Well-identified players towards the north side.
It does still feel like the same engine under the hood with Angel and Shao retained. It's a new identity which they've got to try and build, and you are starting to see that with Koala in the side as well, the AWP, how reliant on it they seem to be. He is on the A main angle, but yet to clear out the deep one. Now he finally has, with this embed, Navi still resolute in positioning, yet to rotate a player, happy to rely on the Cypher setup B as well.
I mean, being quiet towards the B side while they try and create as much noise as possible towards A, faking it out, and well, the smoke's dropped.
It's a fake. Guys, you know it's a fake.
West side needs to be careful of the angles, and he'll be able to get rid of Hero. The opposite number. The whole B site was set up for kill traps, and with Hero gone, there won't be any capitalization.
Such a frustrating death as well, because the rest of Navi had the read. They were ready for rotation as soon as that util came out to clear the op, so they go a player short-handed into the B retake, and we already know how strong GX look from these positions.
Yeah,
thank for $7 today.
Absolutely sublime. Nice combination of utility.
W.
And Navi suddenly open up the
W.
a classic right click, and now Cloud from main.
There is post-plan nade.
Who's still in towards Arcade, waiting for that activation. As Navi get on towards the side, playing for the Salvo spot. The delay being worked for. West Side once again providing value, providing GX with the round. So much strength from West Side on his positioning alone, but it's the kills on top that make him a player to watch in VCT EMEA right now. He doesn't just shoot his gun, but there's a smart head on those shoulders as well. So disciplined in the position.
Plus Cypher का balls of steel देख रहे हो तुम लोग?
From Navi was with the utility to come back through and the movement from the Walla here as well. They still feel so thinly spread when it gets to that late stage of the round, and you feel as if they do need to be holding on to these sites, and that's where Hero's first death feels that much more pain.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as you said, when it comes down to it, the chaos that's not working out. This buy, not so great for Navi. Being pretty aggressive, looking for something in which they can work with on this B side, but they didn't take a step further, and that's where the isolated West side was.
I highlighted the pistols, but really it's Koala's rifle that you've got to be worried about here, because that is all that Navi have going for them into this one. Doesn't really feel like that buy's been broken all too much. They found 5 rounds, and here we are, 5-5. GX resetting mentally. As much as we said that's important to Navi, you come back from 10 rounds down against some of the region's best. It says a lot. Now into this execute, well, feels like more of the same from Navi. Players stuck on an island, it's Ruxic that's got to hold the line.
And he just can't quite get it to work. Yeah, players facing up, trying to stand up and be counted. And I mean, they're only being counted in the kill feed at this moment in time. I mean, yeah, Koala still has this rifle, but he's not being brought onto an angle that he'll find any value from it. This is looking like another GX round, unless there's...
You are overdoing Watchparty, lacking variety. Shubham bhai, I am doing this since 3 years now. Welcome to the stream.
He's forced to disengage. Further ground lost by Navi, as the weight carried by their feet is swallowed whole from underneath. Purpo landing a killing blow, which sets up the 6 as Navi finally fall behind in this map.
5 rounds in a row so far. This GX attack starting to look that much better, and we from the start, right? The production put it up for us. 30% win rate on the attack.
Aim is aiming,
right now. And again, that can be brought down to actually being comfortable with the opponent that they're playing.
Confidence, such a big thing. As much as I was talking about the mental just then and what Cloud provides,
is a good half
you
for
even
this
look
map.
at Purpo in the team and how he changed completely as a player. As soon as, you know, you changed the leadership with Redgar gone and Cloud coming in, it felt like he was supportive of him as an individual, and already, look, Navi are fighting multiple fronts here early doors.
Yeah, they're being proactive, looking to try and get something. Angel playing on the front foot, gets rid of Tamazi, but realistically, the utility trade-off is so much better for GX.
Kind of preparing the Rolling Thunder. There's nobody in the site, so do all too much. Let's take players off the line where the trap was set up, but Hero still able to walk away with one, so advantage restored for Navi. Flank coming in late, stun slightly missing, but the orbital strike moving players out position. So much invested by both teams at this point in time, yet still it doesn't feel like GX have an advantage.
Walla Noob is starting to clear out towards Dish. This has been an issue every single time GX have executed on towards A, and West Side could easily be caught. Now, look at this, the player's close by.
There is a slight adaptation from West Side because he's just dropped into the corner here and actually completely overlooked his chance to get the first. He'll find it onto Ruxic. One more required of him, but it's Hero this time who will win out between the Cyphers. A duel which had been going the opposite way time after time, but Navi get it when they need it most.
Yeah, now we go in towards the next half all even. It's been a half of two.
Navi
started very well, GX improved, and now we've got to look towards that second half to see if GX's defense can be that much better.
One enemy remaining.
Crispy aim na? Vamos, vamos, vamos. Vamos. बताओ कौन सी टीम को हरा सपोर्ट कर रहा है? लैंग्वेज नावी जीतेगी. It's my dream. मेरी भी ऐसी गेमर भी हो. इसके लिए गेमिंग करना चाहिए. गेमिंग रेडिएंट बनाओ.
जब बन जाएगी तभी मेरा मेंबरशिप लेना.
चलो कब? कल खेलने का. कल दोपहर को और कल वॉच पार्टी के पहले 2 बार. शुभम भाई ने अपना थॉट दिया, चैट ने बुंड मार ली. अरे कोई और बुंड मारो. जब तक शुभम भाई काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप नहीं लेता. सेल्समैन ही कह दे. ट्राई क्या नहीं रे भाई. अभी 2 गेम मेरे लिस्ट में. 1-2 बाजू में एक नूब प्लेयर जो खेलती है वो, और एक जो ज़ेरफ भाई ने खेला था वो. ये 2 गेम मैं खेलने वाला हूँ मेरे टू डू लिस्ट में. Still G has a chance in this stage if they defeat PRX. Yes.
You can do it today also, tonight also.
Welcome back. So coming into the second half on Navi's pick of Fracture, things not looking so good for them thus far. If you're just tuning in, they went up by 5 rounds to 1. Yeah, we find ourselves at an even half outside of the opening 12. GX responding, as we know they're able to. Previous series they played a demonstration of that, but can they translate it into yet another map win?
Yeah, again, something to talk about was the fact that we spoke about GX being bad on the attack. Now we've ended up coming into the half at 6-6, a much better improvement, and it feels like so long since we've seen GX in a position to actually go and take an advantage into the second half.
चुपचाप तुम पे ढकला बे. That's a smart wife right there.
Caught one. Tripwire destroyed.
Starting off in the pistol. You can see it's a split play from Navi. Already west side needing to deal with the first of those players. It's Roxic that goes in solo, but the combo back to re-engage is beautiful. Simply sublime. West side already with 2 kills picked up, and he's made it a third before the round is even come to a conclusion, which feels slightly foregone. Hero does respond. Has a chance now to pick the spike back up and reposition himself. GX are getting active and starting to re-clear some of this themselves.
This is good, although Hero is standing and waiting, but he's thinking they're coming through. Door doesn't look the right way. Purple will get the last. For the first time in a long time, GX will go ahead and take the advantage after the opening second half.
Yeah, finding GX in front after the half is nice to see a picture there.
Full Borussia. Navi on top.
Clean from west side. And this is just brilliant supportive utility, because it's one thing to have a team of individuals, like we said before, and it's another to enable them. When you have west side in that position, the same position that we literally saw Hero play for Navi in the first pistol round, you're looking at what is the follow-up, what is the support framework there. Here, the game plan executed on by GX.
Tamazi has not had a good first half, but looks to do better on the second. GX opening things up with the better weaponry that they currently have.
Very clean start to the round, and with Tomasi picking up the Outlaw as well, that's exactly what you expect from this gun. Anti-eco frags, keeping it simple. Navi are a team which in these ecos can be a little bit problematic. GX, the previous game against Heretics, you're not going to win many of those, you know, bonus rounds, for example.
round में simple strat है,
with the weapons that they've got now,
simple.
If you continue to keep that clean, then it opens the door for opportunity.
Tamazi though already explode. That's full top side. He's on his hollybox. You know, but the fact that what I'm trying to say here is the fact that he's exploded a full top side of the map, had no contact whatsoever. So GX are starting to think, well, it's got to be towards A.
Holiday for the
30 seconds left.
English viewers, and of course, vacation for the Koala Noob fans. Thanks, mate.
आपका knowledge तो बड़ा कमाल वाला मीम इस
and
पे है.
GX seem to have read this fairly well.
आपका
Two
knowledge
players
तो
on the
बड़ा
A
कमाल
side ready to deal
इस पे वो मीम है
with
पता.
what feels like an
Real
empty
life
threat
story
for
मीम
Navi
है.
right now. 15 seconds and they are yet to push this choke.
Yeah, I mean, there's still got to be an attempt from Navi, you would expect, and as they do attempt, the rest of GX will come in.
Not bad.
Player off an in-zone flawless, but still a great
I think
attempt.
2 और मिला और एक kill शायद.
It's just a ghost in the hands of Cloud which goes down as well.
Eco
So this is what I'm
madam,
talking
eco
about
tha.
when I say coming into that next round with a really strong bonus against the team
तो
like
अभी हाफ
Navi,
दिख रहे
where,
कैमरा
as
एडजस्ट
you
करो.
mentioned
दिमाग भी हाफ है
before,
इसलिए आधा दिखा रहा हूँ.
they're a team which can sometimes struggle up against the lesser weaponry.
That's it, yeah, it was a stat that looking into, but
Sentiment कर.
at the same time, like, it was the anti-ecos that they always struggled with. We saw it a few times against
लेकिन आपकी आवाज लो है. माइक पास रखो. माइक पास में रखो. मेरे
Fnatic the last time they played in kickoff that they also got anti-eco. This is an interesting one though. Seen a giant X timeout
पहले
after
इतना
two
काम नहीं था
successful
पता है. पहले ये जो कोच
It's not very often that you see a timeout called here,
जो
especially
reaction
when you
देता
do
था.
get that
अभी बहुत
sort
काम हो
of
गया है.
2 minutes mark that you have at the half time, right, for the coaches to say their piece. So Pipson obviously has something that he wants to go over for a second time.
Yeah, I think though for me, like, if you're calling as a coach a timeout here, there must be some sort of anti that they've highlighted, and they're looking to reiterate the first 2 rounds. Navi have done X, Y, and Z, so this means that they're playing the same game plan that we expected them to.
Any potential tells because the composition has remained the same despite the way that the meta has developed since kickoff. Still, Angel running the fade, they've not moved over to the Tahoe. They are still playing their own brand of Valorant, and sort of as you say there as well, GX very happy to double barrel these timeouts. You know, in any given half, and of course when it comes to coaches, it's an
well, that's it. No more timeouts for GX, so things get spicy later on as Jesus take the wheel. But we'll see if that's needed.
Ibsen at the wheel. How good does it feel? Let's find out. Hands off for now. It's GX that need to convert this, but just look at the weapons they have. 4 rifles, 2 of them Vandals, and Runner the one to repossess the Outlaw. That is currently set up towards A. It's a Cypher play B. And close to the smoke is where Purpo looks to make the break.
Lovely entries into the round. West side, 2 of his own. And well, Navi with absolutely nothing. They'll hop on the heels GX. They'll not let these players get out on towards the side. Ruxic, who was holding on to the spike, will go. And now Hero will as well. CHUMMI getting 2 of his own. That's massive from GX. Bonus converted.
And that was the threat that I posed as well. It's such a quick reaction to that pressure on B. And when you're playing defensively, sometimes you do just need to fight into an area. I think we saw Gentlemates do a really good job of this against Foot, where they were constantly trying to attack the space on a mental timing when the push is coming in. And this is for me, where it feels like GX have evolved. Tomasi even picking up some words from some of his teammates.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we saw many trying to do that, like play off of his cage, etc. as well, but now it's about Tomasi being able to play off the contact and arcade, breach utility in, and still hanging around, still managing to survive, and he's escaped.
Saying another word which isn't Portuguese in just a moment, as Ruxic's already managed to chip away one. Second player would have been nice, but nice isn't good enough because Navi are now shut out of options towards main.
Yeah, but look towards the A side. Navi are pulling back because of the space that Hero's been able to grab. There's a Joker in play as well with Koala deposited towards that B tower. Hero just seeing what he can find on this A side while not trying to give away his position through any of the Cypher utility. GX have an idea though.
Tripwire destroyed.
The question has to be for Navi, what do they do when this trap is broken? Is it the A site which they look to take? As Angel is jumping back up into Dish, and yeah, they want to follow through on the position of Koala. He's calling to the rest of his team. B is as open as it gets, and in fact, I've got a Vandal in my hands now as well to reinforce it.
Hero falls.
Going to buy a little bit more time and attention from GX.
Need to be aware. They must have an idea that a player has been deposited towards that B side, and Koala can't make good of his position though.
Hey, can you stun?
Coming in the meantime as well. Cloud setting up to just close this vice grip, which GX seem to have found for themselves on the map so far. Shao getting one back. Well. Navi suddenly showing signs of life in this eco round. Often they're the ones who get done with inferior weaponry, but this time,
Shao form
Shao has a rifle though.
Shao form mein.
A Vandal in his hands. Playing from the corner, yet to be cleared. The plant isn't open, so Runner's just going to stick this all the way through. Shao can't get on the angle in time. Despite his best efforts, it's Runner to close for double digits.
I mean, you've got to be thinking about how Navi played that full round. It was nice. They had deposits here and there. They could go back and forth, and it was off. Real actionable intelligence, right? At the same time, though, like GX, they're hunting and they're finding players every single time that they go hunting and playing in advantages. But at this plant spot, a big question mark for me because Navi have so much time to get that spike down.
And it's not the first time either that we've seen problems with the post plant. As slow and methodical as Navi tend to be in terms of how they work the map on Fracture.
Wait, it is still attacking-sided map.
Identity.
It is still Navi's
what
pick.
you play as a team, what brand of Valorant you bring to the table. Now into the full rifle round. Double dip on this side of the map. The B site under siege yet again, but GX are responding. And they've got numbers, bodies on the line.
Still though the delay working out in their favour.
Pyara delay, bro.
Still waiting for Navi to try and get relay bolts in towards Molly's. It doesn't work out. West Side's going to wander, and once again his shorties come out on top. Although Ruxic on the other side has managed to open up the B site, and Navi can get that spike down.
West Side wasn't quite on the same page as his teammate, so it is an opportunity now for Navi. They've got a little more time to set up in post, and look at the tools that they're working with.
अब इसको drone जैसे जाके इसको clear करना पड़ेगा. Cloud मरा.
I mean, they also have the orbital strike. I mean, that's the rolling thunder gone, so there's no sort of delay anymore. It's just got to be the players standing up tall and making sure of it. GX clearing all the corners, again, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure to pay attention to all the small details. Now you've got to wait for Ruxic's Molly, as the orbital strike has bought enough time. Runner good on it, Hero as well. And now, yep, there it is, the Molly that will buy so much time right now. A tap of the spike to bait out Ruxic's peak, but it's
W round, baby.
A player who gets 4 on the round.
W round.
Ruxic's such an aggressive player as well, but when you have him alive late in the round like then, it is such a massive win condition for Navi. Something which they highlighted was an issue before when they were trying to close out maps, not knowing what those win conditions were, so having him as a viable
मेरे हिसाब से अभी ये लोग पूरा रीटेक करेगा कि वैसे भले एक को मार के मर रहा है ना उसका केज और ट्रिप इतना फायदा नहीं हो रहा है वो अपना काम कर रहा है लेकिन फिर टीम नहीं जीत पा रही
I mean, the fact that GX have been so proactive.
ये अच्छा है अभी वो लोग को ये एक स्मोक से वो लोग को अंडर भी क्लियर करना पड़ेगा मेन भी क्लियर करना पड़ेगा अगर भी जाएगा
just sent flying in. Knocks up Cloud, and well, Rolling Thunder back to re-engage. Overdrive as well, the utility is spot on. And Runner, who's played absolutely amazing so far this map, follows it up. Hero now trying to try and grab this back, but he's up against 3, has it?
He is, manages to find the first, second.
Nice
his moment. A clutch which keeps Navi within touching distance.
A Red Bull clutch. There's no way, right? You're looking at it. There's 3 players. They're all close by. It should be so easy to just trade off one another. Noob's entry looked good, but there was no follow-up. And this is just unbelievable. That's why you pay the big bucks for Hero.
Huh?
Coming off his stint on Fnatic, of course, it was majority Cypher which he played there. We saw a little bit of the duelist the other day. Feels like in the current meta, a lot of the time he was being shoehorned into fights which really wasn't necessarily the best fit for him, I think, individually. So with the changes that we've seen in the most recent patch, wondering if those ramifications begin to bleed over a little bit more in terms of what he's most comfortable on, because that's something which you really want for a player like him, 19 years of age, to feel that comfortability when it is, you know, only just your second year really playing in this environment.
Yeah. Happy looking to calm the players down after such a great clutch.
Now,
क्या लगता
looking
है
at
आपके
the map
expertise से
and,
कौन
and how
जीतेगा?
these rounds look, the
तो
fact that
अपना
GX,
expertise
again,
अपने पास
we try and highlight it as much as often, are on the
पूछा
defense.
करके
They don't
बोल
have that
रही हूँ।
ability to
जरूरी नहीं
build
मैं
up their
पूछा तो
economy.
भी मन में
Their
बोलना
buy is broken,
हाँ
and they
फ्लैट
need
का
to
मेरे
be
को
careful
expertise
about
नहीं
how
चाहिए
they manage
इधर
their economy moving in forward rounds. It's a split purchase, which we'll get from them here. 3
ये
rifles, 2
मत कर
sheriffs.
ये चीटिंग है ये नहीं करने का ये चीटिंग है यार ये ऐसे मत कर
Showing
ये
favourability
इमोशनल
towards those
करती है यार
Guardians,
तू
of course. As you've got to be careful though,
करती
you're
है
looking
भाई
towards this top side of the map. GX are setting up for some sort of aggressive play. The question is this any more than just an info gathering mission right now? Because there is a stun set up by Runner. It's a full contact piece until that camp is hit.
How about you
Tamasi
go to
calling
study?
out the high gear. Hero managed to find 3 kills in the previous. Cage goes up in the corner, yet to be cleared. Just waiting for them to run into his crosshair, and it's Tamasi that takes him down. But in the meantime, Navi have found themselves a free B side.
Yeah, the ultimate is going to be used.
फटा गया हाँ गलत डायरेक्शन
There's no way to escape, and Cloud
तो गए
Oh, this is going to be massive. Spike is down in the meantime, though.
Roxic left to his own
Spotted.
devices. He's the one that picks up the slack and the Guardian in his hands. Westside nails him to the corner.
Squeeze me,
of
baby,
B-side,
thirsty.
as GX reacted brilliantly to what Navi did in that round. Just when they thought they found an opening, GX knew in the back of their heads that was the concession, and then the retake with the ult perfectly executed.
But it felt like after the timeout, right, the GX
भाई crazy ना
had planned that to a T. Angel's trying to escape the other way.
भाई रेस के साथ जो हुआ बेचारा इधर जाएगा 2 बंदे उधर जाएगा
They knew what they needed to do. Navi have felt completely
बेचारा भाई बुरा लगा भाई
And the big thing for me, like thinking about it, is
किस
more like
किसको लगता है
how did
Theo
Navi not
overpowered
think
है
about the Armageddon that was in
London
GX's pocket?
Always a concern. It does feel like Cloud as an IGL in the way that he calls likes to be on the initiator, where some other players would prefer to be a little more hands-off. As straight in to the A main fight, Tamasi has racked up yet another, continually building confidence. You can feel the electricity flowing through his veins. It's only an eco that they stand up against right now, but GX finding this could take them to that point on their opponent's pick.
At the same time, you look towards the space that Navi's been able to grab towards that top side and finding the entry as well. This ace
अरे कितना डॉज करते बे लोग क्या फायदा स्मोकर लेने का ये लो मत उससे
Thunder queued up. Xiao is just ready to respond to any play from Sand. Hero continuing to backpedal as it's a double tap.
Oh, the reload
On the spike plant from Dish, and he goes with a Sheriff, and it's not the kind of thing that you want to take a second look at. But very soon we could be sent to the VOD review screen as GX are closing in on this map now.
No Molly either, there's no sort of delay. Navi have to just win out the gunfights.
Hands on deck on the site. Roxic's found the first of those duels. He's been mechanically sharp so far, but needs to continue to hone that blade. 3 already picked up on the round. Needs Xiao to save him, and to save Navi, he will. Ever dependent is his play in those late round situations, and so they cling on a little longer.
The micro aspect to that is absolutely massive. The fact as well that Navi persist, they get the pick back in their favour, right? Angel doing so well to take out Tamasi, and at the same time, sure, Dish was a disaster, but that position allows Navi to execute into the site. Roxic all alone, Xiao getting the cherry on top.
कमबैक बोलते
For the wicked,
फिर से
straight
इको
into the
ना
next
नहीं
round, and it
पैसा
looks like another A main duel.
Big भाई है
Tamasi stunned
लेकिन
up this time. Where do you go? You look to Cloud for support, it
क्यों ऐसा
seems.
लेके जबरदस्ती वाला एमिन लड़ रहे हैं
Continually filling in the
जो
gaps,
ब्रिज
and
पे है
Navi
और
have to
नियॉन है
completely give this one up for the first 20 seconds as
चार
GX have
नहीं
repossessed
तीन
main,
तीन
but
है
in the
तो मैटर
meantime,
नहीं करता वो
Hero
तो स्मोक
setting
देता है
himself up in Dish yet again.
Yeah, it's the
लेकिन
same round as
स्ट्रेट
we saw in
एमिन
the
रहना
last,
बहुत
right?
रिस्की
Navi
है
are
भाई अगर
sticking
न्यूट्रल
around,
डॉज
seeing if
करके
they can
क्रॉस
try
नहीं
and
किया तो मरना
re-engage, and
फिक्स
this
है
time GX have invested a drone to find out. There's 2 players, or at least 1, keeping an eye on towards Dish.
भाई यहाँ पे बंदा करके पता है they can do a combo chat
Full focus from GX right
चीज
now
है नहीं
is
क्या
on
combo
A.
करेंगे
And while the backstab
लग गए
hovering above their shoulder blades, you've they've got to try and fight forwards here, and Tamazi will attempt to do exactly that.
वो
It
अटक
falls in
कैसे गया एक
vain.
जगह?
Angel getting one back, and now Purpo in sand, given the squeeze as Heroes drop from the other side. GX converge on position as they continue on this course towards another map win. I mean, you can see they try and crunch A main, but it's not that. I said it before, there was a player watching for the cross. Easy kill collected. Exact same round as last one. I mean, so easy to read for GX.
कैसे मारा?
ये बता.
Look at this as well, even. It's just West Side double checking.
बस भाई आप W वाला बटन कौन सा
finger
से प्रेस करते हो? रिंग फिंगर है मिडिल फिंगर?
Here we have
middle
it.
Finger.
Navi left with a ragtag purchase. 4 Sheriffs and a Bulldog in the hands of Koala Noob to dig themselves out of trouble yet again. Not the first time they've been in this position so far in the map. A map which they need to play into, but GX have made them look second best. I mean, right, they've taken the time to get their spike down, spamming out. Oh, the delay! Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, that's a lovely combination. Feels like perfect anti on the position of the plant as well. Navi do manage to get it in. I mean, but there's no more utility for Navi either. They're going to have to win their gunfight. GX is set up perfectly for this. Another potential winning retake on the cards, unless the Sheriffs can offset it. Shift the balance in their favor, open positioning to try and play back into, but Hero has to clear this smoke if he wants to give it a go, and the shots won't land. A stick behind the veil of the smoke as GX will pull Navi down. I mean, GX look to play the defense like an attack, and well, we criticised how good the attack has been. This map all around has been so proactive. GX had nice ideas. They even combined it with nice utility combos, and with all of the potential.
करो भाई, अगर आपकी बात सच है, अभी का अभी कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप विद 200 गिफ्टेड, अगर आपकी बात सच है तो समझ रहे हो? अगर आपकी बात झूठ है तो आपकी गाफ पे हाथी का लड़, और ये सब चीज नहीं करनी चाहिए. सिंपल बात है. जो भी जीत रहे चुपचाप 30% दो, जो भी हार रहे ये सब मत करो. सिंपल बात है भाई, ये सब चीज सपोर्ट करता ही नहीं.
Baruch! Bruiro, what are you doing? It's not us!
Bliat. उसका Bliat.
What are you doing?
भाई GX कैसे जीता बिना नावी के सामने? Unbelievable ना?
हमको तो बिलीव हो गया था.
बच लो. लो, बचो.
मुझे तो पता चल ही गया था जब इसने बोला नावी जीतेगा, तब से मैं जीएक्स को ही सपोर्ट कर रही थी, क्योंकि मुझे पता था जिंक्स हमेशा. इसके पहले तूने क्या बोला था? कौन जीतेगा? कोई. बोलना बोलना नहीं नहीं, तू बोल, अब बोलना, बोल.
आगे क्या बोलने का पता नहीं ना, गूगल कर ले यहाँ पे.
बोलती बंद.
टॉक फॉर 2 मिनट्स करके गूगल कर ले.
बोलती बंद करवा दी. ही डजंट
एक
हैव
ही
अ
चीज,
कमबैक.
कुछ बात करने का आता नहीं. एक स्ट्रीमर का बोलने
कमबैक नहीं
है. 2 मिनट बात करते चैट वैट से, देख जरा कैसे एंटरटेन करते. बोलने
कमबैक देखो कितना फीका था. अच्छी.
मैं जिसको सपोर्ट किया दोनों जीते.
इट वाज अ वेरी पुअर कमबैक.
बाय द वे, उससे याद आया एक क्वेश्चन. ये जो माइक लिया है आपने, ये लास्ट टाइम कब यूज हुआ था?
यही यूज हुआ था, नया वाला यूज नहीं हुआ है.
मैं
ये
क्या
पुराना
पूछ,
वाला है.
ये लास्ट टाइम कब यूज हुआ था? एक डेट बता.
3 महीने पहले.
3 महीने पहले. कैसे?
व्लॉग्स में पहले ये यूज करते थे.
3 महीने पहले यूज किया ये.
हाँ.
कितने का है ये?
5000 का.
5000 का.
हाँ.
3 महीने पहले एक बार यूज हुआ.
उसके पहले हर
दोनों
में
को
यूज.
फेंकू क्या मैं? फेंकू मैं? नहीं, ये मत कर. ये चीटिंग है. ये चीटिंग है भाई. ये वुमेन्स कार्ड यूज कर रही है.
एक्सक्यूज मी, क्या बोला तू?
वुमेन्स कार्ड.
तू भी लो ना.
मैं वुमेन्स कार्ड कैसे लूं?
तो तू बोलना क्या चाहता है? वुमेन.
मेरे पास मेल कार्ड है. वुमेन्स कार्ड कैसे मेरे पास?
नहीं, वुमेन क्राई. यू मीन
if I cry, I'm using male card. No, but I'm not crying.
ये क्या बात हुई? रोए तो कार्ड, वुमेन्स कार्ड।
और नहीं तो क्या?
वाह 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 वाह।
विक्टिम कार्ड होता है, वुमेन्स कार्ड होता है, मेल कार्ड होता है। मेरे पास है मेल कार्ड
होगा मेरा,
लेकिन अभी स्ट्रीम चल रहा है करके मैं मेरा मेल कार्ड नहीं दिखा सकता।
ट्वीट करो अभी, अभी क्या अभी? ये गया।
मेरे पास मेल कार्ड है। I miss your membership. Please give me membership. मेरा आज का रेवेन्यू पता है कितना है? 13.99 रुपीस यार।
नहीं अभी 5 रुपए।
13.99 रुपीस है मेरा।
5 रुपए बढ़ गए।
Just power, never doubt it, life changing. कपीश भाई love you यार। कपीश भाई just saying अगर आपने 1300 कैनेडियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन डॉलर्स दिए, I can do a live jinx also कि आपका एक साल पूरा गंदा जाएगा करके। Just saying.
Welcome back, everyone.
Because streamer
Binks are currently up 1-0 against Navi. This was not the mud fight that we promised. We were wrong, and that's okay. This was a very exciting series so far. So let's talk about what transpired on the server, Bea.
Well, the first thing that I want to highlight, as you're saying, Giant X takes the win. Do you know how long it was since Giant X has won a first map?
You clearly keep track of it, so please tell us.
I do, because even though they've had some wins, this is the first map that they've had a lot of struggles with. Actually, 286 days.
Who's counting?
286, like Captain Cow. So, you know, shout out to him. But yeah, I think that when we look at the numbers here, when we look at the success, especially when we're speaking about those post plants, and the level that we knew eventually.
Yeah, and there was just so much going on, especially in the second half. There were so many pivot points, you know, round 19, round 18 as well. Looked like Navi was going to make that comeback happen, but then after that tactical around 19, you saw GX just pull out a crazy strat, 4-man push, just try and take as much control over towards Arcade side. Got that, managed to get a nice little retake off the back of it, and after that, the econ was just cooked for Navi, and it was a downhill battle from there for GX.
And do not be mistaken, this started with Navi being very, very strong, with Giant X struggling on this executes, but it's specifically in rounds like this one that we're seeing right now, where you see how prepared they are to deal with everything. This is one of the rounds that reminds you that Valorant is all about shooting and nothing else. To me, there were a clear highlights in players for this map. One of them has to be Runner. I think that this responsibility of planting the spike, of dealing with all that utility, being in a very convoluted position to play with, and still finding the value time and time again. Also, the shots were incredible, and it's not only here on the attack, also on the defense. For me, he was stellar. Being able to close this round, being able to have this post plant, having Purpo with that molly, and look at where Cloud is playing. This is 100% safe round for Giant X.
Yeah, and you talked about that, Mac, as we were watching that game. You see Runner and Tomasi, you know, holding hands, together with the body system.
Yeah, and look, Tomasi, I think he had the most first deaths, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because the trade game was great. Everything Giant X were doing, it was all thought out, and yeah, the buddy system was amazing, and they were both at the bottom of the scoreboard. Everyone else on Giant X also had their moments, had their clutches, had their really great post plants, which is what we were talking about. We thought there'd be a bit more rat gameplay going on, but it wasn't actually necessary. They were playing some solid Valorant and getting those rounds on the board, especially in the first half too.
Speaking about solid Valorant, let's take a look at some highlights. Cloud was definitely a standout player in this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. We were hearing about Tomasi and everything that Cloud brings to the team. For the past years in Valorant, he has been stellar. And I think that in this map, we have seen, one, his utility being so important and so well timed. For those post plants, for those situations, the ultimates were so good. Him on an individual level and making those calls, even though he wasn't there at top of the scoreboard. Even this kill, like someone getting a kill onto Giant X and him chasing, pursuing this ultimate in the previous rounds, getting 2 kills. It is so good to see that he's now in that ranking for the best Techos that we have in the region.
Look, to be fair, we've had some crazy Armageddons today. Usually the impact is more just like, get out of the way.
It's more like, no,
yeah, create some space. Today it's just been like, full winning rounds. So really high quality Armageddon's coming through from all the tails. And yeah, Cloud doing huge work here. But the thing was, we were talking about on the desk, we said it might get a little muddy, might be a bit messy, a bit of a slaughter fest, but we're not really getting that, you know? It has been really clean.
That's good. Also, Fracture is the kind of map that demands you to be able to play.
When I got married, I was like
when you're Giant X, you know that this is probably somewhere that Navi wants to go because you've picked it in the past. And if you're Navi, you have the reps and it's exactly where you want to go.
For me as well, on Fracture there, you know, it's similar Haven, right? You've got the map control you want to take, you've got the 3 different sort of routes you can go for. Here on Fracture, you've got 4 different routes. You go, you go drop, you go B main, you go A main, you go bloody over towards arcade side. And they were doing that. They were playing for map control early. They were using the double initiator super well, getting the salvos out, managing to clear space, getting the flashes out, letting Tomasi run in, sometimes get some picks, sometimes just die and get traded. But look, that's what you want to do, and we were talking about that identity of GX, they're finding it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing though. You did get the muddy. I said there's still time. We're heading to Pearl.
Yeah.
It's time to throw some dirt, okay? Because both these teams lost Pearl. Giant X decides to pick it, even though their loss was, it was not pretty.
It was not pretty, but I wanted to bring up this composition because this is what they ran last time that we saw them play, and as you're saying, it wasn't good. It was a bit ugly, but it doesn't matter. The point is, on week 1, they picked out a map and they didn't change the composition. We expect that to change now because we're seeing a different face of Giant X that we're seeing with them experimenting. In this composition, we see Purpo on that Jet, Nazi on that Astra, and we see everybody just falling onto roles that they've had in the past that just seem very comfortable. But with them having this pick, with the changes that we've been seeing from last week, I wonder where the agent select is going to put them, especially with them choosing to go to Pearl. Because again, I do not think that Navi, when they were doing like their veto, they expected them to compete in the Pearl.
For me, you're talking about ISO here. You were talking about it in like the map statistics and the amount it's getting picked. We got it. We got it again. So far, yeah, GX are the only ones that have been picking it, and we're going to be able to. Oh, we're not getting it.
What do you mean we're not getting it? We're not getting what?
We're not getting
what did you want?
I want a KO. I want a KO again, but we're not getting KO, so that's not there. But we are getting double initiator in a different way, and it's going to be what, Sova and Teo. So going to be running it back in a sort of different way. Flasher is going to be there for Tomasi and West Side, and then you got Purpo going to the controller again.
Yeah, going to the controller. Love also the Techo head-to-head. Xiao, super brilliant on those initiators. Them playing for the double info. First time that we're also going to see Xiao going on to that Techo. I want to see with them again starting on the attack, the effect that this is going to have, and how brilliant West Side has been this past 2 weeks, and he's going to continue being so.
I am so sorry to see both of these teams have in store for us in what could be the last match of the day, or rather Giant X.
Flying car is a thing?
Let's hand it over to our casters, Karo and Hazard.
China mein.
Giant X will certainly be hoping this is the last map that they have to play in the series, because a Navi deciding map comeback wouldn't be the first time that we've heard of something like that. Pearl, where we're heading for now, though, and I have to say, look, as a map that we haven't seen since the first series of kickoff against BBL, when they were playing up against something a lot more developed, it feels like they've done some soul searching, come back with a completely revitalized look. I like this as a different map that we haven't seen before, although for GX can't quite get rid of the drone as there's plenty of information found from it.
ये तो नावी जीतेगा चैट.
Cloud just
फील आ रहा है. पहला गेम वार्म अप होता है. बहुत सारे अच्छे टीम्स का पहला गेम वार्म अप होता है. हाँ उसका हेलीकॉप्टर बोलते हैं.
So a slight sign of intent as Navi are starting to commit some utility towards the A side of the map, burning the wick at both ends. As Cloud is continuing to relay back to the rest of his team that could be here, there, or anywhere as Koala goes diving in. Yeah, I mean, nice trade out from Navi all.
W trade, लेकिन back set अभी भी clear नहीं हुआ है.
A little bit of peace, but I mean, at the same time, Cloud's
been
been able to survive at the back of sight,
back
and those
set
players
अभी
coming
तक
in to
clear
hit
नहीं
support.
हुआ है.
Just firing bullets back into the magazine as he drops off just a little bit more. Solo here with the spike.
भाई hero है भाई, hero है.
Brilliantly, an admirable effort makes it a 2-on-2 yet again, and with Tomasi arriving late, so are Navi. There's only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a real stall out. And with that being said,
Tamazi still has a blind side to play in West Side.
One enemy
It's a
remaining.
brilliant setup. West Side only able to get one. Roxic does get chipped down, but now Tamazi in the one-on-one. Reposition Roxic into the corner next to the map. Tamazi has to be so diligent to clear this, and he's not looking on the right line. Roxic to confirm Navi win another opening pistol round. Their second in this series. Big stuff indeed. Yeah, you can't complain with that. Get the map started off right.
जीत गया ना नावी?
This full round for me
मत भाई spam कर रहा रहेगा.
It comes down to individuals, but Navi kind of like shows some presence towards the A side, but I mean they're so like delayed and so slow with how they get out on towards B. I mean, something else that we've not noted is the fact that like the killjoys in play as well for Hero. It's not one that we see from him all too often. As Runner is able to get an orb at the very least, and while he's stunned on the way back out, Navi have made concessions.
एक नेट की वजह से और ले सकते हैं.
Sort of reopen that agent discussion as well. This is also a map where Tamazi is on the Yoru. As much as I said, you know, he was great on the Neon. For those who remember his breakout year on the fully Portuguese Saw side, which made top 3 at Ascension, that was Neon, that was Phoenix. They were fringe picks. Now Yoru's come into the meta. Is that something that he feels comfortable playing into? Spike going down, it's 4 from GX to come back in on. Again, remember, Navi has they've been anti-ecoed a few times, but with Angel getting the first pick, you'd think Navi are in the prime spot. Looking like it. Angel
Angel का एक नहीं
has found 4 kills and an in-zone flawless. Navi with a comfortable second round. You can see that they've obviously thought about that Apex game and made improvements since then, not allowing for individual fights, etc. to be going on. As you can see the rest of the team in the replay support.
मुंबई लोग बोलते हैं ना मेहनत करो तो ड्रीम्स पूरे होते हैं. बहुत अच्छा न्यूज़ है. आप पढ़ोगे तो बताता हूँ.
And even Navi doing it at the beginning of Fracture.
क्या बात था वही बता देता.
It's so key for them to build up some momentum because you saw.
मेरे को नोटिफिकेशन नहीं है. मैं हर वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीम करता हूँ मेरी जान के बेटे.
Don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves just yet. GX taking A main for themselves and depositing their duelist of Tamazi. So to hold on towards that space while Navi explore through mid.
भाई कौला है भाई कौला है मेरा स्पिरिट एनिमल है पता है कौला
नहीं है.
It's a GX side which trails, and as he TPs out, almost all advantage is lost.
वैसा अगर लाइफ होता था
concession they were willing to make, right? GX, they could lose 1, I mean 2 at max bodies, and you hold on to A main, but at the same time, they let go of that. Navi have full control of the B side as well, of lane, of B main. GX nowhere near it. Looks like a good chance to convert the bonus. Yeah, I'm going to hold you on that one for just a moment though, Cairo, because as quickly as it looked like they wanted to go towards B, the Thorns get sent out by West Side, and now they're looking towards A. We've got 30 seconds left. It's another late Navi execute. Hunter's Fury coming in to clear backside with the salvos. West Side with a side step, managing to survive a little bit longer. Can't quite lock onto another target as Koala Noob has already found his third. And so any fears of this round going against Navi would have been settled if it wasn't for Tamazi on the site. Still has one team to work with, right? But still, it's 3 players he needs to try and find. It's a cautionary placement of it as well. So if that doesn't say enough about his intent right now, I don't know what does. Already spotted out by Navi, caught in the midst of multiple players. Tamazi on a tear. Third kill. Well, it's going to be the stun instead, the Nova Pulse that drops, the Nano Swarm beyond it. Tamazi's out of options. As good as some of these shots look from him, no way. You can't build the performance off the back of just one player. This one is already done. He's found 4 kills, but the round will ultimately evade him. Navi get the bonus. It's costly, but they won't care. Yeah, deep in your soul, you're thinking, surely not, right? Tamazi, mate, we're not going to get another one of these. The one thing that I'm happy about this, we're seeing Tamazi continue on from what was a poor start on Thatcher to a good start on Peril right now. I mean, right, as well as that, Navi have looked well in their entries in this map, something which GX notoriously have been bad at.
If I didn't get wallbang there, I kill him.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that.
कान में पानी डाल रही.
If I wasn't dead, it would have been me doing the killing. And if my gran had wheels,
for this 4 kills your MVP goes by. Language.
But the good thing for that last round.
कैसे bot bye?
Right, that's something which GX can work.
Long time no see. किधर shopping के लिए गए थे?
And going and taking the fight on the front foot and mid.
उसने लिखा.
Really clear with 4 players. Up the guts and Tamasi.
I was one of the biggest brand ambassador for my product and
from GX, the standard one placed by Westside.
Sachin, love you, yaar. Big W.
In the previous series,
Big W, Shantanu bhai.
BBL getting more value out of
Keep working hard, my bro.
The straight line.
Full बीमार. भाई क्या हो गया भाई? Actually में बहुत लोग बीमार हो रहे पता है?
It's big 1 versus 1.
मेरा भी तबीयत खराब
trying to hold on, but the crosshair.
बैच एंजल को क्या हो गया बे?
Rose
का नहीं है उसका.
With the alarm
उसको कितना ट्रोल करते होता है कास्टर वाले सब लोग ट्रोल करते हैं उसको.
Full right side of the map to work
मजाक में करते हैं क्योंकि वो फ्रेंड्स
to set up a post plan yet again, because as much as we said that GX had struggled in retakes previously, they have made improvements from week to week. You saw them win more against Heretics than they had done.
2691.77 रुपीस दिए.
Couple of pistols, quick flood coming in.
क्या ये कोई कोड है ये चीट कोड?
And a third from Angel to make damn certain that they
अब
can
Navi जीता भाई.
on this advantage and continue to move forward without GX having a mark.
God bhai, thank you for the 3000 बोल सकते हैं round से. Thank you for the 3000 G पे मेरी जान के टोटे. God bhai, OP in the chat. Get well soon मेरी जान के टोटे.
Against Angel right here, and from there it's just been able
Why would
to
he drop the gun
and
and send the clothes?
Absolutely.
कभी-कभी हो जाता है.
When you look at the statistics as well,
Who is your favorite anime character among all?
Giving away a lot of first bloods.
मेरे हिसाब से
in a similar position,
favorite
that conversion is
उसका नाम भूल गया. One Piece में ना साफ
the next rifle round. It's back to a main they go. Jules taken and traded as runner on the fadeaway gets nothing but damage.
Demon Slayer का वो आग वाला.
Just leaving Angel to use the drone towards the A side.
Thanks, नहीं रे.
See if they can find or at least fake
Hands
presence,
up.
right, as the players go
Boa,
elsewhere.
boa.
GX are already pulling across the Astra. They've lost full control of the middle of the map.
Cabo Shanks ये लोग noobs है. Boa.
The stealth drone could have bought some extra value as Runner chose to invest it towards art. The steps of it heard by Navi is now. They look to knock on that door yet again, and well, there's nobody home. It's Angel to solo clear out main. GX will have bodies on the line.
Man of
once
culture,
more.
love you. Yeah.
They have struggled so far. Every single shot from Navi hit in the back of the net. That has
shot, bro.
Runner has started it off with positive signs.
Yeah, Armageddon online as well, something to come back in on. And on top of that, you look at GX, they're playing more reserved. They want to play for this retake.
Should have salvos for the corner as well. That gets placed towards Angel, and he's on a plate. Cloud served up. Further success by his initiator pairing as Runner goes up. It's wide of the mark. Cloud with the trade, and now Hero in yet another clutch. First kill isolated. How many more can he be given? The Nano will delay for a little bit longer, at least pull a player off of the spike for now. As the belt goes empty, he needs results. The span through the corner of the newsstand isn't bearing him any good news whatsoever. It is
bro, don't tell me, bro.
Manages to snatch back yet another, and while the spike is half, it's
oh my
Cloud is shot down by a clutch from Hero once again.
A Red Bull clutch as well has a... but...
Hello?
It's so frustrating to watch because you're like, they're doing good stuff. The Armageddon, the way they go in, the salvos to clear the corner towards the other position. But how do you lose a 3
मिलेगा अगर पुश किया तो और ज़्यादा पुश किया तो यहाँ पे पीछे जा सकता है
for a team that like looks like who are doing the right
bro,
thing.
कितना प्यारा क्लच किया है bro.
Details and closing out these rounds that seem to consistently be a problem.
Plagued by issues within the team, GX. And just when it looked like they'd gotten over the worst of the illness, Navi come right back, and of all maps to do it, their opponent's pick. Have to consider it was 4 or 5 round lead, which they blundered on Fracture to
प्यारा
end
game है
with
ना
a 6-6
Valorant.
half. So still
I just love Valorant.
keeping an eye on things.
Crazy 5-0.
As it stands,
Navi up.
it's just a default which continues to bear fruit for Navi as they've brought themselves up to 3 impactful ultimates now to deal with this threat.
Just worried about, the positioning through mid because GX are happy to play for these extremities more.
मेरे को क्या बोल रही है? मैं तो बहुत देखा उस.
Biggest issue for me right now is that Navi don't have too much deep control. I mean, you look at the spike in terms of its position, currently in the middle of the map. It's got to go somewhere, and that looks to be A right now. TP comes over from Koala, does have the dimensional drift to gut the site if need be, because you're down to 20 seconds yet again, and GX have shown they're willing to stack bodies. It won't be the case this time. It's only Tomasi. He will fall, and so Navi have some comfort now in terms of this spike plant. And it's only going to get better once Hero finds that one onto Runner.
Lolling कर रहे हैं Navi, lolling.
Investing this Hunter's Fury towards an equal round, especially when you've lost the first 2 picks.
It's a potential lockdown gone. Not going to see it in this round, that's for certain. Cloud does have an answer, as does Roxic. Just one revealed in the open, and Navi starting to show signs of GX on the previous. It's all a little isolated. That's when West Side thrives. First tap coming in from Cloud. Signature util, it's the salvos and the recon to just try and remove players from position. Xiao considering investment of the ult to try and win this one for his team. He is going to have it secured in the end, but
करना पड़ा बे, लेकिन चलेगा बे 6-0 है भाई.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. It's a Red Bull clutch in the end because it comes down to a 1 versus 1. But at the same time,
क्या है आग लगा रहे हो? Already आग लग चुकी है. बुझाओ ना आग को.
It's just so undisciplined, right? And I think that's the big word here because that's a big.
यार कान में पानी डालना एक तो बंद कर दो भाई. Normal play करो ना.
Not too sure what that one was from Tomasi, but
I think he was just saying there was a good, good that we were able to do as much damage and get the Armageddon out.
I agree, and something else as well is in terms of the macro reads, it's not been terrible, it's just once those players get in position, we're not seeing the kind of value you'd expect. I mean, there it's only Tomasi solo. Be a similar story for Cloud. TP's already prepared, and that's just going to give Koala the jump start for his ult. It comes around the back of sight. He's looking towards elbow, spots the first player. Here's the combo. That's the value of the Hunter's Fury. Dropped at his feet further util. This is so messy on the site. Neither team can find an advantage, but still fucking alive. The best part about it is, Navi haven't taken come back in for the retake and found no one. Navi
बहुत बाप के
Let's just take stock of the utility really quickly. Purpo doesn't have a single star. Tomasi does have a kill and now is ult. Runner's an empty belt. West side util over on A. Navi do have this lockdown and cosmic divide to throw at the full buy if needed. It's a stressful situation, and we're into crunch time once more. 30 seconds left, and you've got to go now.
I've said this before, Navi have struggled with crunch time. Both cosmic divides being used, but Hero's the one that comes out on top. What the fuck? His ultimate, and now it realistically comes down to 1 versus 2 with the Euro that has to work on his operator. It's just not working out.
Choose by language!
And talk about that round, because
topic change. When is the next Acid Well matches?
There was an absolute tug of war round of Valorant. I've heard it been said before, but do not show Kadril this round. Whatever you do.
I'm fed up with that, man.
No, me too. Hero thriving in the chaos. That's one thing we can credit Navi for. When the going gets tough, they do respond. Frustration from Angel. That's met with further relation once the round concludes, but down to the wire again, and so there's finally a timeout from GX. I was expecting this a bit sooner.
Yeah, but
it feels like they're doing things good at the same time. Like, they are setting up well.
They are, but it's just the run around since the ultimates that have come online that like bamboozles me, right? Like, and it's from both teams. The Hunter's Fury, like that was used on the Eco rather than using like a Steel Garden to bring it down to a level playing field. And then like whatever the spam that Navi just threw at the last round.
Pipson getting so animated. He finally cools down a little bit. I think when you look at what they brought to us here as well, which is a much more on-brand composition in terms of current meta read, something which we thought that perhaps GX had struggled with a little bit. Finally, we're starting to see a little more compromise perhaps in terms of his original vision for this team and meeting that balancing act of the role changes as well.
Inverter mein light off hai.
GX go back to the main control. I'll extend the conversation further, and we're talking about Pipson being a guy who spent 3 years with the team, both as a player and as a coach since 2021, with the exception of his stint on G2. He knows what it's like to see through multiple metas, and now arriving at this one, it's a more proactive round with pistols.
Yeah, but the players who are being proactive might be late to the party, although we know Navi like to take home long and take their time getting into the site.
The difference is this time, they don't have any player presence outside of A, so it is all one-way traffic for GX in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, the players are going to hit contact of the turret, so maybe Navi again stall out, take their time getting in towards the B site.
And actually, to go back and say, why did GX not call the timeout? Because they found themselves in multiple situations like this. 9 out of the 10 players in the server currently set up on B, the first of which to jump the gap would be Koala, but he's going to fall. GX starting to go through the gears. Westside collecting another kill with his Sheriff as it lands the shot, but it's a 2-on-2, and it's job not done yet. Navi nailing in yet another. Hero, the one who holds the hammer, it hits the anvil, yet again, as expected. Purpo's chance to shift things in their favor. Hero within striking distance, as you say. But Purpo not yet given the chance, and now you have to deny the ult.
Have to go and try and fight it. Has the turret for contact, and Hero knows this. A 1v1. Which Purpo will be able to win. Finally, GX get the first round, and it's actually after a timeout.
Yeah. We saw the exact same thing on the previous map of Fracture, except the scoreline was 5-1 at that time. As soon as the Paysay Card Thrifty round comes in for GX, you're expecting further results from it, all too repeatable, I want to say, in terms of the individuals. But once again, the macro does look pretty solid.
Just to note, Tomazi has brought out the operator once again, looking to play through this. Didn't see a lot of value from it last time, so we're really hoping that he can get onto these long angles, get Tomazi posted up, so that GX can use him as a source of information to act upon.
पचास के ऊपर भी कार्टून बोला इसने अनिम को ये गया बे चैट काम मार क्या मत मारना मेंबर है काश दो मेंबरशिप लिया तो फिर तुम बच सकते we have anti gun protection for काश दो
rotation for GX to play what is behind the Vice setup this time as well, so there is further layers to this, and it's not out. He's now stuck in the corner and spammed within an inch of his life. So no entry Navi, no duelist, and they're forced to call the play.
Yeah, I've seen that before, the adaptation spot on. Still a little bit of stall. Navi not comfortable with the position they have on site.
Shao up close, looking for the duel, can't find it. Runner responding as GX are in tow. A second round now prepared, as they've managed to do exactly what was required of them. From the timeout, the read is spot on. Navi getting away with murder on many of these rounds.
30 seconds left.
But finally the madness put to an end. So Roxic left to stew in what is left of this poorly executed A-site hit.
But the thing is, so it's poorly executed A-site hit, but it's also nice adaptations from GX overall. I don't know if it was Pipson who called that, but like we had seen before that Navi like to go through mid and towards R.
Sit down comedy is the new
do
thing.
That TP before who'd caught a player off guard. This time there was utility to depend upon.
Like, I don't think necessarily, sure, maybe Navi didn't execute to the full potential, but I also think GX had nice adaptations, obviously being called from their timeout. Sticking to their guns, confident in the way that they're playing a lot of these rounds.
Agar it for hua,
as I mentioned, the reads have been there. It's just how you then try and set that up. And when you look at Cloud as the caller for this team, his transition to IGL during stage 2 of last year as that Redgar replacement, you always want him to be someone who can help enable individuals as someone who was previously the star player of this team. Someone so consistent, the cornerstone of it. And putting those building blocks together the same way that you would want from Angel and Shao on the other side, with the experience that both of those two have as consistent pieces that have made international events before. Maybe we're not quite seeing the same kind of drip down in terms of experience there with the rest of the squad. Yeah, I mean, as well though, like, obviously Navi wanting to talk about like the adaptations that Navi have made.
Yeah, attacking off जो लिया है single duelist ने,
it's not
slow खेलना पड़ेगा ना.
You see 2 timeouts
आगे लेके
back to
attacking
back.
defensive.
It's not even that though, right? Giant X, the
वो तो
call
ठीक है, लेकिन
timeout, just
आपको
as the bonus
50 का
is
बोला?
starting to happen on Fracture. Not every day we see that, right? Let me go into this map. We're like, yeah, okay, Navi timeout, ready to go out.
I said I'll have it cooking,
It's
yes
not every day we see that. I
sir.
don't think it's not every day that we see what Giant X are doing, right? Something along those lines, yeah. You get the point I'm trying to make? Sort of. Like, GX, I think, why would you even use 2 timeouts in this first half when the one that you just called seemed to be the
Members वाले होने वाला है क्या? After match वालों ने खेलेंगे, लेकिन member हो गया इस बार.
Everything that they
कितना चुप आया कि वो 100
set
कुछ
up
भी
for
बोलो वो
themselves.
cute तो है
But that makes things interesting because by the time we get to the second half, Navi still with a
से
timeout.
demotivate हो गया, D rank पे होएगा, tension मत लो.
GX, they're happily feeling that this one is left
Vandal
on
गया
their own terms
कैसे
and
रात
conditions, left
को
to
है,
their own
रात तक
devices,
है.
and without Pipson, and that's kind of what you're seeing in this timeout as
कैसे
well.
गया?
Very quiet.
रात को 3
Seems to be
बजे तक.
Cloud actually calling for
4
this
बजे
one
तक.
more than
12
anything
घंटा
else.
दिखा रहा था.
And I like that
जब
though,
मैं
right?
members
Like,
कर रहा था.
there's obviously like a conversation happening back and forth, whereas like in previous timeouts, what we had seen is Pipson being the one who was very vocal just from the cameras and what we could tell. Obviously, we don't know what's
आपके
being
2.5
said.
streams हुए
At the
जान
same
से
time
लेकर अब
though,
तक पता नहीं.
got to be thinking about the end to this half. How can GX find a lifeline into the next half, and also how can they make do or make like actually get some value from this ultimate cycle they're about to come into?
भाई 2 राउंड लेकिन
One
बहुत
only adding
कौला के
fuel
साथ
to the
unlucky
Navi
चीज हुई.
fire. Ice bucket dropped from GX from the timeout, prepared from the sidelines by the coach, but with Purpo dropping here,
Bro, सिर्फ blind देख के
Navi
spam
have the
मारा
man
है
advantage,
भाई.
and this is a conversation we consistently come back to. GX
भाई
failing
ये
to
read
convert
OP
from
था भाई.
4v5s. One of the worst in VCT EMEA when it comes to that
The
statistic.
fuck?
They've been offered more support from Tomasi's position, deep B right now, but yet to make a big call, a large rotation, and Angel is aware of this.
कौन सा Vandal smite वाला रे?
Making sure to identify the players that we're in main. Actually, this could be a red herring, just
तेरा कौन
catches
सा lineup reveal very
the
actually
last
मुझे
second
कुछ नहीं
run up.
पता.
Navi, no. This side of the map isn't good.
Yet another round where Navi find themselves right in the belly of the beast, and you have absolutely no idea where it looks like they're going to go. Angel already
भाई
using
B
the
होएगा
drone
तो
means
कितना
that he's
problem है
relying
पता है कि
solely
टेयो के पास
upon
30 seconds left.
his
Ult
recon
भी है.
arrow here to clear out Tomasi, or even just a jump spot as the operator has finally been revealed. Fighting a war on both fronts. The players have already made it out from elbow.
They have that engagement on long is what GX were hoping for. Now Cloud is the only one to hold on towards backside. The Armageddon used to keep him protected, and he is. But now he has to clutch up. It has to be an ace clutch, which does not
अरे
work out in his
बाप
favor.
रे.
Navi are pushing
13
this boat
सेकंड
out
34
further
सेकंड प्लांट
and
करने
further.
किस दिया?
That recon as well from Cloud was working overtime. Kuala Lumpur TP'd
और बाद में
into
reveal हो
that,
गया.
you know, second pulse.
बेचारा.
And ended up finding
Nola
himself
Kaula
revealed
के
by
साथ
it. And this read
lucky हो
here,
रहा है.
just from seeing the
Irving
star
shot मारना
placed
था
on
ना?
top of the box, feels like a big tell. Navi, off the back of the 120-second timeout, are the ones which come out the better, and now
mistakes कर रहे हैं तो छोटा
be
छोटा.
looking to build up this game plan in the last couple of rounds with the ults that they hold on to.
बैकसाइड वाला बहुत टाइम तक जिंदा था रे, बहुत
the fact that GX have used both timeouts in the first half, and one of them was after the one that Navi had used. Well, with that being said, straight into the B site. Guns out, rifles in hand for the GX players, needing to win this one if they want to see any more of that. As the final round of the half comes up, it's straight inside the site beyond the wall. Westside still in the corner, but in terms of utility to flush him out, well, Shao's without salvos, so there's really little to bank upon here. Tamasi with yet another kill that just pushes that boat out further as Roxic tries to reintroduce himself. It's a fresh Shao in the corner, flat on his feet. As GX close the gap again. I mean, Navi have been doing so well towards A that they've tried to...
Iron Party Bhai, thank you for the 200 GP, मेरी जान के डोटे. अच्छा, sorry, Primus Bhai, नाम नहीं बोलना था.
Just a small thing that I wanted to know, and it's a criticism on GX's side, even though they won the round and they did well, yeah, that's great, but I saw Tamazi use both flashes, one after the other, and there was no peaks off the back of it as well. Just as something else to note, right, for future rounds, whether that's going to continue. But hey, listen, all in all, good from GX. Yeah, 3-8. I also think Tamasi's utilities actually looked fairly supportive so far. We'll have to see if he can set up more here. You can see back of art, op in hand, players peeking in, and with the recon broken, this would have been his chance, but Runner just disposed of. Means it's another 4 versus 5 for GX from Art. This time they want to fight and with Cloud's ult teed up, it's a purple double this time. From the damage, 3 versus 2.
कैसे भाई?
There's plenty of utility. Angel's only used his dart, right? So this can easily come back up.
7-0 के बाद कौला के साथ जो हुआ है, बाकी सारे rounds
utility having no value. It's down, which means B is open. This feels like a pretty straightforward call to make if you're Navi. I agree. How does the post plant look, right? With both players having utility that can stall out. Do you play on the site? Do you look for a pick before you plant it? I mean, GX are nowhere near that side of the map.
लेकिन वो लोग को भी नहीं मालूम कि किधर है लोग. ये लोग भी डिले कर रहे हैं. अभी साउंड आया वो लोग
right now. Trying to get a bit more comfort about the situation. There's no player yet to go and hunt. Angel will be the one to do it. Risk adverse at times. Cloud is on his own. Up close as the spray comes in. It's a brilliant bait. Angel with the first of those, and Shao following it up. It's now a 2v2. This is winnable now for Navi, considering the utility they have. Angel's managed to get out from the divide though, so already this reposition could be deadly. Dropping in is Tamasi and Shao, picking up the pieces. He signs off on further Navi success. A 9-3 half, which has GX just about hanging in there, but almost dead and buried. Again, not to bring the statistic up once again, Hazza, but we've seen GX struggle on the attack. That's the side that they're going to be having to move to. We'll see if they can do good on that on the other side.
तो गेम देख रहा है इंस्टा, अरे अपलोड कर रहा था स्टोरी. कुकिंग हो रही है, कुकिंग हो रही है. स्टोरी देखो जिसने नहीं देखा, कुकिंग हो रही है. मेरा असली नाम लेना जरूरी था. Sorry, Primus Bhai. I would like to apologize. आज रात का क्या सीन जो रोज रात को था, मेंबर्स उन्हें करेंगे इसके बाद. रिप्ले टैग क्या देखो बंग पे देखता हूँ के बाद. Marcita opa.
Welcome back. Navi putting their foot down on their opponent's map.
Language
GX selecting
एने भी एक आज एने नहीं है एने I think 11 तारीख 12 तारीख को है तो 11 तारीख को ईमे के बाद अपना डायरेक्ट एने और पैसिफिक है तीनों है 11 तारीख को लंबा 15-16 घंटे का स्ट्रीम है
It's another one back. They need this pistol round if they're to hang in there.
What time do you wake up in the morning or afternoon? I wake up at afternoon, I sleep in the morning. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, I sleep.
They're in a similar position here where they played like something like 5 rounds and didn't win anything.
Hello, Binks, hello.
This is going to be a big half coming up for them.
Sid, bye. Thank you for the one gifted. Aditya, bye. Thanks for the
on merit more than anything else.
Love is it gaming. Thank you for the one gifted. मेरी जान की टोट थे.
I need to try and find a way to inspire us yet
Well,
again.
hardcore rank push कब जब भी time रहेगा आज में. अभी तो chill rank push कर रहा हूँ.
It's not to say there hasn't been improvements, right? We've been seeing it consistently. I mean, this trap set up by Navi for mid, and you're looking at Westside being that potential player to actually run into that. And on top of that, there's a little alarm bot for contact here to notify Navi about the potential players coming through this main.
It's good deep info which has forced Navi to readjust the setup ever so slightly. Now account for main a little more heavily as the A side offensive is starting to come through. Hero with another opening pick. Navi in a great position. Already got a couple of bodies backside, while Purpo has managed to find one on the fadeaway. Now Westside starts to get into position from Art.
Hoping he activates soon though, and when he does come in, it's Navi who get the pick.
Westside with one, Koala Noob another. Still 3-on-3 and the team's feeling slightly inseparable. Navi continuing to backfill the space. They have so much support.
Chat Jesus को भी मिला, please thanks बोल दो.
And it's GX's own which is going to hit the canvas. Bloodied and bruised once again. Westside doesn't have the time or the tools. A couple of players from the pit. He'll find the first of those, but Angel's on the scene. Double digits for Navi.
I love you. Thank you for the 6 gifted total मेरी जान की रोटे. Thank you. Jesus को भी मिला, thanks बोल दो. और जो लोग stream पे नए आए हो, like कर दो जिसने like नहीं किया अब तक भी can reach 4 likes मेरी जान.
It just becomes a death match between both teams, and nobody.
God Shimmer God support. Love you.
Rather than take an engagement.
Team region का ही watch party कर रहा है ना chat यार. Lambo. मैंने Emea और Pacific कर रहा हूँ. अच्छा D1 को genuine team दे दो please. Range और deathmatch.
Is these mid rounds as well.
और फिर ये जो भी games में रखते हो बीच-बीच में देखो जब भी free हो.
It didn't feel like there was much utility there.
क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसा trade लेते हैं, space लेते हैं.
Man, you're really on Marcus.
थोड़ा discipline के साथ बिना overpick करके चलोगे off angles
Listen,
में.
what we should talk about
It'll be easy rank.
right? Players from Navi very happy to give up this site to GX, and at the same time, like you can see that they've got Koala Noob who was just checking extra angles up on B, but the GX have pushed forwards.
Certainly have. Hero fighting 2 with his ghost. Where are the guns in GX's hands?
This
force felt necessary and it's finding the value. Dropping back to the support in main, it's a long road that Navi have to walk to win this one.
You have the outlaw, but with Hero being so low, and Angel managing to make the stinger work at close range.
Yeah. Float like a butterfly, sting time, or like a stinger. Angel able to get one more, but Hero now 1 versus 2. This is where the realization starts to set in. This gun is better saved more than anything else. Well, they'll get the one onto Westside as he tries to walk away. Purpo with the play that secures that 4th round for Giant X.
आपका 4 stat visit पहुंच गया.
This is another round, right? An anti-eco where Navi have lost again, right? Twice against Apex, once against Fnatic before. Like this is an issue that could start to.
ये एक्चुअल में होना नहीं चाहिए था बे.
वो लोग को
clean मारना चाहिए था. इतना passive angle से खेल के.
It has looked cagey since the pistol. It's more of the same, and it's what I was talking about before. You can see here, Giant X, only a 33% first blood success rate. 1/3 of the time you're going to see them go a player in front after that first engagement.
I think that was something that was happening a lot on the defense. They were giving away the first blood, and Navi were doing well to steamroll that into a round win.
this time round been a lot more reserved. And look at the space that Navi have been able to grab in mid after that was used.
Yeah, but look at Westside. He is effectively the turret here. They don't have a killjoy, but it's fine because the gun in his hands is unleashing lead to the players in the scuba shop.
भाई कौला का हो गया भाई.
Reading the map wrong.
सच्ची भाई. भाई मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ भाई. इतना एक बंदा इतना अगर अनलक के होता है वो कैसे वो खेलेगा मेरे को बात बताओ.
GX not going towards this side of the map, heading towards.
तो सीन हो गया कौला के साथ.
Vice wall at their backs.
Impossible है ब्रह्मांड का सारा
in terms of the man count.
Unlucky timing कौला के साथ हो रहा है. बेचारे को खेलने तक नहीं मिल रहा है.
4 over the head of Angel. He spots. Quick face check. Falling back onto a deeper line of cover. Nice shot from Angel. We all remember the Navi Sheriffs. They've always been a strong suit. How many more of those do we end up with? It's only Angel holding on to one right now, but the stall has been fantastic and now players in position. 15 seconds and things get worrying.
Yeah, that is when things get worrying, because if you can deny the spike, you can deny the round. That's not the case at all. It's the Bulldog, a Roxic that was getting the value.
Simvatri from 3 years कुछ एडवाइस में लेकिन मेरा स्ट्रीम देखो और सबसे पहले 4 दोस्त मेंबरशिप लो समझ रहे हो उनको क्या मैं थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा सिखाता रहता हूँ मेंबर्स ऑन द स्ट्रीम में खेलते खेलते जस्ट सेइंग
11 rounds
प्लस डेथमैच और वो सब करो मैंने वो एम ट्रेनिंग करो बाकी तो जितना खेलोगे उतना रैंक पुश होएगा ही होएगा
help them out with that. And it's another familiar situation here on the defender side as well. It feels like it's so hard sometimes to set up that plan that can win the round for you. Something which they've also been focusing on as well quite heavily as protocols, and already as A main is taken, they do not disengage fully. It's Angel following it up with a rifle in his hands this time. Numbers Navi, but how much longer can he live on this box?
I mean, this 2v2 and A main is going to be massive. West side still to come in late through art, but it's how long can GX hold on to this side of the map? Instead they get the first pick, after that initial engagement, and you look to disengage.
Shao would have heard those steps just scurrying away as well.
आपको मैं वो सिखाता हूँ ना झुलता तो मैं रात को खेलता हूँ
the position A, making sure that Roxic is clearing towards R as his drone will do exactly that in main, just reinforcing the ideas of where these players are, and Westside is a swift check of exactly that.
A red herring though, look at GX, they're not going towards this side of the map, and Navi are now worried about where Westside has gone.
Hero has a full killjoy setup, the turret for lane, the alarm bot should support inside the choke. And with there being no gap close either towards the backside, it's all on this first duel. Hero catching Cloud in his utility, but still not capitalizing from it. The darts landed in a weird place, so it's not going to scan at all. And while Westside has been noted, Hero only getting one on the way back in. And so Shao, tasked with clutching another round. His salvos can deny the plant for just a moment, but it's repositioned and they are holding on as he makes his way back in. He will fall, and so Giant X continue to bear on down.
Yeah, I think as well.
खेलना नहीं झूलते खेलते सही इन्फॉर्मेशन लैंग्वेज मेरे वैलेंट में सडनली 5 पे से ड्रॉप हो रहा है अचानक से इसका क्या सॉल्यूशन है पीसी वाले को दिखाओ
Look at Navi's buy here, right? I said it was big for GX to deny 11, and it is, but it's even more important in the economy state. Because right now, Navi do not have a buy.
जब तुम्हारे 50 के थे तब से स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ
it's a really rough round to come into, and to just to take a step back as well. You look at Angel and Shao doing a lot in
भाई बड़ा अल्टीस आ तो रहा है
teams gather the info. They hadn't missed an international event since Masters Berlin in 2021 until last year, which now, including kickoff, makes it 4 consecutive that they've not been able to go to, and you're looking at the potential of a 5th.
laptop suggest करो.
Should GX win
यार
what
इसमें
feels
मैं नाम
like
सब नहीं ले सकता.
such an important fixture
Watchparty में.
between those players chasing the runaway pack of elite teams that we have in Group Alpha.
Tamazi. They're touching on the alarm bot. There's still no contact, no peek out into the outlaw.
Do have a Bucky on both Roxic and Koala Noob,
और
so
मेरा बेटा जो है
down lanes through the middle of the map.
But with the gap being there of Xiao in art, no real big rotation has been called. That Angel still just denying with the immediate reactive ult.
Oh, by W ult by Angel.
Really big chip damage. Rook6 trying to rush in, but gets caught by the blind side. It's just not working out at all. GX have managed to fight their way back in. The lockdown baiting out another player into the crosshairs of Navi. The spike needs to stabilize this round. Hero laid up onto yet another kill as well. You've got to come back in against the Cosmic Divide. Hero's been managed to bomb out a player as they swing out. Run underneath the clock.
Boys, round बचा लिया मेरी जान.
7 points of health will get GX the 7th. His 5th clutch
Radiant मेरी जान.
More than any other GX
Indian normal select करने के लिए क्या रहा है? Radiant after HA was the first step. मतलब कुछ contacts भी होने चाहिए, कुछ contacts नहीं चाहिए. बहुत सारे और बार-बार tryouts लेते रहते हैं. उनके socials पे तुमको मालूम पड़ जाएगा, Discord channels पे मालूम पड़ जाएगा. एक बार Radiant पहुंचोगे, तुम लोग कोई भी टीम बना के Immortal Radiant लोग के साथ टीम बना के खेलो. थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट कोई भी टूर्नामेंट तुम लोग वहाँ पे दिख जाओगे, तुम्हारा स्टैट्स काउंट होएगा और ऐसे फिर ट्राउट में भी अच्छा करोगे तो ओपी. बट रेडिएंट इज something people look for.
You talk about setting yourself up for success. Navi did in the last round using ultimates.
But comeback nahi rahi,
the ultimates didn't get the value that you're looking for, and that's now where the criticism comes in, right? Where you're thinking to yourself,
Masters Mumbai होने के chances क्या है पता नहीं रे.
Hunter's Fury and a lockdown, they would have been massive pieces to push you towards these last final rounds.
आपका moist pointer precision off है क्या Binks भाई? Off ही रहेगा. जैसा पीछे चलो तो वैसे खेलता हूँ मैं.
Plenty of promise from him as a player seems to have been delivered upon, at least in these last couple of maps. Now sitting 20 and 14 at the top of the leaderboard.
कौला देखो भाई, इतना बड़ा स्टार प्लेयर. टाइमिंग के वजह से 7 पे वे बेचारा.
GX finding a way to get their feet in a lot of these, find a foothold, I should say. Koala Noob finally bringing out the pop, but immediately pressured by the Euro on the opposite side. Trent was backside as well, and his combat combined with the Armageddon, forcing players out. Tomazi back there, gets the entry kill. Huge combination, that sets up the play. Xiao's going to watch that TP cut past him, and immediately the game is up for Tomazi. One back, Hero still holding on. 2 kills from him. Is it going to be enough? Seems to be the case right now. The support from Koala Noob is surplus to requirements as Angel shot up shot.
Hero ने वहाँ से 2 मारा ना, तब भी round जीत गए.
Yeah. I mean, it's a round where, even though we brought out the stat about first bloods, Navi, sorry, GX actually get the first blood, right? They do so well, they take the side, but, I mean, Tomazi's clear isn't good enough, and he allows players to sit within the smoke. Yeah, I don't know, man, like, again, like, it's a phrase I use a lot, dotting your I's, crossing your T's, and they're just not paying attention to the small details. Once again, Koala Noob will go searching towards A main. This is going to be huge for the setup of Navi and how they'll look to redistribute forces across the map. It feels like there is a little bit of proactivity sprinkled in there. Whenever you see a Tenno player, you're expectant of it. While we haven't seen Xiao on this role too often, that drone is perfectly timed. They know where those players sit right now, and as the drone gets traded, this is when you make the play through the double door. Yeah, but what are the players are doing that? Look at Purple, he's sitting waiting! But Navi are able to get what they were looking for, a double kill, and it looks even worse! It's Navi find 12, and an end zone flawless! That's exactly the round which you were hunting for if you're Navi. Something clean, something confident. Sure, it comes up against pistols, but you put yourself in that position off the back of another round. Man, you can't help but feel Purple's that guy that you're hoping is just going to cover you. He's well played by Navi to have a player watching towards shops. It's more brilliant mid-rounding from Angel there as well to just set up the play. Coming back to what I was talking about before, it's those players, that old dynamic deadly duo of sorts that could do it for you, but here it's gone. 3 kills off the back of his own flash, and with Xiao in support, it's all but over. Tomasi in the ground as it's back-to-back in-zone flawlesses to finish off.
4 बंदे blind थे भाई. कौला क्या मारा blind बे. कौला गलत blind मारा भाई. हाँ गलत मारा भाई.
From Navi yet. Yeah, bro, as good as Giant X looked on the opener, coming into their own map pick, they weren't able to put that next foot forward and set themselves up with a series win.
ये लोग अटैक करने वाले थे और ये कभी हुआ नहीं क्योंकि वो लोग ने पुश नहीं किया. पूरा मैच का मतलब एक राउंड में निकला. ऐसा चाहिए ना जोश. कैसे बंक्स भाई? सब बढ़िया है. फेक क्लोन करके मारा लास्ट किल था, फिर भी ब्लाइंड ही था वो. फेक क्लोन नहीं करता तो भी मैटर नहीं. पहला जो 4 मारा ना तभी गेम खत्म था. लास्ट में वो फेक क्लोन करे, क्लासिक चलाए, उड़ के मारे, खत्म ही था रहा. भाई ये लोग का म्यूजिक अच्छा है बे. एने का इस बार पता नहीं क्या हो गया म्यूजिक को. अब क्या लास्ट मैप? कौन सा है लास्ट मैप? मैंने देखा नहीं. हीरो फैनेटिक में था तभी बहुत तोड़ता था. हीरो अच्छा खेलता, एक्चुअल में अच्छा खेलता. कंसिडरिंग उसका एक्सपीरियंस और सब, गलत प्लेयर है वो. और बहुत काम है बे, बहुत काम बंदा है बैन. गलत 1v1 सिचुएशन में इतना काम खेलता ना वो. ले हेलो तो बोलो रूट सुनवार. हेलो दिवांश भाई. पिछले के ट्वीट्स करो क्या है? La 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 la. वालों के लोग आज नहीं दोपहर को होएगा जब मेंबर्स होंगे तब वालों. ठीक है मेरा ग्लोबल एलिट. जो भी गेम को हाथ लगाए तेरे भाई ने टॉप रैंक. बंद भाई कैसे पप्पी दे दो डैपर भाई. लव यू मेरी जान के रोटे. तो या फाइमन होगा कल, देखते हैं कल जो भी होगा. मजा आता ना खाने में वाइप करने को. मेरी गॉड. आज रात को लाइव होएगा. कौन सा गेम? वही अपना चिल वाला गेम, रिलैक्सिंग गेम. यार रात को वालों के लिए एनर्जी बचती नहीं रही.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of momentum that Navi managed to get right off the bat, chaining round after round. You might think that after the first map, as they're there not being able to close their map choice, we would see a different phase, but love to see that Navi still has it.
Yeah, getting a little weird in areas. We're past the watershed. It's getting a little muddy, late night Valorant, but yeah, I mean, it's good. I think this is probably the best scenario. It's come to the decider, obviously going to split. Yeah, it's good that Navi are able to reset and actually look so composed here on map 2 as well.
Yeah, speaking of composure, you know, last week and the week before we talked about, is Angel even getting angry? Like, is he capable of it?
Emotive today.
He looked mad. Yeah, it was a little scary.
It's good. He promised that. He promised that we would get the angry Angel.
Yeah, no, and we got it. And they also got the maps. So whatever it takes, if he needs to be angry with the boys, be angry with the boys. Let's talk about how they got it done, though, because there were individual performances which really stood out in this one.
Yeah, to me, there's two highlights. One, Hero in those later rounds in that second half. He was always good for 2, for 3, always getting the opener. Like, I feel like he had a lot of impact. And the second one, Ruxic, both in the first map, both in this one. I think that his performance keeps going up and up and up. In Fracture, he was on 300 ACS. That is a surreal. And on Pearl, he also had a lot of impact. So that 2.5, you know, maybe not getting that many kills, but not getting those deaths. So the balance is very much positive.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's key to note to kind of tie those 2 points together. Right? People like Ruxic and Hero stepping up and actually carrying some of the weight for the team, I'd say. It's something that, again, it's pretty daunting to step into a roster with Angel and Xiao, right? So to have Angel being, I guess, fairly emotional or getting a bit heated on stage, to also have the newcomers to step up and deliver like this. We want to see established for Navi.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of those individual pop-up moments. You said Hero had them, Xiao had them as well. So it was just across the board. Everyone had their time in the sun.
Yeah, I think that there were some instances that we saw here in this 1v3 that Hero had, how he isolates the kills.
So calm. He's so calm.
Absolutely. I feel like in this moment, he's feeling pretty comfortable, and especially with the wall bank that you have here, the plant is definitely going to help. But I feel like we've seen it here, as you mentioned it, we've seen with Xiao time and time again, playing the time, playing to your strengths. In this early rounds, that was what gave Navi that momentum, that freedom in the economy that they were going to have later on. And it's so good to see also Xiao playing for the first time on this Tejo and finding the impact that he did round after round.
Oh, Binks
really, they put Binks kind of in a chokehold. They were forced to make some really difficult decisions.
From the
I think that's why we saw them probably sweat a little bit. Like I said, things getting a little muddy and messy at times. But yeah, it's definitely the early pressure that Navi were able to create.
मेरा sister का बेटा आया है
pretty clean. That's Prime Xiao. That's something scary to go up against.
But now we're headed to Split, and I don't know if I'm excited or worried. I'm a little bit of both probably, because we literally just saw Giant X on Split, right? And we just saw their massive comeback there. They were down 10-0 or 0-10 rather against Heretics, and they somehow brought it back. But that also means that we have a lot of footage, obviously, on those teams.
Yeah, and as you saw that there, Navi is going to be started on the defense. You speak about them bringing it back, and it was actually on that defense that they were bringing it back. So if
I have told them,
there's a possibility that it will
it repeats itself. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Like lightning striking twice in the same spot.
I mean, it's not like Navi look particularly good on it either, right? So they both won on Split right now in stage 1. They both have not changed up their comms on that map. That said, though, Giant X did swap roles for the second go around with playing the same comms.
Yeah, I mean, you could also ask the question coming out of that, whether or not there was some glaring issues in terms of the attack in half. That's something they do want to maybe toy with some changes.
Yeah.
I'd be really interested to see what it is and why, but...
I wonder if Hero's going to keep that Vice, because at Navi we expect him to go with that double controller, and with the Vice, we know and we have seen in this map how sometimes teams struggle dealing with the Euro, dealing with the Faker and whatnot, and what effects it can have on you. And knowing the Hero has so much experience also playing with all the Sentinels, maybe a different, maybe a Cypher, some small adaptation I could see coming from the side of Navi.
Because on the flip side, with the breach and the Tejo, right? So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if there is a change on the Sentinel side for sure. Doesn't look like no changes at all, actually. Yeah, so we're pretty much as expected in terms of
what's GWS
coming out of the result versus Heretics. Maybe feeling like it maybe wasn't a comp issue on the attack. Maybe we do see a complete change to the macro, the approach.
I still think put in shot, like having Fade and Astra in this composition and not putting Xiao on the Fade, to me, is a mistake. But of course, you know, Navi is their decision to do whatever they want. But coming into this third map with a Giant X, there still has to be finding a win in this split. After the first map that we saw, after them performing that comeback, I really wonder how their mental is.
I mean, the mental's got to be good.
इसको बोलो
Like, it
वो
has
वाली
to be.
गेम खेले
All
जो
things considered, a win is a win, right? And especially if you're a team like Giant X, you take them where you can.
ऐसा नहीं को पिंकी जो
I mean,
गेम
they
खेल रही
did
थी
take
वो
that.
वाली गेम
Ultimately,
खेलो ना
they went
Binks.
on to lose the series, but
Wow.
we're not talking about
Wow.
that. They want
It all starts
That's all
with a
that
map win,
matters.
Zoe. It all starts with a
That's
map win.
right. And listen, this is an opportunity for both of these teams. One of them is going to take the dub. Let's find out who is going to close it out. So once again, let's send it back over to Hazza and Cairo.
The cider map coming up.
Horror,
Split.
man.
Both teams off the back of a win. Giant X, there's a lot more dramatic than Navi's against Apex, but when you consider those three teams towards the bottom of the group right now, this one is so important to give yourself a chance for playoffs, especially for GX, brought back down to earth against a team at a similar level, yet still the possibility they walk out of this day 0-3.
Last week, both teams got to a decider map. It's first time in Split 2, it's Split 1. But the other thing you've got to consider, Hazza, Navi was able to win theirs. Giant X haven't been able to win against Heretics. Weren't able to close it out. It went back to how things usually were. Is it going to be the same thing right now?
Last match, ये match है Navi versus
Already
GX.
towards A.
सारे लोग
Stun, ready.
बोलो किसको
One of the one holding on to it. Up
time
into
बना?
round.
Navi जीतने वाला
GX searching for their first
Tayari,
pistol
GX
since
जीता।
Fracture.
क्या हरकत की तूने
Navi
वापस?
in a brilliant position to execute on order yet again, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
ये गई
Gamora
बे, ये
in the
गई।
heavens,
एक बार stream end
supported by
रुक जा, मैं
Angel
stream
coming
end
in
करता हूँ।
late.
मैं भी
So
end
twice
करती
as many
हूँ।
मैं भी end करता हूँ,
मेरे
रुक जा
पास
तू,
है
रुक
ज़्यादा
जा तू,
point।
रुक, रुक।
engagement and the spike dropped, yet to be collected.
How do you even get back into it? I mean, looking through, yeah, but look at this, the Avengers assemble. Straight
Graph
from the
attack.
top rope.
Graph attack.
And Purple now
Graph
into the
attack.
back lines. He's done decent chip damage.
And he has time on his side.
सच में आज stream है एक बार end
Macros won't collect information of his position. The paranoia as well.
तब practice
Half a
करना
chance,
कर
but Hero holding on, has the info. And if you were going to use a near sight,
just
Vents is
just
probably
saying
the
अगर तू
last
भूल
place
गए
to
तो
find
याद रखना तेरे को
effectiveness
गुदगुली
from
होता
it.
है just saying
Worst part is, right, if you peek
Yes,
in
sir.
towards getting that spike,
Yes,
you're
sir.
probably going to be seen by the players below. With that being said, Dope,
समझ रहे हो
Navi win that pistol round.
Another pistol round for them in this
Okay.
series. As I already mentioned, that's now their fourth. GX only picking up one in the second half of Fracture. Momentum is so important. I think for both of
Hey,
these
babe.
teams, it has
Solid
been a
momentum
mental
है Navi
battle
के पास।
at times, getting used to
उसके
the
बाद
environment,
defensive map में
especially
वो
for
लोग defense
Navi.
में
Players like Koala Noob who've had to
Not those
travel
के
across the
गुदगुली कर दो
Atlantic
naughty
to
है
get here with a completely different
इसलिए
lifestyle
breakup
for
हुआ है
him
तेरा
now in Berlin. Starting as he means to go on from that pistol, and well, GX, as they do, continue
Hey,
onwards,
cash on
it's
delivery.
an aggressive piece, which falls flat very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is falling flat all across the map.
Good
Players
job.
looking
thought
to
process अच्छा था but
get
बंदा
engagements,
already
but
था उधर
It's easily dealt with for right now for Navi. An in-zone flawless.
ये end zone
Another
slowly
in-zone flawless bonus round for them as well. It was the exact same way that Pearl started. If you recall back to how that one went,
Yeah.
pistol in the
ठीक है
first
guys,
half.
spam ना करो, Binks मान गया है आज रात को
बात
डाउनलोड करेगा।
Yeah.
कद्दू नहीं
Well, listen, we can just
Watchparty के
sweep it
बाद
under
तो
the rug
Watchparty के
for a
बाद
minute. Well, hopefully we can sweep it under the rug and not have to think about it.
बस भाई
because
किसको support
right
कर रहे
now,
हो
momentum
Navi
looks good for Navi. An anti-eco
भाई मैं
flawless
सच्ची
puts
चाहता
the
हूँ
bonus
Angel
round
One
into
अच्छा
a
करे
really
यार
hot
लाइफ में
contention when you look at this buy.
motivation है वो अरे
GX
जाने देना
need to be careful how they move around this map.
Focus on mid again, and Ruxic already
ये क्या
spotting
डाउनलोड करूँगा जल्दी
Tomasi
खेलेंगे बस
jumping from market.
जल्दी करो।
Respect given
मत
by
कर
GX in this situation.
तुम्हारा
Yeah, I mean, the thing that worries me right now with this bonus round, right, is
Tomorrow
Heretics were able to
afternoon I
convert
have
it last time GX
few
started on
meetings
the
उसके बाद
attack.
कर सकते
And also, to compound that point, I mean, GX were only able to win 2 rounds overall on their attack last time.
The
मैं
last two
रात
rounds
को
of the
1:30
half.
बजे थोड़ी ना बैठ के वो गेम खेलूंगा यार आकाश
डेढ़
भाई
दो रात
Seems
का
like
ही
Navi
गेम
have
है
a
वो।
great read on
उसके
what
बाद
GX
तो
were
खेल
doing
के
right
5-6
now. Look
बजे
at the player
सोएगी
positioning, right,
मैं तो
in
पैर को
terms
सो
of
जाती
where
हूँ।
Navi are setting
चल
up.
पूरा दिन कैसा बिहेव करते हैं
What
मेरे को
Icebox
पता
was
है
talking about on the desk as well.
Grumpy,
You may not have
grumpy.
changed up the comp, but in terms of the macro, I mean,
मैं बोला ना
little
बेट
time
तुम्हारा
really
आफ्टरनून
stress the details
तुम्हारा
to
आफ्टर बोला ना मैं
this
खुद
attack
को
side.
खेलने का
And
मन
so
है
they
गेम
go
अभी तो
into
ऐसा
a
कर रही है
lonely
भाग
A
ऐसे
site. Plenty of Navi
तुम्हारा
bodies here,
afternoon
black and yellow shirts to help support. Koala off the back of Ruxik
अगर अभी
with
नावी
his
जीता तो
utility in tandem. The paranoia could have just set up for yet another kill instead. It is the Vice War, which has caught Westside. The Tether has noted his position. The spam, fortunately enough, has not landed 20 seconds. Look at Navi though, they're setting up a crossfire, a lovely activation on the arc rows. They're happy to give up heaven. They know GX have to try and come through a choke point.
10 seconds left.
And is another bonus converted against Giant X. And while I feel like Giant X have brought some
भाई
nice
जो भी
ideas
overpowered
to the
agent
table in
लेता
terms
ना
of
वो
how
जीत
they want to
जाता
open up rounds,
Sentinel
prime
में अभी 22
example would have been in round number 2 when they were up against the anti-eco.
रुचि भाई thank you for the membership मेरी जान के
Maybe you're
today
throwing a breach flash on it as well. Purpo also has the shadow step as well as Tamasi.
clean blind ना भाई
But then you come into a round like this, the full gun round, and it just
बस
doesn't feel
cloud
like
ने वो
there's
blind dodge किसे
all
कर
too
दिया
much thought behind it. It's very direct, it's very straightforward, and Navi are reading that all too easily after the initial engagement in mid when you don't actually take that space away. Towards this round, GX are going to put their focus in mid. So Navi, 6 players in total, and Navi are being very aggressive in how they're peeking into this one. An initial drone not really getting the value either. Angel out in the open, confident as ever.
Hey babe.
Can't blame the guy because GX have just not been
रिवील
punishing
डाल
it.
के ए
They
मिला
are
के पिक
always
करके मार के
dropping
निकल
in
भी
these
गए
early
बे
engagements.
वो लोग को मिड क्लियर करने के वापस अभी यूटिल डालना पड़ेगा या फिर वॉक करना पड़ेगा थ्रू आउट कांटेक्ट के लिए
Same time though, Navi, they must have heard that TP
इतने
from
में
the
लोग
Omen,
दूसरा
so they're
जगह
going to
क्लियर कर
reclear
रहे
his space.
हैं
Well, Purple gives away another pick
भाई
towards
गलत
Navi.
खेल रहे
Didn't
भाई
have
नावी
control of me, but
गलत
instead repositioning on the site, looking to brawl.
इतना भी अच्छा नहीं
Angel
खेल
the
रहे
first of those bodies that drops. Can there get any better than this? No! GX, a volley of kills. 3 back from them to stop Navi going any more than just their third round.
Are you kidding me?
This be a little bit out of character. GX looking for a foothold. Ruxik does take one back, so it's a 2-on-2. And as isolated as Hero feels with the stun,
दो 1v1 है
the players reposition without the open plant. GX a grouped up pillar.
हीरो ना मान रहा भाई
GX are in the prime position to go and deal with the round. Again, they let go of another advantageous spot with a spike down and time to play with. I understand they're forced to play on the site, but it's not as even it's not even as if they put Navi in a position where they're forced to fight.
सेम मेरे जैसे ये में देखो बे
They peek Hero. They do peek Hero, and Hero just holds the line. I can feel the frustration coming across from you. They're getting away with bloody murder. Yeah, they are getting away with murder, but the point is though, it's mistakes that aren't being forced out by Navi. Gotta go hunting for kills in those situations sometimes, but GX, we come back to it once again. The narrative of just not being able to build upon those individuals, the system they set up, the change in identity this time of course to
इतना
Marcy.
लॉन्ग वो लोग वाइप कर रहे हैं ना अभी प्रॉलर इन्फो लेगा वो लोग निकल जाएंगे अभी छोड़ के
Same time though, a move towards A.
वॉल भी है सीधा साइड भी नहीं जा सकते वो लोग पर रैंप ही जाना
for
पड़ेगा
Hero. Spamming out, can't quite find what he's wanting, and while Navi have went and been proactive and cleared things out,
ओमेन को बस वेंट रखने का बस
having a bit of a poke through the cage. Left unanswered. There's a paranoia for the site execution, but tower's where the jewel goes down. It's Koala Noob's showstopper, which is put to rest early. The fuse cut short. Westside with a double. Still, GX in control by one player. But they haven't yet hit the site. Look at the control, which Navi currently hold on to. 2 players still playing from elbow. One of them, Shao, trying to walk his way out from screens to support Hero. Doesn't need it! Hero with a double. And Westside left by himself, scratching his head, wondering, how have I found myself in a solo position yet again?
Huh?
think we're all scratching our heads and thinking about that.
Almost मार दिया था वैसे ने बाय लेकिन
yet to have an
बुल्ला
answer from
होल्ड कर रहे बे
GX. Same on the last map.
खेलना चाहिए
And the
सेंटिनल
starts.
काफी लोग में
Same on the
पैसा
last two maps, because Fracture began, Navi 5-1. Second map, Navi 7-0. Split, Navi 5-0. Again, it takes a little while for GX to get into these maps, and it goes back to the discussion I had right at the beginning of this series as well, in terms of the sides that they've been starting on. When you look back at what the history is, before the Heretics game, they've chosen to start on defense 5 out of 5 times.
You gangster! Thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के
But this is where they've been in the
चुती
beginning a lot, trying to maybe get the worst of it out the way
बोल के
early.
ज़माना हो गया
And I think for me as well, the other thing to consider is this is now. Well, this is now GX's most played map, right? And it keeps coming up in the veto time and time again. So, like, my question is more like, what else are we worried about playing, right? Like, what does a map pool look like? Because split keeps coming up. You've only been able to
considering वो लोग बस breathe तो है, I think mid थोड़ा fight करना चाहिए
like GX arm Heretics, GX arm like
mid
Vitality
fake
or Fnatic
TP
who are
blind
in hot form right now.
breathe
But like,
as
a general,
space
you've
लेके
got
फिर
to
जब वो
hold on
लोग
to a certain
counter
standard.
space लेंगे उसके बाद लड़ो
GX for me are just not showing enough for a top tier team.
Navi, on the other hand, showing the value of their individuals. Combined with all of the rest, Hero and Ruxic, the two anchors yet to register a death so far in this map. It was Ruxic who stepped up massively against Apex. The closing one there is into this half buy of sorts from GX. They're looking to put him under further pressure. He's managed to disengage for now, and the paranoia only helping to do so further, and there is support for Navi now.
Yeah, Seas is brilliantly placed. Shao getting one, but there is a trade on to Angel. Now Navi comes straight back in, Spike completely lost, completely cold. And how did GX get back up towards heaven to collect that?
Well, Puppo has the ult, so that's one way to do it, and he's going to quickly snatch it back. Last time we saw this 2-on-2, it was a similar setup from GX. Got to be aware of the walkout spawn, and the cam has checked it this time.
Now walking to swing out towards CT rather than getting this
Hero
Hero gets a double kill after GX peeked towards CT.
And he's still yet to die. He has not died
उसका
so far yet in this map. Whether it's his site that they hit or a retake situation. The spike didn't even go down here, Cairo. As Hero gets another couple of kills. Now has the Steel Garden as well as this Cosmic Divide. Tools for a potential retake.
9-0?
GX have a couple of their own, which could be huge in gaining access early, and that looks like what we're going to get now that the rivals are back out.
How to play Sentinel Masterclass चल रही है भाई.
I mean, it was around about the 7th round last time on Peril that we saw. There's a 7th round before we saw GX answer back, and it was the ultimates to help do so. I don't know how Angels managed to survive shooting out that cam there.
I know that Jack Igo was giving away bundles for every time that he was Angel was having an opening death. But I think so far this series, you know, his wallet is safe for now. He's been doing a pretty damn good job at just collecting info, and maybe that's GX not punishing it, but right now they do have a couple of these ults queued up to hit the A site. The first is the Yoru, and well, it's only just spotted a player making that cross towards elbow, and Koala gets away with the kill.
Yeah, and this is something that's been really good from the protocols, being able to play off site. GX have got onto it, but Spike's still in heaven. They've completely left it. Breach was left trying to use the Rolling Thunder, and
oh my
calamity
God,
now for Giant X. As Navi look to deal
with them. Spike कैसे लेगा?
Back to 2v1.
But where have we seen this before, Cairo?
Hero to close another round from a similar position. 7-0 as it was on Pearl. That ended a 9-3 half, but coming on to what will be another eco round, even with the max loss bonus for Giant X, you need to give yourself a platform, because very quickly the ground is falling from beneath their feet on what I can say is probably the second or third map so far this stage I've seen a similar thing happen. Third or fourth?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you look at like that first split, sorry, the kickoff, and how that happened. Like Giant X looked so much better. They were winning consistently up towards 8 or 9 rounds, and since we've got into this next split, into split 1, they have looked as if they've had a massive performance drop-off, whether that's because of the group that they're in and there's more scrutiny on them. But they're playing against Navi right now, and it's the same thing again.
While Anoob's operator coming into this series, he was 30-10 for op kills versus op deaths. Almost all of those deaths being dedicated ops. You know, like, you have to try and find a way to clear this guy, or he will make a huge problem of it. GX into the late round once again, and you're hitting another stacked site. Navi are so prepared for this. The utility is there. They'll be ready for the flood-out elbow when it comes, but that's if you don't already stop them in tower.
I mean, Angel's just walked out in towards main and got to pick his own players while looking towards heaven. And again, Navi are happy to give this up. They're playing towards CT. And GX looks like they're scratching their head for a way to get onto the site.
Always this guy at the end of the round, but so many fates already settled. That will be his first death on split. Still a 3 versus 1 for Cloud to try and digest, and he's got no time or options. Forced to run into the gunfire again as Angel adds number 8, Navi, claiming the gun round.
वो ब्लाइंड थोड़ा लेफ्ट में डालता तो शायद ज्यादा ओपी होता था, लेकिन वो कांटेक्ट में ब्लाइंड डाला डबल स्विंग भारी पड़ गया उसको थोड़ा.
And there's no changes, right? Like going through heaven, trying to bust out onto the site, and the protocols every single time from Navi are good, and it comes back to that point you were making earlier about the Navi podcast.
12-1.
Shout out to the Navi podcast, man. You know, but it's a valid point you raise. These things take time.
Yeah.
It has been a process for this roster. If you expect instant results with player changes, then you're gravely mistaken. That is not the story we've seen of the stage so far. Given a little bit more to work, GX coming out the back of matches against top contenders now. Navi seeming to fit the mold of that themselves. Hero with 2 more kills on a site hold. A story which is constantly repeated as we flick through the pages. It's the same wall of text as the wall of 5 players stand between Westside and a miracle, which just isn't happening today, tomorrow, or anytime soon.
Yeah,
exactly right.
Now, like, where do you start to find a way to come back into this game? Because right there, we saw the armor getting used. We saw different pieces trying to be forced forward. And again, it feels as if you're banging your fist against the door, trying to wait for an answer. And right now, GX's fist is bloodied.
There's just no engagement in the ebb and flow for me. It just feels so one-dimensional, round after round. Okay, we have a little look mid at the start, and that's exactly the same
round.
Look
Finally, jo mid kar rahe, finally.
There's always a counter. This time it comes in the form of Koala. First picked up. Even Angel winning against the Sting at close range. Nothing going GX's way.
Play blind, Banks.
The forces try and regroup with the ragtag weapons that they've got. Couple rifles, if anything.
Now it's too late, bro.
They do eventually gain
अब
some
जो कर रहे
ground,
थे वो लोग starting से करना
but
चाहिए
it's in spite of the fights in middle, rather than as a consequence of them.
Yeah.
ये अभी भी सिर्फ स्मोक डाल के ड्रोन ऑन करके आराम से खेल सकते थे बे ड्रोन अभी भी है इसके पास यार.
In heaven for GX. Well, you're seeing Purple go and exploring
हाँ,
the other side of the map.
Navi
Again, like we speak about directionless. Like, what are GX thinking? Like, surely we're waiting to see what Purple is going to find out, but at the same time, they're not doing anything to force out and Navi into positions that they want, force rotates, etc. And the spike's going in towards spawn.
make sure that they clear out the garden. That's where Ruxik's currently holding on to the orb. Xiao that ends up getting spotted. But now where'd you go? Okay, you're in defender's spawn. We've still got Purple in tower, but you have to win these fights. And so it's into the meat grinder that GX go. Purple left chasing. Doesn't have his ult this time to try and pick up that precious cargo. And so Koala releases the nade and pulls the pin on what is a round done and over with. A foregone conclusion, as many of these have been. It's cool to make that play and say, yeah, let's run in spawn, but you can't plant the spike there. And I think that's the realization that needs to be made. It's another 10-0 drubbing in the first few rounds.
Well, it was the last couple of rounds against Heretics that the GX were managed to win and gave themselves a lifeline in what was ultimately the biggest comeback that we've ever seen. And Navi actually calling, sorry, it's not Navi, it's Giant X are actually going to call a timeout here.
Oh, you bloody hope so.
Yeah, exactly. Need it.
So for the second map in a row, off split, Giant X find themselves 10 rounds down with 10 rounds played. All of this complimentary to Navi and how they've set up. I think it's hard to say that they've put a foot wrong at times. Hero 15-1 is exemplary of that. You wanted to see Pips and fuming, and this would be it.
What are you even saying to the players right now as well, right? Like, everything has just been going wrong, right? You need a mental reset completely.
The last thing you want to see is a disconnect between the coaching staff and the players, because as soon as that happens, then the rift is only going to grow. You have to try and find a way to give them some confidence. It is one round at a time. Cloud inspired the comeback last time out versus Heretics. Some of this region's best. And in terms of last year, the best that we had as far as the international stage are concerned. Navi on the hunt to try and collect one of those playoff spots and hopefully Masters later down the line. This gun buy is everything.
I think for me, coming from last week into this one, Navi look as if they're starting to build and on good momentum. Giant X, on the other hand, look as if they're letting it slip. Towards mid, Navi look to go. There's a few players from Giant X there as well.
Ruxik's up and Koala Nu
by his side.
Positions, so Ruxic there, but he will group back up towards B.
You'll hear the utility obviously going off as well.
Rifles
begin to fire.
Chalo,
At the same time, Giant X haven't committed anything, and look at Navi with so many bodies towards this B side. You're thinking they have to be proactive.
One of the ways to create that pressure, scaling towards A with the tools that you have, Purpo smokes, the cages, but it all comes back to that mid-duel yet again, and it's been one-way traffic. Ruxic given the green light on yet another op kill, and while Tamazi will have embedded himself within the mailroom.
And I think for me, right now, like, you're seeing Navi's game plan at work. They're fighting B, they're fighting mid, but they're not fighting towards A. And Giant X are thinking that's a good sign, but that they're playing into Navi's game plan.
3 players here again.
1 second.
And with ults as well. Every single player towards this side of the map has a tool to work with.
This is the same round we've seen many times before. What's different for Giant X?
Steel Garden comes out, Showstopper available. Doesn't look like anything's changed, Cairo. I'm concerned for GX right now. In fact, I'm terrified. The utility seems to be a little bit better as Navi are hounded down towards the back of the site, but time is slow. Just like you say, there isn't enough. Any time would be great, but like you say, I don't think GX know what to do with it. It's Tamazi, the last one left. He needs to get the spike, but where is it? Heaven. It has been for the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, right now Giant X are in hell. And I don't mean that, I don't mean to call it or any part of the map. I mean quite literally they are 11-0 down. If we move into the next half and Navi win pistol and anti-eco, it's all over.
Yeah.
And again, like we've spoken about it, right? Fight B, fight mid, that's what Navi are doing. We're not seeing anything different. Please show me something different. Please, please.
No, I know what you mean. Look, people were saying coming into this one, there was potential for Mud Valorant, but this feels more like Groundhog Day, the way that things are consistently repeating for Giant X. As nice as it's been for Navi, push comes to shove, GX have not been up to par. A little play into Koala. He does have the shorty inside this smoke though, and so really, the value isn't gained. He's not going to get cleared. It's another direct sight hit. And Hero fully blinded has walked away with murder.
Yeah.
And they're still not past the post. Right, Tomasi's the only one in sight. He has 32 HP. He's dead. Salvo's dropped. What happens? Koala inside the smoke with the shorty getting at least one back, but there's twice as many players. The last one left to west side, as he always has been. 12-0 Navi.
This map is
as good as the half looked from them. That is maybe the poorest half that I might have seen, and we saw another 12-0.
Yeah, we did. But with that being said, though, there is a lot to come back from this one. We'll need overtime and a giant X miracle. We'll see what happens on the next half.
बस स्मोक में क्या बच्चा है भाई, क्या मार रहे हीरो भाई 22 भाई, क्या मार रहे ब्रो,
उसका एज भी नहीं है 22।
मैडम अभी आपका प्रिंसेस में लैक ऑफ ऑक्सीजन और स्लीप हो रहा है, मेरे जैसे जोक्स आ रहे हैं आपके मन में। बारिश आएगी लोग भाग जाएंगे, लैंग्वेज so logged in man। गलत में बोला ना, काम एमर है बे है, हीरो इज हिम। पुराना स्क्रीनशॉट ने नया वाला डालो, 22 वाला नया डालो। यहाँ से अगर कमबैक मारा,
ये कैसा फोटो है?
यहाँ से अगर कमबैक मारा
नहीं होगा भाई।
उसने टाइम आउट क्यों नहीं लिया? 2 टाइम आउट ले लिया ऑलरेडी, दोनों टाइम आउट खत्म।
वही
Hero ने cast those membership to you. I love you यार चीता भाई, that's
it's only our second week in VCT EMEA, but it's another 12-0. I wasn't expecting to find myself in this position once, let alone
आगे बॉल
twice.
पनवेल निकला है, लैंग्वेज
Liquid game to this one. And from that last GX performance to this one, it's the same stat again, and it's actually bad that I knew what that stat was, because it's not the first time it's been raised. The last 13-0 in EMEA was back in 2022. For the new viewer, they're probably thinking, what's an Oglu? Isn't that what Eskimos live in?
Oh, mate, that was poor from you, but I agree. If I had a nickel for every single time that we've been in this position, I would have to. It's pretty weird that we've been in this position twice in 2 weeks.
Do you remember Sons of Shame? I do, Mr.
God forbid. Can Navi see it over the line? It's Koala Noob again.
45.
The most first blood success rate of the top 5 duelists, and he's going to keep doing it. Hero with 2 more kills, as it's been said multiple times. Purpo was the last player left on B. It's happening before our very eyes. A West Side 1vX, but this time it's to stop pure embarrassment.
13-0.
11 का KD?
A similar storyline.
कितने का KD
time
chat?
and time again, week to week. GX are looking down the barrel of a 13.
कितने का KD है उसका?
Navi are the ones to deliver it.
Navi with the third first.
इसको क्या कर रहे भाई? सबको साइड हटाओ, सबको हटाओ भाई, हीरो को करो आज, उठाओ उसको कंधे पे।
had looked in spells throughout not just the last series but this one as well, especially how things started out on Fracture. They have been absolutely humiliated, and calling back to all those years ago, it finally feels like Navi are starting to build towards the kind of form which leads them at further events.
And I think as well,
स्टेज पे नंगा नाचो भाई।
map, and you're thinking, right, well, this is the match where
क्या रिएक्शन है, नाच
and move into follow weeks like the Apex game.
करना फिर आज या कल दोपहर को।
But like after the first map, I had hope, but second and third, it was quickly stolen away. Navi looked like they could be the real deal, and players are turning up when they're needed at the right time.
Navi given a desolate record, but now starting to recover. 8 losses and only 2
I think
wins
one of the
since the
best score
last year. They
ever है क्या VCT में 22-2
and feeling much better as things start to move in the right direction.
Yeah, well, with that being said, we've got to be wondering what's next for these two teams. Navi basically get a free run towards the end of the group.
They do. We're going to be heading over to Post Plant though with
It was Fnatic, right? Yep.
Shao and Hero joining them very soon. I'm sure we all want to know what they think
Lambo
about this
Gaming.
historic win. Yeah, that's it, right? And
Membership लिया नहीं जा रहा. हाँ, उल्लू बनाने का जो है और एक तो ये साइट वाइट का नाम मत लो. उक्कट ऐसा प्रमोट मत करो चीजें. ठीक है?
I want to know actually if it
₹5 वाला काम करते हो $30,000 जीता.
The tweet primed for a 13-0. If you know Mixwell.
I did not know. He's got that one ready in the bookmarks. Yeah.
I'll have to double check this, but I think G2 were the first.
मजाक कर रहा था. हाइड कहोगे अगर ऐसे साइट वाइट का नाम हम लेके बात करें.
Get 13-0.
Betting promote नहीं करते इधर.
In a VCT game. I can't remember.
कोई जीता तो 30% देना.
I just remember it was on Icebox, I think.
Does that? Wait,
70% तो
but
ना.
basically every time now it happens, Mixwell
नहीं
has
चाहिए,
a prime for.
You think he was
तो
the
नहीं
first
चाहिए
one?
मेरे को दे दो.
I think I'm pretty sure G2 were the first.
Someone check the timestamps
Somebody,
on,
yeah,
on
somebody
his
will have
tweets
to get
there.
a
We
message
gotta
for that.
get
भाई
on
गलत
it. We
केला
gotta get
बे.
on it. Yeah, I
गलत
mean,
केला.
obviously this is the
Bro, I just saw.
What?
It's called Post Plant. And वो स्पाइक पे प्लांट बनाया. ये देख. तेरे जैसा जोक सेम. तेरे जैसा जोक.
Good. Emea on top. चलो गाइस. अभी खेले इतना ही. बाय आदियोस. शेड्यूल में पादियोस. थोड़ा मेरे को लेट होएगा और मेंबर्स ओनली करने को मेरे को अभी थोड़े बहुत काम है. तो आई थिंक बाय 1:30 आई शुड बी देयर या 1:20 ऐसा कुछ. तो सब काम हम करके आया मैं फट से. ठीक है, तो मिलते हैं मेंबर्स ओनली में थोड़े टाइम में आ रहा हूँ. ठीक है, और कल शेड्यूल 1 होने वाली है दोपहर के स्ट्रीम पे और रात को अर्ली स्ट्रीम करेंगे बिफोर वॉच पार्टी ताकि तुम लोग भी गाली ना दो. ठीक है, नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आता.
कल आफ्टरनून नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम होगी शेड्यूल 1 की मेंबर्स ओनली होगी. चैट तो
स्ट्रीम करूंगा तब से लेके पूरा रात तक मेरी आत्मा जाएगी.
मेंबरशिप लो मेरी और इसकी दोनों.
या चलो गाइस, बाय आदियोस. शेड में बादियोस. टेक केयर. सी या. लव यू. बाय. मिलते हैं. सिड भाई को देखते हैं. चलो बाय. लव यू. लाइक करो जाते चलो.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve